Every year on Hollow's End, you hear a laugh cut through the air that sends chills down your spine. Few remember how the madness began. A paladin lost to grief, and the shadow that turned his sorrow to flame. This is the tale of the hand that beckoned death, and gave the horseman his name. The night had once been calm, 2 moons drifting in tandem through the quiet sky, their pale lights silvering the rooftops of a sleeping village. But the peace shattered like glass underfoot as fire surged through the eaves. Flames chewed through timber, casting long shadows down the narrow streets where townsfolk scrambled to flee with children in their arms and panic in their throats. The air itself seemed to crack open. Above the chaos, a figure loomed, suspended not by magic or mercy, but by dread. A black-clad rider hovered mid-air, astride a warhorse whose hooves blazed with ghostly fire. His armor was thick and rigid, dark as charged steel, every edge sharpened by war. A tattered cape snapped behind him, catching the wind like torn banners on a battlefield. But he wore no helm. There was no face, only a skull, wreathed in unholy fire, its grin carved deep and cruel into bone. He raised his sword and cried out in a voice that shook the rooftops.
Prepare yourselves! The bells have tolled! Shelter your weak, your young, and your old! Each of you shall pay the final sum! Cry for mercy! The reckoning has come!
They say he rides when the season turns and shadows lengthen. He speaks as if he were judge, jury, and executioner. But it is not justice that moves him. It is rage given shape and flame. Whatever man he was lies buried beneath the armor and the fire. In his place rides a thing bound to dark magic, drawing strength from places no priest will name. He marks no difference between sinner and saint. Doors burn, streets glow. Those who stand before him, guilty or innocent, are taken by the same heat. Steel has not stopped him. Blessings slide off like rain on stone. When the sky splits and fire comes down, the living have but 2 choices: run or fall to ash. Many run. Some, even as they flee, still mouth a prayer to the light, though their voices sound small against the roar and laughter of the horsemen. That night the flames climbed higher as the horsemen swept low, casting fire with an open hand. Where it struck, people fell and did not rise. The sound of them carried through the lanes, thin and sharp between the crack of timber and the hiss of pitch. Any who lagged were swallowed by the heat. Mercy had no purchase here. 2 villagers, shaking but steady, lifted their bows. They knew it would fail, but felt they had to try. They drew and loosed all the same. The arrows flew true, one to the chest, one to the shoulder. Each found its mark. Each burst into flame the instant it touched him, curling away as ash on the wind. The rider did not slow. He only raised his hand again, and another wave of fire rolled through the town. And with it went the last pretense that anyone could make a stand.
Fire consumes! You've tried and failed! Let there be no doubt! Justice prevailed!
Before the Headless Horseman was fear and ruin made flesh, he was a paladin of the light, and his journey to becoming the horseman began in year 20 beneath Lordaeron's sky. Fences sagged under rot, doors held by trembling hands and rusted latches. The stench of plague clung to the air like smoke too stubborn to drift. Then came the thunder of hooves. One rider against the dark, cloak snapping in the wind, sword drawn, light blazing at his fingertips. A paladin, a symbol, a man. The scourge poured out to meet him, a swarm of rot and bone. He met them head-on, a streak of steel and sunfire, light bursting from his gauntlets with the fury of a breaking storm. Each strike rang with purpose. His blade bit through the dead with methodical grace, not a motion wasted. Radiance flared at his shoulder, decay shriveled beneath it. For a time, the tide turned. Another surge followed, thicker with disease, fouler in breath. He gritted his teeth and drove deeper, fighting not for glory but for ground. For every step that led forward, another was dragged back into shadow. When at last silence returned, only ash stirred. The church bell rang with cautious hope. Windows creaked open, faces emerged, worn, stunned, alive. He sat in the saddle, blood drying on his armor, the gore of victory cooling fast. The village stood, for now. He had not always looked so grim atop a horse. Once the world had color. Once he had knelt and sworn himself to the light. A vow to shield the weak, to punish the cruel, to be the fire that kept the cold at bay. And for a time, it felt simple. Go where the trouble brewed, stand tall, and let righteousness carve a path through the dark. But since Arthas sailed for Northrend, the world had changed. The Silver Hand, once a hammer of judgment, now scattered across endless front lines, stretched too thin to hold the rod at bay. He had won a battle just last week, 5 against 1, odds that should have swallowed them whole, but they'd endured. He remembered the laughter, the bell, the brief warmth of a victory not yet tainted. Now, new smoke rode the wind, and he was bound for another hamlet, another fight, another reckoning. The light still answered when he called, but it felt smaller somehow. Less like a sun rising to banish darkness, more like a lone candle bracing against the breath of winter. He did not stop. He wouldn't. The oath remained, even if the meaning slipped through his hands like water. Still, the weight grew heavier, the victories thinner, the road darker. And in the spaces between hoofbeats, doubt whispered louder than the dead. The town still stood, though barely. Smoke lingered in the rafters of shattered homes. Blood had dried in the cracks of the cobbled street, scrubbed and scrubbed until it became part of the stone. The worst was over, for now, but peace sat uneasy on the shoulders of those who had survived. Soldiers moved in silence. 2 hefted a wrapped body into a cart that rolled through the village on groaning wheels, its load already heavy with the fallen. They would be burned before dusk. Nearby, townsfolk marked doors in chalk. An X, swift and final, was drawn over wood and iron alike, warnings to stay out, to pray from a distance, or to never return. The church was quiet. Inside, the paladin knelt beneath the colored light spilling through fractured stained glass. He had removed his helm, his gauntlets, his sword, but not the weight on his shoulders. Dust hung in the air, unmoving. He tilted his face toward the vaulted ceiling, eyes narrowed to the beams above as if the light might speak from somewhere in the cracks. His thoughts, as always, circled back to that day. When the prince ordered us to purge Stratholme, I never had a moment's doubt that it was a mistake. Such a deed would have defiled our sacred charge, protecting the people of Lordaeron. Lord Uther was right. There had to be another way. He had believed in that with every ounce of his soul. He still did, but belief alone had not stopped what followed. Still, for all my prayers, the people in this town are dying. Why do my efforts only slow this damnable plague instead of driving it out? He had fought tooth and nail to keep these people breathing. He had burned the infected, healed the wounded, driven back the rot. And yet, they still died. In the alleys, in the fields, in the pews just behind him. No matter how strong his will, how bright the light, he could only stall the inevitable. Now our supplies grow short, for we cannot rely on grain from Anderhall. The sick and healthy suffer alike. There was no more food. What little remained was sour, dry, or worse, contaminated. He'd seen children go to bed with nothing, mothers rationing water to their coughing husbands, brothers tearing cloth for bandages they'd never get back. All suffered, all prayed, and still the light was silent. Their suffering must have some higher purpose, but I cannot see it. Oh, light, guide my way, help me understand. But the chapel offered no answers. The sun dipped behind the clouds, dimming the glass until color gave way to gray. Outside, a cart rolled over the dirt, wheels groaning. A bell tolled softly from the tower. Another lost soul. The paladin did not rise. He stared through the window, jaw tight, heart heavy, and waited for the light to answer. It didn't. From behind the paladin, the chapel door creaked open on worn hinges, spilling in a beam of gold-touched dust and the scent of baked bread. A young voice followed close behind, breathless with excitement. "Sir Thomas, fresh food has arrived! 3 wagons full, and a message for you!" Thomas turned from the altar, the weight in his chest lifting just enough to allow a smile. He took the letter from Philip with a grateful nod, the boy's eyes shining with pride in the errand. "Light be praised," Thomas said, breaking the seal. "This is Baron Rivendare's work. He has always shared his wealth with the people. Go on and join your parents in the food line, Philip. I can hear your stomach gnawing at your backbone. Philip grinned wide, but being a boy raised on courtesy, he asked, Would you like something to eat, Sir Thomas? No, a little hunger will clear my mind, Thomas replied, the warmth still in his voice. Philip headed toward the door, and when he opened it, he lingered one step longer, letting the smell of the village's feast do its work. With a playful smirk, he tried one last time. Are you sure? He asked. The bread smells amazing. Thomas laughed, a short, honest sound that echoed off the stone. Off with you, vile tempter. The door shut behind Philip, and the noise of the street faded, alone once more. Thomas turned from the light and lowered himself to his knees. Hands clasped tight, he bowed his head to the altar, the smile gone now, replaced by something quieter, heavier. Please, holy light, he thought. Forgive your servant's doubts. A faith untested is a blade untempered. May this trial strengthen the people of Lordaeron and make us worthier agents of your loving purpose. No answer came, but he held the silence as sacred and whispered his prayer again. The chapel was dim, lit only by the trembling glow of a few half-burned candles. Their light danced against the walls, casting long shadows that shifted like breath. Thomas sat still beside the altar, his thoughts quiet, his spirit heavy. And then, something stirred beyond the stained glass window. A sound, faint but wrong. He rose, moving toward the light's edge, and peered through the fractured pane. What he saw wrecked him. His prayers, once offered in humility, twisted into something cruel, a mockery, a test not of faith but of endurance. This trial would indeed transform the townspeople, but not into worthier servants of the light. No, they had been claimed, mind and soul reshaped into mindless slaves of the Lich King's iron will. Philip stood just beyond the steps, his small frame swaying as if caught in an unseen tide. But his eyes, they were vacant, lifeless. The boy's skin had lost its warmth, and his jaw lolled open without a sound. He walked slowly toward the church, not with purpose, but with hunger. Behind him came the others, villagers Thomas had tended to, spoken with, prayed beside. Now they shuffled forward as husks of themselves. One was missing an arm, torn away at the elbow. Another's face had split, blood still wet along his brow. The line of them stretched back into the dark, silent and uncertain, drawn to the one man who had tried to save them. They were coming for him, not with rage, but with cold finality. A quiet certainty that the next breath he took might be his last, if he let it. But Sir Thomas would not go quietly. He had sworn to protect this town, and though its people now marched beneath the will of death, something of that oath still burned in him. He hated what had to be done, hated it down to his bones. But the choice had been taken from him. They were gone. What remained was the need to end their suffering. He burst from the chapel doors, sword gripped tight in both hands, the cool metal trembling with the fury that coursed through him. As his boot struck the earth, he called the light into his flesh, into the blade, into the very air around him. Radiance surged through the weapon, and as he landed, he carved a wide arc through the dead that circled near, sending limbs and shadow flying in the same breath. But he knew this could not be drawn out. Mercy now meant swiftness. Clenching his jaw, Thomas lifted his blade high and looked to the heavens. One final reckoning, he whispered, not to the dead, but to the light itself. It answered. The sky opened and light came down, not as warmth, but as judgment. A pillar of searing power burst from the sword, erupting outward in a flash that drowned the square in holy fire. When the brilliance faded, silence followed. Where the town stood, only scorched stone and ash remained of its people. No undead stirred, no breath remained. Thomas fell to his knees. The blade slipped from his hands and stood buried in the earth. Hilt pointed skyward, as if still praying in his place. Around him lay the charred remnants of the people he had once sworn to protect. Neighbors, friends, children. Philip. Tears slipped down his face, wetting the ashes of those he fought to save. He stared at the ruin, the blood dried on his gauntlets, the silence that no light could cleanse. Later, when summoned to account for what had transpired, Thomas told them the truth. The town was lost. Nearly 1,000 souls had lived there. The light came to me, he said, voice steady but hollow. and I sent them to their final rest." He ended the report with a single sentence, spoken without ceremony. "The Baron has much to answer for." At the heart of the chapel, a long table lay draped in maps and candlelight, where decisions were made and fate sealed. Flames danced in iron sconces and chandeliers overhead, casting long shadows that crept across the walls like reaching fingers. On the map, villages were marked with red ink, some already crossed through, others circled in grim anticipation. Around the table stood the high voices of the Silver Hand, the Grand Crusader himself, Seyden Dothrahan at the head next to Thomas, Asilian stoic beside him, and Abendis silent and watchful with arms folded. Thomas stood before them recounting every detail, what he'd seen, what he'd done, and what had been lost. When he finished, Asilian studied the open letter left beside the map. His voice, when it came, was quiet but certain. There was no refuting the evidence. Rivendare had betrayed them. The letter was written in his own hand. Seyden's gaze swept the map, then narrowed. "Mark my words, this will not be the only town affected." The weight of it hung in the air like smoke from a spent fire. Abendis shifted his stance and added coldly that with every death, it meant another soldier joins the scourge. The words landed like stones, and guilt welled up sharp behind Thomas's ribs. "The fault is mine, my lords. I should have taken precaution." But his confession was cut short as Seyden stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. He told Thomas he could not have known, and more than that, he should take comfort that this was not the end, informing Thomas that there were still paths ahead, already in motion. Alexandros Mograine had already departed for Ironforge. If fortune held, he would return with a weapon powerful enough to turn the tide. But Abendis reminded them that waiting on distant hopes was not enough. While they waited to see what comes of Mograine's venture to Ironforge, they needed to decide on a course of action. The table fell into agreement. Plans would be drawn, posts reassigned, and then Asilian looked at Thomas and said simply that he was dismissed. Thomas opened his mouth to protest, but before he could speak further, Asilian cut in with a voice as flat as steel. "An exhausted army is a weakened army. Go home and get some rest." There was no refusing it. Thomas gave a quiet nod and stepped back. Seyden moved with him, walking beside him through the corridor's worn stone arches. Even as he left the chamber, Thomas could not let go of the need to act. He turned, voice low, asking if there was anything he could do, something useful. There had to be something. Seyden met his eyes and spoke with quiet conviction. "Think, my brother, your family still lives. No one here begrudges you the time it takes you to watch over your loved ones. So many have died. We must find joy where we can. Rejoice in your good fortune. It is a luxury few among us know." So he took his leave with the heavy quiet of a man heading home through a world unraveling. 5 days passed in silence as Thomas made his way home, each mile a slow shedding of battle's shadow. The road cut through whispering fields and quiet woods where the war had not yet touched. But even here, the weight of what he carried trailed behind him like a second cloak. Back at his homestead, night had fully fallen, and the sky stretched wide and clear, 2 moons hanging bright above the quiet land. 2 children made their way up the dirt path, one pushing a wooden cart that rattled over loose stones, the other carrying a sack in both arms. Dust curled at their ankles, and their cheeks were flushed from the effort. Behind them walked their mother, steady and unhurried, a bundle of provisions balanced in one arm as she kept a watchful eye on her pair of helpers. "Bring the rest of the food inside," she called, not breaking stride, "and be careful with the preserves. Then it's off to bed with you." "Aw, Mom," her son muttered with a small groan, both hands on the car pushing it toward the house. She just smiled, "And don't aw Mom me." They finished their chores with practiced rhythm, and before long the children were tucked into bed beneath faded quilts, their mother's hands brushing hair from their foreheads as they blinked sleepily at the ceiling. "When is Daddy coming home?" her daughter asked, voice soft, half lost to a yawn. "Soon, sweetheart," she said with a smile, pressing a kiss to her brow. But when the door was shut behind her and the lantern flickered to life in her quiet bedroom, the smile slipped away. Her thoughts pressed forward like a tide she could no longer hold back. "I keep telling them soon, my love. but I do not know how much longer they or I can believe." As the flame caught and cast its glow across the room, she gasped. A figure sat in the corner, still as stone, but the fear melted in an instant when she saw the face. Thomas. Relief bloomed across her features, only to be snatched away again as her eyes fell to the dark stains across his armor. She rushed toward him, alarm breaking through her composure. "You're hurt!" Thomas raised a wary hand, halting her before she could reach him. "It's not my blood," he said, voice low. "This is scourge filth. I came across a pocket of undead on the way here." While she was curious, she said nothing. There would be time for questions later, but for now, he was home, and that was enough. Thomas sat still in the chair by their bed, armor half unbuckled, road dust clinging to the edges of his boots. The lantern on the nightstand flickered low, casting a dull amber glow that caught the edge of his jaw, and the line of wear beneath his eyes. Susanna stood in front of him, arms folded, the window to her right letting in only the faintest trace of moonlight. "I picked up dire news along the journey," Thomas said at last, voice rough, worn thin. "King Tyrannus is dead, murdered. Capital City has fallen. It was Arthas. He's leading a scourge army through Lordaeron." Silence settled between them like dust. Susanna blinked, trying to make sense of words that shouldn't have existed together. Then, with a slow uncertainty, she said, "Maybe Northrend drove Arthas to madness." Her tone faltered as she added that it was a harsh land, maybe it caused it. "No. Remember the massacre he and his men carried out in Stratholme? If this is madness, he bore the seeds of it long before he took the fleet north. He and the other traitors cannot go unpunished, free to commit even darker crimes." His voice sharpened as he spoke, each word like a fresh blade. Rage stirred in his eyes, not just fury at Arthas, but at himself, at all of them, for letting this happen. "Too many people have died, and worse yet, many have been forced into the Scourge's ranks." Susanna stepped forward and laid a steady hand on his shoulder. Her voice was soft but not pleading. "He is the man you once called brother. There must be someone in your order who can still get through to him." The room changed, the air shifted. Thomas snapped, turning toward her, voice ringing out like steel on stone. "Have you heard nothing I've said? Capital City is in ruins. He killed his own father." For a moment he stayed frozen in place, breath shallow, eyes wide with grief, barely held in check. Then he turned and moved toward the door, the floor creaking beneath his boots. Just before stepping through the threshold, he paused, his voice gentler now, hollowed by what it had cost him to say it. "His motives no longer matter. His crimes are beyond forgiveness. He is the enemy, has been the enemy for some time now." Susanna didn't follow. She stood alone, framed in the pale light from the window, staring at her reflection in the darkened glass, worry and fear on her face. Thomas didn't see it. But as he walked into the night, the weight in his chest pressed heavier than armor. He couldn't shake the thought that he was the biggest fool of all, that maybe if they had opened their eyes sooner, it could have been prevented. 4 days passed in peace, though the air still carried the weight of things unspoken. The war had yet reached this patch of land, and in that borrowed quiet, Thomas sat with his children in the yard, beneath a sky streaked with amber light. The grass was warm beneath them, the wind soft, and for a while the world seemed small enough to hold. Joel and Gina sat cross-legged in the dirt, fiddling with the grass. Thomas's voice carried low but steady as he spun his tale, each word heavy with meaning not yet grasped by the children at his feet. "Infuriated by the spoiled prince's carelessness," he began, "the mysterious woman cursed him and his family. The king had fallen into an enchanted sleep, she told the prince. Retrieve the sword from the lake or he will die in 3 days' time. You will have until sunset on the 3rd day." Joel and Gina leaned closer, eyes wide. The spoiled prince waded into the lake, but something nipped at his toes, and he jumped out. He soon discovered that the lake was now full of man-eating fish. The mysterious old woman made it clear that the prince had to retrieve the sword alone and unaided. For the next 2 days, he tried everything he could think of to get the sword out of the lake. He tried fishing it out, but the hook was too small, and the sword was too heavy. He wrapped pieces of meat in cloth and leather and threw them into the lake. But the hungry fish gnawed through the material in seconds. There were so many fish, and no matter how much he fed them, they were always hungry for more. The lake was deep, and heavy armor was out of the question, as he would sink and drown. Finally, the desperate prince knew he had to take action or his father would die. So he wrapped himself up in leather as best he could and he dove into the lake. The fish attacked him immediately, yet he kept swimming as quickly as he could. Wounded and growing weaker, he grabbed the sword. Up he swam, sword in hand, fighting for every inch as the fish bit and tore at him. At last, in agony, he reached the surface and threw the sword to safety on the shore, just before the fish pulled him under for the last time. The king was saved, the curse unmade. The prince's blood his sin had paid. For a moment, only the wind spoke. Joel looked up, frowning, his voice uncertain. What does it mean? His voice, when it came, held the weight of hard-earned conviction. You asked why Prince Arthas did those bad things. He did them because they were the easy choices. It would have been much harder to stay and fight for Lordaeron. Good people have died doing just that. But no one said following the light would be easy. It's hard to be selfless and honorable. It's hard to fight the good fight. If it weren't hard, it wouldn't be heroic. The words hung in the air, heavier than before. Joel said nothing, and neither did Gina. But their eyes lingered on their father a little longer. Later that night, with the children asleep and the house quiet, the fire crackled low beside them, casting long flickering shadows across the walls. Thomas stood across from Susanna, the harsh glow catching the edges of her hair and softening the road-worn lines of his face. In his hand, the letter hung. He didn't ease into it, he told her the truth. She had to take the children and leave. There was a land called Kalimdor far across the sea, where a powerful sorceress named Jaina Proudmoore could protect them. With her father ruling Kultiris, there was hope for sanctuary, safety, distance from the scourge. It was the only path left. Susanna's expression hardened, her voice rose with disbelief. I've never even heard of this land called Kalimdor. It sounds like one of those wild stories you tell the children. Thomas held her gaze, his voice low but pleading. Lordaeron is growing dangerous. You and the children would be safer under Lady Proudmoore's protection. Her eyes searched his face, softening for a moment. Then come with us. He shook his head. You know I cannot. No matter how many ships Kultiris sends, there won't be enough space for everyone. The Silver Hand must protect those left behind. With the mighty sword Ashbringer, High Lord Mograine has been taking down the Scourge's numbers. The tide of battle is turning. With Lord Uther and High Lord Mograine to lead us, we will surely drive the undead from our land. In the meantime, I need to know you are safe. She took the letter from his hand, her eyes scanning the words as the fire popped next to her. Then, without a word, she turned and cast the parchment into the flames. Thomas's hand snapped forward to catch it, but too late. It was already gone, curling, blackening, reduced to ash in the space between heartbeats. He looked at her, stunned. Her own eyes were wet now, gleaming with quiet defiance. I know you too well. You worry about everyone except yourself, she said, her voice shaking. If we left for Kalimdor, we would never see you again, would we? She took one step closer. If you stay, my love, we all stay. The fire whispered next to them, shadows dancing over the walls as they stepped into each other's arms. Not out of victory, not out of peace, but because in a world unraveling, this moment was the only thing they could still choose, and together they chose it. The sun had barely cleared the treetops when the rider came, dust trailing behind his horse like smoke. He bore the Silver Hand tabard and a face creased by travel and news that left no room for ceremony. His words were swift, grim. Many had been killed in the night. Thomas could only ask if the rider was certain. Even as the words left him, he hardly believed them, and still less the answer he received. When the rider left, Thomas stepped back into the house and returned moments later with his sword and a sharpening stone, settling in near the porch on a tree stump, and with the thought that the world around him felt suddenly brittle. From morning until early afternoon, he sat alone with the blade, sharpening again and again. The rhythmic rasp of steel meeting stone carried through the yard, an unspoken drumbeat of dread. Fear was carved plain across his face, though he never flinched. His movements were steady, almost mechanical, as if somewhere inside him the repetition might hold off the horror. Maybe, if the edge was just right, it could make a difference. Maybe this was all still some terrible dream. But it wasn't. This was reality, his new reality. He just couldn't believe it. By the time the sun had climbed past its peak, Susanna could take no more. She stepped outside, voice breaking the stillness like shattered glass. She begged him to stop, pleaded for him to speak, to tell her what had happened, what was wrong. Thomas didn't look up. He said only that he needed to keep sharpening. She stepped closer, her voice trembling now. "You've been sharpening your sword for hours," she said. "You're scaring the children. And me." The sharpening stone halted for the first time all day, but Thomas said nothing, not yet. The truth weighed too much for words. Thomas sat hunched on the old tree stump, his sword across his lap, the sharpening stone forgotten at his feet. The afternoon breeze stirred the dust, but he didn't notice. His hands trembled slightly, not from cold, but from the weight of what he'd held in for too long. Susanna stood nearby, off to his side, watching him with worry etched deep into her face. At last, his voice broke through the silence, raw and hollow. He looked up at her, fear and confusion swimming in his eyes. "Lord Uther, the Lightbringer himself, the pillar of our order, is dead. Many other paladins as well, some of our best fighters." The words barely had time to settle before rage ignited behind them. "Arthas again!" he roared, gripping the sword until the steel groaned beneath his fingers. "1,000 curses on his name! No punishment could ever be enough for this betrayal!" His voice rang like a war cry, but there was no battlefield, only the stillness of the yard, and the woman who loved him. His knuckles whitened, one hand clenched the hilt, the other wrapped around the edge of the blade, too tight. Blood welled where steel met skin, running down his palm and dripping onto the grass. "Thomas!" Susanna rushed to him, dropping to her knees in front of the stump. Her hands caught his, coaxing them away from the blade. "Let go," she whispered, and gently pried the weapon from his grasp. The sword fell with a soft thud beside them. His fury gave way to grief, and his voice cracked. You must take the children and leave. I can't lose you. I can't." As she wrapped his hand with quiet precision, he couldn't hold back anymore. Tears welled in his eyes. The wound had opened far deeper than flesh. When the dressing was tied and secure, Susanna stood before him. Thomas reached forward, arms wrapping around her waist, and pulled her close. He pressed her head to her chest, closing his eyes as her heartbeat met his ear. "Very well, my love," she whispered, her voice soft with sorrow but strong with resolve. "We'll do as you ask. We'll go." And in that fragile stillness, where the war could not yet reach them, they held on to the only peace they still had, each other. The monastery loomed quiet beneath the gray swell of an overcast sky. The courtyard stones were slick with the breath of an oncoming storm, the wind carrying the scent of wet earth and iron. Thomas stepped through the archway with his cloak drawn tight, wariness etched into the lines of his face. The weight of his choice still clung to his shoulders like sodden mail. Satan met him just inside the main hall, his presence as steady as ever. He asked if Thomas was able to get his family to safety, which Thomas answered, "I put them on the ship myself. A storm is approaching, but the fleet will be safely at sea before it arrives." Satan nodded, his voice low and measured. "Such partings can be difficult. My wife did not want to go." "Truly?" Satan raised a brow. "Your Susanna has the heart of a warrior." Thomas didn't hesitate, his gaze hardened, jaw set with something deeper than grief. "I could wish she had the heart of a mother instead." At that, Satan stepped closer, placing a firm hand on his brother's shoulder. "But they are one and the same," he said. "Have you not felt it when you fight the Scourge? Have you not thought of your fallen brethren and been filled with holy wrath? Wouldn't any man reach with righteous fury to an evil that threatened his loved ones?" He clenched his fists, eyes narrowing. "We fight hardest to protect what we love the most." Thomas looked away, the storm wind beginning to whisper through the high window slats. "Yes, I suppose you're right. I just want my family to be safe." "Of course you do," Satan said, a flicker of sympathy in his voice. "Still, we're never perfectly safe until we're dead, are we? And in these dread times, not even then." He turned then, cloak trailing behind him as he approached the war table near the altar, where a fresh map of the region lay unrolled and weighed with stone weights. His tone shifted, not unkind but sharpened by purpose. "On that note, brother, let us speak of the future." Many of the Order's mightiest had fallen, champions of the light who once stood as beacons across Lordaeron's war-torn fields. But still the ragged knights of the Silver Hand endured, their banners frayed, their ranks thinned, yet their resolve held fast against the darkness. The forces of the Lich King showed no signs of relenting, sweeping through the kingdom like a tide of ice and rot. Village by village, grave by grave, the dead clawed forward. For 4 long years the paladins held their ground. They fought not for glory but for survival, and for one another. And they remained united not by creed alone, but by the unshakable will of one man, a great man, High Lord Alexandros Mograine. It was his strength that bound them, his voice that rallied them, his blade, Ashbringer, that turned the tide more than once. And then, out of the blue, that man died. The Silver Hand, already fractured, could not withstand the loss. When Mograine fell, the Order shattered. In its place, a new force rose from the ruins, stern, unyielding, and born of grief. The Scarlet Crusade, an order whose members vowed to rid the world of the undead, no matter the cost. And the cost grew steeper with every battle. The sun had barely crested the rooftops when the Scarlet Crusade rode into the town, crimson cloaks fluttering behind them like blood caught in the wind. Steel-clad hooves struck stone, and the thrum of disciplined motion filled the square. At the head of the procession rode Dothrhan, his armor polished, his gaze like the edge of a sharpened blade. Behind him, Thomas followed in silence, unsure of what to expect from the quiet village nestled in the hills. As the townsfolk gathered, uneasy and blinking in the early light, one man stepped forward from the crowd, his voice trembling under the weight of nervous courtesy. "Now there's no need for any trouble here," he stammered. "You Crusaders are all welcome here. Indeed, we are most grateful for your valiant efforts against the plague. You'll find no sickness in my town. We'll submit to any tests you like." Satan's voice rang out, grim and low. "It's just as I suspected. Although it grieves me to say this, I fear we have arrived too late." Thomas turned toward him, brows raised. "Too late? I see no sign of plague." Satan shifted in his saddle and looked at Thomas squarely. "The plague was first spread through tainted wheat, but the Lich King has since resorted to other methods. New traitors join his forces with every passing year, drawn by the promise of immortality. Immortality, bah! More like slavery without end. Yet many have lost their faith in the light. Many have chosen to save their lives by sacrificing their souls. The enemy has grown in subtlety. So too must we. Look at them closely, brother, and tell me what you see." Thomas glanced across the gathering crowd, uncertain. "I see clothing of many different types," he answered. "Indeed," Satan said with a nod. "Refugees from the Scourge, drawn here by the promise of shelter. Word must have spread far and wide." "Why?" Thomas hesitated. "The town seems to have been spared so far. These people look clean and well fed." "An unusual sight in these times," Satan replied, narrowing his eyes. "Particularly given the town's flimsy defenses." Thomas studied the watchmen posted along the streets and muttered, "Few guards, and they all look young, inexperienced. Exactly, Satan said, his voice sharpening. I doubt they could repel even one attack by the undead. How could they have guided others to safety here? These are no battle-hardened veterans. They are frightened children cowering in the dark. By what means could they secure the supplies necessary to sustain a town of this size? Thomas stiffened, the weight of realization dawning on him. You're saying we have another scourge conspirator on our hands? Satan's expression hardened. A creature of great patience and cold-blooded cunning. Thomas's voice dropped as the pieces fell into place. Someone who kept the town supplied and protected for weeks, even months, while he spreads the word that this town was a haven from the plague. He was waiting for the town to reach critical mass, all while plotting to unleash the plague. Yes, Thomas, and given the size of this town, there can be no doubt that the process is already in motion. Thomas leaned forward in his saddle, guilt flooding his voice. I am a fool. Satan guided his horse closer, placing a steady hand on Thomas's shoulder. You are human. You suffered the consequences of Rivendare's betrayal firsthand, and you found it difficult to face that pain a second time. It's only natural. Thomas looked up at him, something shifting behind his eyes. Someday I hope to share your unflinching spiritual insight. You will, brother. But for now we must act. You have seen what these people will suffer. Thomas turned his gaze back to the crowd, innocent faces, unaware of what slumbered among them. His voice was resolute now, his jaw set. They are the walking dead, and they do not even know. The best we can hope to do is give them a clean death. Good man, Satan said, resting one gauntleted hand on the pommel of his sword. The sky above the town was clear, but the storm had already arrived. The village fell into chaos like a candle snuffed out by a storm. One moment it stood, quiet and wary, and the next, the Scarlet Crusade swept through its streets like a red tide. The Order's banners whipped in the wind, their battle cries rising above the commotion of horror as steel met flesh. No one was spared. Men, women, and children all fell beneath their blades. A mother died where she stood, her child still clutching her hand as the sword cleaved through her skull. A father threw himself between a crying boy and a crusader's strike, only to feel the steel punch through his chest. The air filled with screams and pleas, desperate voices crying for mercy, swearing they were not sick. But the crusade had long since stopped listening. They saw no people here, only plague. Their purge became a massacre. Thomas rode among them, the weight of Satan's conviction echoing in his head. A child broke from the crowd, running through the smoke, crying out, "Please, stop! I'm not sick!" The boy's voice cracked under terror, but Thomas's horse thundered forward. His sword flashed once. The chase ended with a single stroke, and the boy fell without a sound. The fire set by the Scarlet Crusade spread, crackling through thatch and timber, devouring what the crusade did not cut down. When dawn came, only ash remained. And that was only the beginning. 2 months later, an hour's ride north of Dayson's Tears, the Scarlet Crusade struck again. They rode into another village beneath a gray sky morning, their armor streaked with soot and zealotry. The cries were the same, the smell of burning was the same. They called it purification. Their clean death. Thomas charged with the others, blade raised, smoke trailing in his wake. A woman ran ahead of him through the haze, clutching 2 children close. He shouted and his body acted before his mind could follow. His sword came down once, twice, cutting through the woman, through the boy, through the small figure behind her. And then, as the girl's cry was silenced and her eyes met his, realization struck like lightning. He froze, the sword slipped from his hands, sinking point first into the dirt. His breath came ragged. It can't be. Gina. The world fell away. Before him lay his wife, face down in the mud, a gash splitting her back. Beside her, his son, his chest tore open where the blade had passed clean through. And there, crumpled like a fallen doll, his little girl, eyes still open, staring back at him. Thomas dropped to his knees, trembling. Can't be. They're not here. They're safe. His voice wavered, broken between breaths. He looked at his hands, slick, red, shaking, and the words poured out like a fever. Not here, safe in Kalimdor, unless... What if the storm arrived too soon? Their ship was to be the last one to leave the harbor. What if the storm damaged it before it could depart? With Lordaeron in tatters, there would be no shipwright to repair the damage. There wouldn't have been any room to spare on the other ships. Too many people taking their chances with Kalimdor, forced to stay in Lordaeron, taking refuge wherever they could. No way to let me know. He crawled toward them, reaching out with blood-stained fingers to hold his family one last time. Don't touch them, one of his brothers shouted. They're infected. Thomas heard them but didn't care. He yelled back. They're not infected. He screamed back, his voice raw, breaking as he turned his wife over in his arms. This is my family. His cry tore through the smoke. What have I done? The soldiers rushed him, trying to pull him away, but grief made him stronger than sense. He fought them off, clinging to the bodies as they struggled to drag him back. Light, have mercy! Mercy! He screamed, the words tearing out of him like a prayer turned curse. But there was no mercy, not from the men who held him, not from the light above. And as the world dimmed and the blow came to silence his screams, Thomas knew he had long since ceased to believe that the light had any mercy left to give. Back within the cold stone walls of the Scarlet Monastery, the stillness of Thomas's chamber was laced with unnatural stirrings, murmurs that slithered through the cracks in the door, laughter too now and then, and the rise and fall of words strung together like lullabies that forgot how to soothe. He hadn't spoken in earnest for days, hadn't moved, save to flinch from his own thoughts. He sat in the hush of candlelight, hollow-eyed and frayed at the edges, grief twisting through him like a blade left buried. Outside the door, Satan stepped from the chamber, the setting sun spilling through the window ahead of him. He looked to the guards flanking the hall and spoke with a measured tone. It must have been a terrible shock finding out that his wife and children were infected. He walked slowly to the nearby window, his gaze drifting down into the courtyard below. And being forced to end their suffering himself. Well, that is a tragedy many of us can empathize with all too well. Behind him, one of the guards shifted, unease in his eyes. Sir, I fear there's more at work than just simple grief. Satan turned slightly, brow raised. Explain. The other guard answered before his comrade could find the words. The things we've heard coming from his room, they're not normal. Sometimes he doesn't even sound human. Laughing and howling and sobbing all tangled up together, the first added, his voice hushed. And those creepy rhymes, the second muttered. Things that stay in your head for days and give you bad dreams. Satan regarded them both with the faintest smile, his expression calm, unbothered. There's no cause for alarm. We all deal with grief in different ways. He turned back to the window, his eyes drawn once more to the movement below. The grass had been trampled to mud, choked in places by ash and blood. Two bodies hung from the crooked tree at the center, one turning slowly in the wind, the other cleaved from the chest down, ribs like splintered wood jutting toward the darkening sky. But the dead were not yet finished with this place. The field swarmed with motion as the Scarlet Crusade clashed with the Scourge. Crusaders moved in tight ranks, blades flashing with practiced zeal, tabards streaked red and black. Ghouls surged through the mist like starving dogs, leaping onto armored men and dragging them down into the soil. One knight screamed as teeth found his neck, his voice lost beneath the wet crunch of bone. Steel rang, spells cracked, limbs flew like leaves in a storm. But that was not the focus of Satan's thoughts. Today is Hallow's End, he said softly, and we must keep Lordaeron's traditions alive even in the midst of this struggle. What else, after all, are we fighting for? The guards exchanged glances as Satan continued. In this case, of course, I refer to the Wicker Man. Ah, I surprise you. I take it you two never spent Hallow's End near Capital City? Then you missed quite a sight. A giant straw effigy that people all over Lordaeron came to see. It was said that if you threw a branch onto the Wicker Man's fire, you could burn away whatever you didn't want to take with you into winter. Fears, sorrows, old loves, and new hates, you could put them all behind you. His eyes gleamed as he watched the Crusaders below. Yes, The more I think on it, the more certain I am. Hollow's End will be the end of Thomas's suffering. It's the perfect time to remember loved ones we have lost, and to let their memories go. Behind him, the guards fell silent, and in the chamber beyond the door, the broken muttering of a man unmoored from himself carried on through the stone. And so, with soft words and a hardened smile, the Grand Crusader persuaded Thomas to return to the field. Lordaeron, he said, needed its heroes. And Thomas, weary and hollowed by loss, answered the call to fight off the Scourge near the monastery. The battle that followed was fierce. Steel clashed beneath a sky blackened by smoke, and the shrieks of the Scourge echoed across the blood-slicked stone. Thomas charged into the fray with wild abandon, his blade flashing with the fury of a man who no longer feared death. When his frenzied attacks drew the attention of a wave of undead, the Scarlet Crusaders surged to his side, ready to defend their comrade, only to learn too late that he was no longer their comrade at all. Without hesitation, Thomas drove his sword through the chest of a fellow Crusader, burying it to the hilt. He turned with a twisted grin, eyes alight with something unholy, and laughed, a sound that barely belonged to a man. The laughter spilled into rhyme as he carved through friend and foe alike.
Duped for far too long by lies, I see you now through clearer eyes. Infected all, you too shall fall. The light win out through your demise.
Limbs fell, screams followed, his blade moved without pause, severing arms, opening throats, cutting down those who only moments before had stood at his side.
I'll make this land a funeral pyre, and end your curse with cleansing fire!
He howled, swinging wide, the tip of his blade trailing sparks as blood soaked the earth beneath him. And then, in a single flash of steel, it ended. A soldier broke from the chaos behind him and cleaved Thomas's head clean from his shoulders, the body collapsing mid-rhyme. His rampage was over. The Scarlet Crusade had been forced to put down one of its own. That night, silence hung heavy in the halls of the Scarlet Monastery. Outside Thomas's chamber, Satan stood with hands folded behind his back, his voice composed and calm. I'll prepare Thomas's body for burning. Although his mind was shattered by grief, he fought bravely for our cause. Remember him in your prayers. But within these blood-stained walls, the prayers of the Scarlet Crusade had become an obscenity. Their deeds, merciless and unrelenting, had long since twisted into a violation of the very light they claimed to serve. Satan stepped inside, closing the chamber door behind him. The latch clicked shut. And then, the illusion faded. Flesh tore like parchment. Holy armor fell from shoulders now hunched and monstrous. Two great horns curled upward from a skull of pale gray, and glowing eyes flared beneath a brow not meant for man. The Grand Crusader was gone. In his place stood the truth, Balnazar, Dreadlord of the Nothrazim.
Exactly as I'd hoped,
he murmured, towering over the lifeless corpse.
Humans, so weak and malleable. How you ever managed to oppose the Legion, I cannot fathom. You merely delayed the inevitable.
He sat beside the body of Thomas, watching it as a craftsman might regard unfinished work.
Arise, my dear brother. Feel the strength return to your limbs. Strength I give you freely to use as you will. Whatever your choices, I know they will serve my ends.
He sliced open his own palm, letting thick, corrupted blood spill forth. It dripped onto the corpse below, dark, seething, full of ancient power.
You will be one of my finest creations, a tribute to the Master, until the day he returns to crush Azeroth.
The blood was enough. With a jolt, the body stirred. The air grew hot, then cracked with flame. Hooves struck the stone, igniting it beneath them, and a horse, wreathed in fire, rose into the air, carrying its rider with it. Eyes burned like twin furnaces, its mane and tail blazed like banners of war. Thomas was gone. In his place rode the horseman. He took flight without hesitation, fire trailing in his wake, his voice booming down upon a village already aflame.
Scream, you dogs! Curse my name! I'll set your matchstick homes aflame! Perhaps the worms will find you sweet. You're nothing to me but rotting meat. He came crashing down like judgment made flesh, his steed rearing high, nostrils flaring smoke as his blade caught the firelight. I fought for you, I fought in vain. Now scatter, scurry, shriek in pain. No mercy on this night abides, on Hallow's End, when the horseman rides.
For years, he came with the turning of the season, a rider cloaked in fire and madness, his laughter rising above the roar of burning wood. When Hallow's End drew near and the veil between worlds grew thin, the horseman rode again. He called it cleansing. The towns he left in cinders called it something else. All across Azeroth, the people prepared. Buckets were filled, fire brigades assembled, and adventurers steeled themselves for the coming storm. Each year, blades were raised against the horseman's wrath, and each year, no matter how many times he was cut down, he returned. A maniacal laugh marked his passage. The crackle of flame marked his work. Always returning, always burning. Until he didn't. One year, the fires didn't come at all. Hallow's End passed in eerie quiet, and the horseman did not ride. Another year passed, then another still, and many began to believe he had finally been laid to rest. The world exhaled. But peace, like ash, never settles for long. It began with a book. A simple prayer tome, worn with use, kept by an orphaned matron as a keepsake of a man long gone, Sir Thomas Thompson. But one day it moved. Not gently. It flung itself to the ground and cracked open, pages fluttering until one lay flat. Upon it, a single name was written, in some sort of spectral ink, the name of the adventurer who had once freed Thomas from his curse. They followed its call back to the place where it had all unraveled, the Scarlet Monastery. At the hill leading up to the monastery stood Thomas, no longer fire-wreathed, but no less haunted. He spoke with sorrow in his voice and shadow in his eyes. When he was freed from the curse, he had finally gotten to see his family. And for a time, it was perfect. But suddenly, Susanna was gone, as if she never existed. The monastery grounds crawled with restless spirits, fallen crusaders, innocent dead, shades caught in loops of memory and nightmare. Thomas believed one of them might hold a key, a whisper, a name, a fragment of truth that could lead him back to her. Shades drifted along the road, not silent, not at peace. Some paced as if still on duty, crusader tabards clinging to hollow forms. Others stood frozen in their final moments. A pair huddled near a tree, voices brittle with fear. One asked if they would be all right. The other gave no comfort, only the truth as they saw it. We're all going to die. Farther in, the memories grew sharper, crueler. A terrified mother sobbed as she reached for armored silhouettes, pleading that her children were with her. The crusaders didn't move. They were echoes, or perhaps executioners, caught in an eternal hesitation. Sir Thomas moved among them, jaw tight, eyes hard. But the ghosts were not content to pass in silence. One of them stepped forward with the bearing of a commander, broad-shouldered, proud, his voice sharp with hollow righteousness. The Grand Crusader, Satan himself. Or rather, what remained of the lie. The shade lashed out, forcing steel to answer steel. When it was cut down, Thomas spoke. Not to anyone, but perhaps to himself. How could I not see what he was? His hand hovered near his chest as if trying to still a storm beneath his ribs. Maybe I didn't want to. They reached the stairs. There, just before the monastery doors, she stood. Susanna. Thomas called her name, but she didn't answer. Her eyes held no warmth, only a sorrow that shimmered like frost. Then, her form twisted into a shade of guilt. It attacked with a fury born not of vengeance but accusation. When it fell, it did not curse or weep. It only said one thing. Murderer. Thomas froze. His breath hitched. He said he hadn't known. He couldn't have known. He said it again and again. Then he turned, stumbling forward to the archway heading behind the monastery. The dead did not sleep easily on the grounds of the Scarlet Monastery, even with the horseman buried and his vengeance stilled. Sir Thomas returned not as a weapon, but as a man, one reaching for whatever fragment of peace remained. At his side walked the outsider, drawn once more into the undertow of the Crusade's long shadow. They passed training shades along the path, flickering echoes of fallen crusaders locked in a war that no longer listened. Past them, near a fountain at the top of the hill, a strange glimmer stirred in the dark, and Thomas paused. Something about the stone nearby tugged at him, as if memory itself whispered from within it. Then she appeared, not a twisted shade, but a ghost that still held shape and light. His wife, Susanna. For a single breath, hope surged in him, but her voice shattered it just as fast, crying out that it was a trap. And it was. Darkness snapped around him before he could move. It took hold like a vice, a ritual already in motion. From the edge of the fountain stepped Jerome Hayton, once a crusader, now a zealot unmoored by madness. He believed the horseman was not a curse to be cured, but a weapon to be reborn. His ritual, fueled by soulstones and blind devotion to the long-dead Grand Crusader, would see it done. Thomas screamed as the shadows clawed into him, and Susanna pleaded for help. The ritual's power was anchored by foci scattered through the monastery grounds, soulstones feeding the magic, each one a tether to pain. With no time to waste, the outsider ran. They moved through the monastery's heart, breaking each focus in turn. With every stone shattered, voices cried out from the veil. Twisted remnants of fallen crusaders, tortured and bound. Their words were jumbled with agony and fury, each soul a casualty of Jerome's unholy craft. Susanna followed closely, shaken by the depth of corruption, wondering aloud how such dark magic had taken root. At last, the final tether fell, but already the sky had begun to darken. Back at the fountain, Jerome stood impatient, refusing to halt the ritual. The soulstones had done their work. Thomas cried out once more, a final wrenching sound that broke across the stone. The air cracked, and then the horseman returned. He rose not as a man, but as a revenant of wrath, fire reawakened, vengeance reborn. Jerome, trembling with devotion, welcomed his creation, urging him to bring the flame that would cleanse Azeroth. But the horseman's cleansing began with him. He struck Jerome down without hesitation, flame ripping through flesh and cloth, then turned and rode for the monastery, trailing fire in his wake. Susanna stood in the silence that followed, and in that moment, all she could do was whisper his name. Within the scorched bones of the Scarlet Monastery, the final chapter of Thomas Thompson's long torment began. The adventurer returned not for glory or gold, but as a kindness for Susanna, who had begged for her husband's soul. What stood in their way was no longer Thomas. The horseman had taken full shape once more, fire in his fists and madness behind his laughter. The chamber lit with the first strike. Flames curled in arcs across the floor as the horseman roared and rhymed his fury, casting judgment like a blade in the dark. Each blow was a memory, each spell a scar he could not forget. The adventurer pressed on through smoke and cinders, dodging bursts of fire, pushing closer as the shadows deepened. It was not an easy battle. This was no mere ghost clinging to a grudge. This was rage forged by loss, shaped by betrayal, and hardened across years of cursed returns. And yet when the final blow landed, the fire did not roar, it sighed. The horseman fell still, and in the silence that followed, Thomas Thompson returned. Susanna was the first to reach him. There were no grand declarations, no celestial fanfare, just two souls standing together once more. The long war behind them. Thomas looked to the adventurer who had stood firm against his fury and said his thanks.
It is done. The Headless Horseman is no more.
Then let us rest, my love. At long last.
My family is whole again, as is my soul. I cannot thank you enough, champions.
Then, with Susanna beside him, he stepped into the quiet beyond, no longer cursed, no longer bound, a father, a husband, finally free to go home. Danath Trollbane was a seasoned mercenary captain in the Stromgarde militia at the start of the Second War. He rose to become General Turalian's tactical advisor during the conflict. He gained renown for his leadership skills during the decisive battle to free Cosmodan, earning him a reputation as one of Stromgarde's most esteemed warriors and a prominent veteran of the war. His exceptional abilities as a general and combatant led to his appointment as overseer of the Orc internment camps in Azeroth, with his headquarters located at Stormwind. He was called upon to reinforce Nethergard Keep when the Horde reopened the Dark Portal. Leading his forces from Stormwind, he headed to Nethergard, but was ambushed by the Death Knights and the new Warsong clan. Realizing that the Horde would win the battle, his men sacrificed themselves so that he could warn Khadgar, the wizard in charge of Nethergard. Despite his desire to stay with his men, he knew he had to fulfill their sacrifice and rode to Nethergard, which was under siege by the Warsong clan, led by Grommash Hellscream. They were eventually relieved by General Turalian, his friend and commander. For the rest of his days, he would carry the guilt of leading and abandoning his boys, as he fondly referred to them as, to be mercilessly slaughtered. When Ner'zhul took the Book of Medivh and other items to Draenor, he joined the Alliance expedition as second-in-command and tactical advisor to General Turalian. After capturing Hellfire Citadel, he led half of the expedition along with Kurdran Wildhammer's Griffin Riders and half of Valyria's Rangers in pursuit of Ner'zhul. During the chase, Kurdran was struck down by Ner'zhul, fueling Danath's rage. He wanted to launch a full attack on Auchindoun, where the Horde had taken refuge, but was advised by Tathrasar to calm down. While waiting, he and Tathrasar encountered the Erakoa Grizzak, who informed them that Kurdran was still alive. They followed Grizzak into the tunnels of Auchindoun, where they met the Draenei priest Nemoran. Convincing Nemoran that they were there to rid the temple of orcs, Danath and his allies fought alongside the Draenei against the orcs. This marked the first time humans, elves, dwarves, and Draenei fought together. After rescuing Kurdran, he faced off against Kilrog Deadeye, a renowned orc chieftain who stood in their way to Ner'zhul. After a fierce but honorable duel, he emerged victorious. But Ner'zhul had already escaped. He then joined Turalian in the siege of the Black Temple, where Ner'zhul was opening new portals. As Draenor began to tear apart, he and his comrades defended Khadgar while he closed the dark portal to Azeroth. They then disappeared into one of the rifts created by Ner'zhul to escape the dying world. Danath Trollbane's legacy lives on, as he and the other leaders from the expeditionary force have been immortalized in stone in the Valley of Heroes in Stormwind. In the Burning Crusade, we discover that Danath Trollbane and his men survived the cataclysm that shattered Draenor into Outland, taking refuge at Honorhold, a bastion founded long before the Dark Portal was first sealed. Isolated for years, the fortress withstood assaults from the Burning Legion and Magtheridon's Fell Orcs until Lord Khazak's return reopened the portal. On Azeroth, Danath and his comrades were long mourned as fallen heroes, until, years after the portal's sealing, the truth of their survival finally came to light. With General Turalian missing, Danath stepped into command of the Sons of Lothar, rallying the Alliance survivors at Honorhold and coordinating much-needed reinforcements and supplies from Stormwind and Nethergard. Through these new arrivals, Danath learned of Stromgarde's fate, destroyed during the Third War, and now dreams of one day returning to rebuild his homeland. Of the 5 expedition leaders, he alone remains at Honorhold. Khadgar has made his home in Shattrath, while Kurdran Wildhammer and his Griffin Riders anchor themselves in Shadowmoon Valley. Alaria's trail has grown cold, and Turalian has not been heard from in over a decade. Even Eretor, the youthful son of Turalian and Alaria, arrived seeking news of his parents, only to be reminded that his parents' disappearance is still unsolved, and they haven't been seen for many years. Now in Cataclysm you don't actually see Danath anywhere, but you do get a hint of his return. His return was teased when players would talk to Scuerto, in which he would say, "I'm sick of sitting in this hole. I hope whatever pencil pusher is holding up Danath's return gets a punch in the jimmies." But he doesn't return until Legion. Danath made a triumphant return during the third invasion of the Burning Legion, taking on the role of the quest starter for the warrior artifacts. While on a reconnaissance flight above the broken shore with an Alliance warrior, he was unfortunately struck down by Legion siege weapons and disappeared after his griffin fell towards the sea. However, he assured the player that he would find an alternative way back. Later on, Danath can be found at A Hero's Welcome, where he reflects on his close encounters with demons and vows that they will not get a third chance to take him down. If the player is a hero, he expresses his relief at their survival and states that he never doubted them. He also mentions that he will soon return to the front lines. When it's revealed that Alaria and Turalian are still alive, Khadgar reunites with them on Argus, the homeworld of the Burning Legion. During their reunion, Khadgar informs them that both Kurdran and Danath are alive as well, although he admits that he doesn't get to see them as often as he would like. The three of them make plans for a reunion feast once the fighting is over, a celebration of the Sons of Lothar's resilience and victory. After years of living in exile, the people of Stromgarde finally marched home under the banner of Danath Trollbane, who reclaimed his birthright atop the ramparts of a newly restored Stromgarde keep. Donning a gleaming crown that marked him as sovereign, Danath surveyed the rolling Arathia Highlands as his domain, every hill and valley a testament to his family's legacy. At his side stood stalwart allies, General Turalian, the indomitable Muradin Bronzebeard, and the finest warriors drawn from the League of Erethdor, ready to defend their reclaimed kingdom against the encroaching horde. When the Fourth War swept across Azeroth's borders, the Battle of Stromgarde raged fiercely through the misty highland passes. Danath led his elite veterans of Stromgarde in tight formation, their blades singing a Spartan chorus against the enemy tide. He took particular satisfaction in showcasing the ancient fortifications, towering walls, hidden arrow slits, and reinforced gatehouses that he had personally overseen building. Yet his stern visage hardened whenever Eitrig's orcish warbands appeared on the horizon. Danath openly denounced them as intruders unworthy of setting foot in the rightful home of the Trollbanes. In the battle's furious crescendo, alliance steel and strategy proved decisive. When the last horde banner fell, peace blossomed across Arathi once more, and Danath Trollbane stood triumphant as the living heart of a kingdom reborn. In the years after the Fourth War, King Danath Trollbane found his duties pulling him south to Stormwind's glittering spires. To safeguard Stromgarde in his absence, he named his niece, Regent Merrin, as his proxy, and she moved swiftly to summon the 7th Legion for protection against marauding beasts, while training fresh soldiers to bolster the alliance. Yet behind her public face of stewardship, Merrin harbored loftier ambitions. She schemed to launch a war against the neighboring Mag'har clans at Hammerfall, even enlisting the might of the Kor'kron to intimidate Stromgarde's old rivals and revive the grandeur of the ancient empire of Erethdor. 10 days after Dalaran's ruin, Danath was among the first to heed Jaina Proudmoore Thrall's urgent summon to Boralus. As he stood by Jaina's side in the marbled halls of Proudmoore Keep, Danath forged a firm friendship with the sorceress even as alliance and horde leaders debated which forces to send to Khadgar. He argued passionately for keeping both the 7th Legion and the Kor'kron intact, then led to Merrin's defense when Agrelon accused her of stoking Highland hostilities. Though Danath soon returned to Stormwind, Jaina and Thrall pressed on to Arathi to see the situation for themselves. Upon entering Stromgarde Keep, Jaina sensed an undercurrent of unease and was stonewalled by Merrin's refusal to aid the alliance. Rather than storm the fortress, Jaina sent a raven to Danath, carefully phrasing her plea so as not to ignite a power struggle. Spurred by Jaina's warning, Danath raced back to the Highlands just as skirmishes at Goshek Farm were dying down. He imprisoned Merrin, dispatched search parties under Knight Captain Wren to root out her loyalists, and offered humble reparations to Gaiara and the Mag'har, only to have them declined in favor of healing the wounds between their peoples. Even Eitrig's good-natured jibe recalling his clash with Danath in the Fourth War couldn't dampen Danath's resolve. With both Kor'kron and 7th Legion united under his command, the Alliance now possessed the strike force Jaina and Thrall had sought, leaving Danath to trust that his men would extinguish the last members of Merrin's rebellion and secure peace for Stromgarde once more. King Danath Trollbane rode into Khadgar's golden dunes flanked by his oldest brothers-in-arms, General Turallion on one side, and Kurgan Wildhammer on the other. At the head of Stromgarde's fresh contingents, armored veterans who had answered the call, he and his steadfast lieutenant officer Herrick wove through the tranquil strand's disciplined ranks as the surf thundered beyond the steel. Every footstep echoed Danath's promise: these shores would not fall. When the dust settled, Danath exchanged battlefield command for diplomatic stewardship. Together with Kurgan and Herrick, he established the Alliance Embassy. Its high stone archways soon overflowed with ambassadors forging new allies. There he stood witness as the Earthen cast aside their ancient edicts and pledged their might against the Harbinger's legions from Ashkahet. Yet peace's lull was brief. When the Nerubian horde swarmed Hollowfall's walls, Danath was first to answer the call. Torchlight flickered across his blade as he faced the dread champion Anu-Bata. Each clash of steel against the beast a defiant anthem that drove the Spider Lord back into the shadows. Yet even a hero must sometimes rest. Under the soft glow of lanterns strung across Stormwind's winter market, Danath shared a quiet moment with his fellow sons of Lothar in a secret place outside of Xal'atath's reach. As mugs of spiced cider passed between old friends, he revealed how he and Eitrig had worked hard to soothe the still smoldering tensions on the Arathi Highlands after Regent Merrin's betrayal. In laughter and shared remembrance, the warriors found brief reprieve, knowing that for all the war yet to come, their bond remained unbroken. The scorched and jagged lands of Azeroth's burning steppes surround the troops as they make their way up a hill, hoping to get to help their brothers-in-arms in time to not lose the war. Towering cliffs loom on either side, casting long shadows over the gathered forces of Alexandros Mograine. The air is thick with the scent of ash and battle, the distant clash of steel ringing faintly over the hills. Suddenly, a breathless soldier crests the ridge, his armor scorched and battered. He delivers grim news. Warchief Doomhammer's horde has overrun the Alliance's forward positions, and even now Commander Lothar and Lord Uther are locked in desperate combat. Alexandros Mograine rises, his face set in grim determination. With a voice that cuts through the clamor like a blade, he roars, "Ready yourselves, men. If it is blood these green-skinned heathens crave, then blood they shall have. Come, you knights, raise your hammers, bear your steel. We fight to the end, we die if we must. For Lordaeron, for the king." With a rallying cry that surges through the ranks like wildfire, Mograine draws his weapon and charges over the hill, his forces thundering behind him. The ground shakes beneath their boots as they storm into the heart of battle, a defiant line of shining armor and unwavering resolve, determined to carve their stand into the books of history. The battlefield erupts in a maelstrom of violence. Orcs snarl and swing jagged axes. Ogres lumber forward with brutal clubs, and Alliance soldiers fight tooth and nail in a desperate last stand. Every clash of steel, every cry of the wounded echoes the truth. If they fall here, the war is lost, and the orcs will seize the human kingdoms. Amidst the chaos, a frantic messenger rides through to Alexandros, breathless with urgency. "High Lord, Horde forces are circling to the west. We'll be outflanked if we don't act now." Without a moment's hesitation, Alexandros tightens his grip on his weapon. "Rally what men we can spare. We hold the western flank at all costs." Leading a contingent of soldiers, he spurs his horse toward the embattled flank, the thunder of hooves pounding beside him. Just as they near the collapsing line, a towering ogre lunges from the fray, its massive club swinging downward in a bone-crushing arc. Alexandros barely ducks in time, the wind of the strike roaring past him as he wheels around, eyes burning with unshakable resolve. Suddenly, without warning, another ogre barrels toward him, its club raised high, ready to bring it down in a deadly arc. But before the beast can finish its attack, it stiffens and lets out a guttural gasp, collapsing forward with a thunderous crash. From behind the fallen brute, Tyrion Fordring steps into view, his sword buried deep in the ogre's neck, thrown with expert precision. "You grow careless in your old age, Alexandros," Tyrion calls out with a roguish grin. "I won't always be around to watch your back." Alexandros lets out a hearty laugh, flashing a grin over his shoulder. "I would have felled the brute soon enough, Brother Tyrion. You've gone and ruined my sport." With a warm chuckle, Tyrion responds, "You're welcome," as Alexandros gallops away, his focus shifting once more to the fray ahead, the unyielding front where the fate of nations would soon be decided. As Alexandros arrives at the western flank, he is wide-eyed as he sees a warlock in front of him clad in a dark robe, channeling fell magic. With a sinister sweep, the warlock unleashes a blast that reduces a cluster of Alliance soldiers to ash, their screams snuffed out in a blinding flash. Alexandros jerks the reins, bringing his horse to a sharp halt. Without wasting a heartbeat, he turns to the soldiers atop the hill. "Ballistas, target the warlock. Do not engage directly," he commands, his voice sharp and resolute. The soldiers scramble to obey, releasing heavy bolts that streak through the air and strike true. With a violent impact, the warlock is crushed beneath the assault, the force of the hit sending his dark artifact, the strange orb he clutched, clattering to the ground, rolling to a stop just before Alexandros. He dismounts cautiously, eyes fixed on the pulsing relic. "Never before have I beheld an artifact of such power," he murmurs half to himself. "If only it could be commanded by the light. What army could stand against it? Surely in the right hands." Without hesitation, Alexandros reaches out, his fingers brushing the orb's surface. In an instant, searing energy courses through him, and he jerks back with a cry of pain. His hand, once strong and steady, is now blackened and charred, reduced to a useless, ruined appendage. Gritting his teeth, he summons the healing light, but the divine magic flickers and fades, unable to mend the damage. A dwarf priest hurries to his side, laying glowing hands upon the wound, only to shake his head grimly. "This is no mere battle scar, High Lord. It's an instrument of evil. Best leave it be." Alexandros gazes down at his ruined hand, his jaw tight, eyes burning with a mixture of anger and unshakable resolve. "No," he murmurs under his breath. "We will not leave it be." Years after the Second War came to a close, a fragile peace settled across the lands. But on a world shaped by war, peace is never more than a fleeting visitor, During those quiet years, Alexandros kept the mysterious dark orb locked away in an iron-bound chest within his home. Yet curiosity knows no barriers, and one fateful day he found his two sons, Darian and Renault, daring each other to touch the very object he had so fiercely hidden. As Alexandros stepped into the room, his voice thundered before either boy could lay a hand on it. Darian blurted out, "It was Renault's fault," to which Renault sneered, calling his younger brother a little cockroach. Alexandros raised a hand, his tone sharp and cutting through their squabbling. "Enough. I'm disappointed in you most of all, Renault. The orb of all things? Haven't I always told you to protect Darian, to look out for him?" His eyes softened for a moment, but his command remained firm. "Both of you, to your rooms, now." The boys skulked away, leaving Alexandros alone in the dimly lit room. With a heavy sigh, he locked the iron chest once more, securing the dangerous artifact within. Then he stepped outside to the small gravestone nestled before the house, the final resting place of his beloved wife, Elena. Kneeling there, Alexandros spoke softly, his voice tinged with exhaustion and longing. "Oh, how they test me sometimes, my love. But you would be proud of them, and shocked at how much they've grown. Renault, in so many ways, reminds me of myself. Brash, headstrong, aggressive. And Darian, he's so much like you. He has your quiet strength. I see it in him even now." His voice faltered slightly as he reached out to trace the engraved name. "I wish you could have known him. I miss you, Elena. More with every passing day. I miss your unshakable faith. I miss the light that danced in your eyes. I pray with all my heart that you found eternal peace." A voice gently pulled Alexandros from his thoughts. "Am I interrupting, old friend?" came the familiar tone of Fairbanks. Without turning from the gravestone, Alexandros let a small, knowing smile touch his face. "Just tending the garden, Fairbanks. How does the day find you?" Fairbanks gave a wry chuckle. Sore. The human frame was not meant to straddle a giant beast for extended periods of time. Alexandros smirked, still gazing at Elena's name. Yes. I've heard the 2-mile journey from Capital City can be quite a grueling one. What news?" The humor faded from Fairbanks' voice. "Grim developments in the northern provinces. Sickness, disease, death. Some unnatural plague. Those who perish rise again, twisted and unholy, bringing ruin upon the living." He exhaled slowly. "They are calling it the Scourge. Lord Uther himself is aiding Prince Arthas and Lady Jaina Proudmoore to quell the threat. But so far they've had no success. As your advisor, Alexandros, I recommend we prepare to intercede if necessary." Alexandros rose to his feet, his expression now hardened with resolve. "Yes, Fairbanks. There's a discussion I've been meaning to have for some time." A few days later, at a quiet inn in South Shore, 5 men gathered in the warm glow of the firelight. The faint scent of sea air drifted through the timber beams as the flames from the hearth danced across the walls, casting flickering shadows. At the head of a long rectangular table sat Alexandros Mograine, his presence commanding even in this private setting. High General Abendis sat to his left, with Fairbanks beside him. Across from them sat Asilian, his short red spiked hair catching the light, and Doan, his bald head gleaming beneath the torchlight, his thick red beard connecting seamlessly into his sideburns. The mood in the room was tense, each man weighed down by the grim reports from the north. It was Fairbanks who broke the silence, his voice low but steady. "Recent reports paint a gruesome portrait. The ranks of the Scourge continue to grow, adding to their numbers with each and every kill." Abendis responded, dismissing the concern. Fairbanks, in his view, had always been an alarmist. But before the conversation could spiral further, Alexandros spoke firmly, cutting through the tension. He reminded them that this was no time for dismissiveness. The Scourge was a threat too great to ignore, and it was the duty of the Knights of the Silver Hand to do everything in their power to eradicate it. That, he declared, was why he had summoned them here. Doan leaned forward, narrowing his eyes slightly. His voice carried a note of skepticism. "And you would have us believe this artifact of yours presents a solution? I must confess my astonishment that you've kept it all this time, Alexandros, especially considering what it did to you." All eyes turned to Mograine as he calmly met their gazes. "The artifact is indeed a relic beyond my understanding, Brother Doan. It is a living embodiment of shadow, of void. But I have always believed, that the possibility exists to forge it into a weapon of righteousness. After all, can good exist without evil? Can there be light without dark? They are two sides of the same coin, gentlemen. The weight of Alexandros' words hung in the air, as each man contemplated the dangerous yet undeniable logic behind his conviction. Asilian scoffed at Alexandros' idea, calling it nonsense as he raised his hands and unleashed a crackling lightning spell at the orb, confident he could destroy it easily. To his shock, the orb absorbed the spell effortlessly, shimmering without so much as a scratch. Unseen above in the rafters, Darian and Renault watched wide-eyed, their presence unnoticed by their father and the gathered men below. "I maintain that the orb may be used for good," Alexandros said with quiet confidence. Doan nodded thoughtfully. "It has begun to glow. Perhaps there is something to this after all, Alexandros. And at the very least, it is worth further exploration." The men decided to test a theory, and each man raised a hand toward the orb, concentrating their energy. Before their astonished eyes, the blackened surface of the orb shifted, its color transforming, glowing not with shadow, but with the radiant light of the holy light itself. A surge of warmth filled Alexandros' chest, and with a gasp, he felt something he hadn't in years. His long mangled hand, the one no healer could mend, was whole once more. "So it will be. From this blessed crystal we will forge a weapon to cast down the undead," Alexandros proclaimed, his voice firm with renewed purpose. A voice sounded from behind them, smooth and authoritative. "You may just need such a weapon." The men turned sharply to see Saidan Dothrahan, the leader of their order, stepping into the room. His face was grave. "The situation grows worse by the hour. Prince Arthas has taken the drastic step of attempting to contain the plague within Stratholme by purging the city. Men, women, and children, all slaughtered. When Uther tried to stop him, Arthas accused him of treason and suspended the service of the paladins." The men around the table erupted in outrage, voices overlapping, demanding they speak to the prince. But Dothrahan raised a hand. "It's too late. Even as we speak, Arthas sails for Northrend. Officially, we are to do nothing and wait while Uther seeks counsel with King Tyrannus. But unofficially, we will explore every option available to wipe out the Scourge entirely." Before they adjourned, Dothrahan turned to Alexandros. "Tell me, Alexandros, who do you know that is capable of forging this orb into a weapon we can wield?" Alexandros knew of a dwarf weaponsmith who could forge such a weapon, and as they made their way through Cosmodon, Fairbanks sighed, asking if they might take a rest. But Mograine chuckled, shaking his head, replying that Fairbanks' frequent resting, coupled with the harsh winter, had already added several days to an already lengthy journey. "If we take much longer, the plague will circle the known kingdoms twice before we return," he said with a grin. Fairbanks hesitated, then added, "If I may be so bold, General Abendis showed apprehension regarding our quest. He voiced particular concern over your trusting of the dwarves." "I have noted a growing faction within our order, Fairbanks, one led largely by Abendis himself. A faction intolerant of what they deem to be the lesser races. It disturbs me, old friend. It is not befitting a paladin to treat others unjustly based on their heritage. I can assure you our dwarven friends have no nefarious intentions. They care little for the affairs of man. They would much rather explore their own history. And when it comes to masonry and engineering, none are better at delving into the bowels of the earth and sharpening it to their purpose." As he finished speaking, Alexandros and Fairbanks crested the hill they had been climbing, and there, carved into the mountain, stood Ironforge, its massive gates rising proudly from the stone, hinting at the vast underground city within. Finally reaching the gates after more hours of travel, Alexandros approached the dwarf guard and spoke firmly. "Please inform the good King Magni that Alexandros Mograine and his trusted advisors seek an audience." The guard gave a respectful nod, though his face carried a note of warning. "Aye. The king has just returned, but tread lightly, Master Mograine. His mood is sullen." Later that day, Alexandros and Fairbanks were led through the carved stone halls of Ironforge, torches flickering against the ancient walls as they were ushered into the throne room to meet with King Magni Bronzebeard. The dwarf king, his brow furrowed and his shoulders heavy with grief, looked up as they approached. "Have you heard any news from Lordaeron?" Magni asked, his voice deep and edged with tension. Alexandros inclined his head respectfully. "Before leaving, we were told that Prince Arthas had been recalled from Northrend by his father, King Tyrannus. But beyond that, the only thing we know is that the Scourge remain unchecked, rampaging across the land. My brothers have finally agreed to use the orb as a weapon against those monsters." Magni's fist clenched slightly as he stood in front of them. "My own brother Muradin was in Northrend on an expedition. He knew Arthas, they were old friends, And thanks to Arthas, Muradin is now dead. Alexandros and Fairbanks lowered their heads in shared sorrow. You have our deepest condolences, King Magni, Alexandros offered softly. But Magni shook his head sharply, his grief simmering in hard resolve. Condolences won't bring back my brother, but crafting a blade with the sole purpose of killing these undead bastards, while it won't bring him back, it will ease the pain. Feels a bit like spitting in Arthas' eye. He straightened in his seat, his eyes glinting with determination. It'll take time to forge, but I'll get it done, and it'll be like no weapon you've ever seen before, and likely, there'll never be one like it again. Some believe that Master Dwarven blacksmiths possess the uncanny ability to impart emotions into the blades they shape. Magni never put much stock in such claims, but now, as he stood alone at the great forge, the orb glowing faintly in his hands, the king found himself thinking of his brother, of Muradin, the sibling he would never see again. Magni gripped his hammer and with a deep breath, summoning every ounce of his rage, his fury, his thirst for vengeance, he called upon those emotions, willed them into the metal before him. With a mighty roar, a war cry that echoed through the vast expanse of the forge, Magni brought his hammer down again and again, sparks flying in a fiery dance as steel met steel. He hammered with all the strength in his heart, every strike a promise of retribution, until at last the blade was done. Alexandros and Fairbanks looked over, hearing Magni say the blade was done. He stood holding the completed weapon, its surface gleaming with a light that seemed to pulse with life. A griffin rider came, Magni rumbled quietly. He brought word. King Tyrannus is dead, killed by Arthas' own hand. His voice softened only briefly. You have my condolences, though I know they won't bring back your king. But perhaps this blade, perhaps it will administer some justice, return some semblance of order to the turmoil that grips your kingdom. Tyrannus was a good man, and the dwarves of Ironforge will mourn his passing. With solemn reverence, King Magni handed a magnificent sword to Alexandros. The two men stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling from the devastating news. Shock and confusion filled their faces, but it was King Magni's steady voice that pulled them back to the moment. If I were you lads, I'd see to me home and family, the war will keep. Magni advised, his tone both firm and understanding. Alexandros snapped to attention, the weight of those words striking him like a hammer blow. Family, yes, yes, we must make haste. Thank you, good king. You may rest assured I will make good use of this. I will honor Muradin's memory. Without wasting another second, Alexandros and Fairbanks mounted their steeds and sped off toward home. They rode with all the urgency they could muster, the cold wind biting at their faces and the winter road stretching endlessly ahead. Yet no matter how fast they galloped, Alexandros felt it was too slow, agonizingly slow. His mind raced with every hoofbeat, his heart pounding with a growing dread. If anything had happened to his boys, no power in this world or beyond could contain his fury. Several days later, under the pale glow of moonlight, they finally arrived. The familiar silhouette of Alexandros' home came into view, shadowed against the dark night. As they drew closer, a knot of dread twisted in Alexandros' chest. Urging his horse forward, he leapt from the saddle before the steed had even stopped, rushing up to the steps and throwing the door wide open. Darian, Renault, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the darkened house. Silence answered him. Frantic, Alexandros tore through the rooms, searching, calling, pleading. Then his eyes caught something, the glint of metal in the faint lamplight. A knife was stabbed into the wood, and carved into the surface in rough, jagged letters was a single word, Hearthglen. Alexandros felt his breath catch. He knew exactly where he needed to go. Without a second thought, he turned on his heel, ready to storm back out into the night. Before he could reach the door, Fairbanks called out, his voice urgent. Gripping the newly forged blade in his armored hand, Alexandros felt its weight, not just the steel, but the raw purpose forged into every inch of it. The weapon pulsed with power. Without a word, he stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Fairbanks' shoulder and moving him out of the way. Step aside, Fairbanks. I will handle this. In the next breath, the battlefield erupted. The scourge closed in, grotesque forms snarling and clawing their way toward him. But Alexandros moved like a force of nature. With a single devastating swing, he cut through the oncoming undead, the blade slicing through rotted flesh and brittle bone as if they were nothing. The light-infused weapon blazed with righteous fury, and everywhere it struck, the undead were reduced to smoldering ash. What had been a deadly assault was over in moments, the battlefield left eerily silent, save for the faint crackle of the still settling dust. Breathing deeply, Alexandros turned, eyes alight with a fierce, almost reverent fire. He looked to Fairbanks and spoke, his voice ringing with conviction. "This blade, Fairbanks, it feels as much a part of me as the blood that runs through my veins. It is purely, truly an instrument of destruction, a beautifully lethal creation that leaves nothing but charred bone in its wake." His grip tightened, a sharp grin flickering across his battle-worn face. "I will call it the Ashbringer." Making his way to Hearthglen with haste, Alexandros cut through the chilled air, Fairbanks following closely behind, both fueled by the hope that Darian and Renault were safe and sound. At Hearthglen, the soldiers were gathered, tense and restless, speaking in hushed tones about how they could possibly stop the plague. Abendis and his daughter Bridget stood among them alongside Seyden Dothrahan, Asilian, Doan, and a handful of other soldiers. "We need to hunt down and kill Arthas," Bridget said, her voice sharp and determined. But Seyden calmly responded, "The plague will continue to spread whether Arthas is alive or not. The northern provinces have now become the plague lands. The cities overrun by the scourge are being used by the undead to propagate this epidemic. Stratholme and Anderhall are among the worst. We should focus our attentions there." While Bridget strongly believed that they needed to kill Arthas due to his actions, the rest of the group believed there were more immediate threats to deal with, ones closer to home than Arthas himself. Doan nodded and added, "We must focus on containing this plague." Just then there were footsteps behind them, and Alexandros' voice chimed in saying, "Then let's stop talking about it and set to it." Darian ran forward and threw himself into his father's arms, hugging him tightly. Alexandros smiled warmly and said, "I got your message, boys. Well done. You don't know how relieved I am to see the two of you safe." Renault, a grin spreading across his face at his father's return, added, "Talon Fordring offered us his lands for their sanctuary." Looking to Talon, Alexandros said, "I served in the Second War with your father, Talon. No matter how things may have turned out, the Tyrion I knew was a good man. Now, where are the rest of the knights? Surely this is not all that's left of the Order of the Silver Hand." Being informed that this was all that remained of their once proud order, Alexandros listened grimly as the knights delivered more somber news. Uther too had fallen, cut down by Arthas himself. Disease and death had claimed the northern lands, with no sign of slowing or mercy. But Alexandros, with determination in his voice, lifted his gaze and spoke with ironclad confidence. The weapon he now bore was unlike any before it, and it was time, he declared, to start taking back what they had lost. The surviving Knights of the Silver Hand rallied to his call. Together they set out to stem the tide of plague and scourge that had overrun their lands. Battle after battle, they carved a path through the corrupted countryside. Like a raging inferno, they rode with fury and purpose, cutting down undead horrors wherever they were found. At the heart of that blazing charge was Alexandros. His name soon whispered across the kingdoms with awe and reverence. He became known not just as a warrior, but as something more, the Ashbringer. His deeds became legend, and soon, the legend became the man. Now they approached the ruined gates of Stratholme, their greatest challenge yet. They were as prepared as they could be, mounted atop their war horses, eyes set on the once great city now overrun by the scourge. But as they neared the gates, Abendis felt it, a wrongness in the air. The fires that had ravaged Stratholme still burned fiercely, but they were not natural flames. There was something else here, something dark and malevolent keeping the fires alive. Something waiting in the heart of the ruin. Abendis is right, Darian. This could be unlike anything we have yet faced. I would not think less of you for turning away, Alexandros said, his voice low but steady as he looked ahead, ensuring nothing was going to surprise him. Darian, however, stood firm, his young face resolute. I can sit idle no longer, he replied, determination shining in his eyes. Alexandros gave a small, proud nod before turning to his eldest. So be it. Renault, you are to watch your brother at all times. Protect him. Am I understood? Yes, father, Renault answered, his voice carrying the weight of the responsibility he now bore. As the group pressed deeper into the heart of the burning city, an unnatural stillness surrounded them. The fires blazed fiercely, yet the houses showed no sign of crumbling further. The flames licked the wood eternally, their smoke thick and choking, casting the streets into a perpetual haze. Now and then the sharp crack of burning timber echoed through the silence, surprisingly loud, like sudden gunfire shattering the eerie quiet. Every creak, every snap set their nerves further on edge. It was Talon who finally broke the tense silence. Why do I suddenly feel like a rat in a maze? He muttered uneasily. Hush, Talon. Be ready for anything, one of the soldiers snapped back, eyes darting nervously across the flickering shadows. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp clatter came from behind a nearby gate. A realization hit them all at once. They were rats in a maze, and the trap had just been sprung. From the shadows, the Scourge attacked, charging fast and relentless, their grotesque forms pouring into the narrow streets as more clawed and shrieked their way closer, closing in on the knights with terrifying speed. With the Scourge charging like a tidal wave of death, Alexandros opened his mouth to shout commands, trying to rally his men into formation. But before he could finish his sentence, a nearby building groaned under the weight of the spreading fire and collapsed, its heavy beams crashing down and splitting Alexandros and Satan from the rest of the group. Debris rained down, choking the air with dust and flame. Satan reacted swiftly, his horse rearing back as he pulled away from the collapsing structure. Alexandros twisted sharply away from the collapse, and before he was able to join Satan, his eyes darted to the wave of Scourge closing in on him. Satan's gaze flicked back, seeing Alexandros squaring himself against the undead, and in that crucial moment, he failed to notice the second horde rushing directly toward him. Before Satan could react, they were upon him. Clawed hands ripped him from the saddle, dragging him to the ground. Kicking and slashing, Satan fought with everything he had, desperately searching for an escape, using his mace to knock back or attempt to kill what undead he could. Spotting a narrow doorway nearby, he surged forward, shoving past the snarling ghouls and forcing himself into the building. With a grunt, he slammed the door shut behind him, his chest heaving as he caught his breath, while the undead pounded on the door trying to break in. For a moment, there was a sense that he could recuperate. But as Satan's eyes adjusted to the dim interior, a cold realization crept over him. The real danger was already inside. Looking behind him, Satan barely managed to whisper a single panicked word before a cold hand clamped over his mouth. His eyes widened in terror as a shadowy figure said a single word to make Satan lose consciousness. "Sleep," it murmured, and before Satan could struggle, darkness overtook him, his body crumbling as he was forced into a deep, unnatural slumber. Meanwhile, the battle outside raged on. The knights fought desperately to stay alive amid the burning ruins and swarming undead. Brigida Bendis barked sharp orders over the clash of steel and the shrieks of the Scourge. "Clear a path through the rubble," she commanded, her voice fierce. "We need to find another way out, quickly!" Suddenly, a voice rang out in warning, a desperate shout directed at Darian, but the cry came too late. An undead mage unleashed a surge of crackling energy, striking Darian squarely and sending him crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. Renault's eyes flashed with fury as he leapt to his brother's defense. With a fierce swing of his mace, he smashed into the twisted mage, felling the creature for the moment and standing protectively over Darian's fallen form, his breath ragged, his heart pounding as the battle threatened to swallow them all. Back with Satan as he slowly stirred back to consciousness, his vision swimming as he blinked against the dim light. As the haze cleared, his eyes widened in shock. Seated before him on a massive stone chair was a towering figure, clad in ornate gold and black armor streaked with green. Horns curled from its head, blue skin glinting under the torchlight, and vast, leathery wings stretched out behind it, casting eerie shadows across the room. You are Legion," Satan rasped, pushing himself up slightly from the ground but not yet to his feet, still dazed and trying to steady his breath. He was waiting for the right moment to grab his hammer, but was ready the instant he needed it. The creature let out a low, dark chuckle. "My kind are called Nathrazim, dreadlords in your tongue, but perhaps Tal-Katoon would be more fitting. It means unseen guest in our language. Fitting, because I have existed here between the worlds of the living and the dead, awaiting a moment such as this, under the very noses of the Scourge, without their slightest suspicion." Satan's jaw tightened as he slowly pushed himself fully to his feet, his hand closing firmly around the hilt of his hammer, feeling its familiar weight ground him. Satan didn't want to hear another word. With a defiant roar, he surged forward, seizing the hammer in both hands. "Make your peace now, demon," he bellowed as he hurled himself at the dreadlord, intent on delivering a killing blow. With a surge of righteous fury, Satan lunged, aiming to end the Nathrazim in a single decisive strike. His hammer crashed down with bone-shaking force, splintering a massive hole in the stone chair where the dreadlord had been seated. But the creature was swift, unnaturally swift. In the blink of an eye, it had darted behind Satan, its clawed hand seizing the paladin's head in a vice-like grip.
Know that I am Balnazar, the Dreadlord murmured, his voice a dark whisper that curled through the air like smoke. Know as I drink your life, that I will take up residence in this weak shell your soul once called home. Know that I will corrupt and destroy everything and everyone you have ever loved. Satan let out a blood-curdling scream of agony, his body convulsing as the Dreadlord's power tore through him. But no one could hear his cries. No one was close enough to help. His pain echoed unheard in the shadows. Back with the knights, the struggle continued. General Abendis led the charge, carrying Darian on his back as the group finally forced a path through the rubble. With the way cleared, they rushed forward, desperate to escape the nightmare closing in around them, each step a prayer for survival in the chaos they had been thrust into. Alexandros charged forward, shattering through a weakened wood wall that blocked his path. Splinters rained down around him as he stumbled into an open space. His eyes darting to the right, there, just beyond the smoke and chaos, stood a gate leading out of the city. But his heart sank. It was barred, sturdy, and time was running out. The guttural roars of the scourge echoed behind them, drawing closer with every heartbeat. Suddenly, a voice called out behind him. Alexandros felt a hand on his shoulder as his eyes beheld a surprise. Satan stood there, or so it seemed, his familiar form emerging from the haze. Before Alexandros could question anything, Abendis rushed up, Darian slung across his back. Alexandros' eyes widened, his breath catching. He wanted to ask, to demand about his son's condition, but there was no time. They had to move. With a sudden brutal cry, Satan raised his mighty hammer and smashed it against the barred gate. After a few swings, the wood and iron groaned, splintered, and then exploded outward under the sheer force. The path beyond flung open. Without hesitation, Alexandros rallied the group, ushering them through the shattered gate. Together, they fled into the dense woods. The trees swallowed them from sight as they escaped into the night. Away at last, from the relentless claws of their undead pursuers. Only once the darkness enveloped them did they dare stop, sinking to the ground to catch their breath, safe, at least for now. The group set up camp that night, their weary bodies gathering around a flickering campfire, with tents pitched in a rough circle for what little protection they could muster. Alexandros knelt beside Darian, lying pale and unconscious on a bedroll. The boy's face was still, his breath faint. Asilian spoke quietly from the opposite side of the tent, his voice carrying gently across the space. I fear that the sorcery runs deep, brother. Deeper than our abilities to heal it. Only his faith can carry him through now. Alexandros clenched his fists, rage bubbling up inside him. Without another word, he stormed out of the tent, his heart pounding in his chest. His eyes fell on Renault, and in a flash of anger, he came up from behind his eldest, his right hand balling up the fabric of Renault's shirt at the chest. How did you let this happen? He demanded, his voice shaking with fury and pain. Bridget Abendis rushed forward, her voice firm yet trying to soothe. It's a miracle any of us walked away, Alexandros. Before the situation could erupt further, Satan intervened, stepping in to pull Renault gently away. A miracle indeed. Come, Renault, let your father calm down. Satan's steady hand on the boy's shoulder guided him away, giving Alexandros the space to gather himself. Eventually, Alexandros lowered himself onto the log beside the campfire, his shoulders heavy with exhaustion. Across from him sat Talon, watching him quietly through the dancing firelight. Renault was in danger too, you know, Talon offered softly. Alexandros turned his weary gaze toward him. You think I show favoritism? Talon raised his hand, slightly shaking his head. I didn't mean any disrespect. Alexandros let out a slow breath, a faint, bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'll favor you with a story, Talon. The night Darian was born, he was born still. He made no movement. He made no sound. In a panic, I rushed out to the stream near our home. I plunged Darian into the icy waters, and to my astonishment, to my delight, he began flailing. And then he cried out, the most exquisite sound I have ever heard. I ran back into the house to tell Elena that our son had survived, only to find that she had not. His voice grew softer. When I look into Darian's eyes, I see my wife. Losing him would be like losing her all over again. And that is a thought I cannot bear. As long as Darian lives, a part of Elena lives as well. Perhaps it is unfair of me, but that is how I feel. The campfire cracked quietly as the words hung between them, heavy and raw. Slowly, one by one, the group settled into their tents, making sure to rest for the...
making sure to rest for the day to come. Day broke gently over the camp, the first rays of sunlight spilling across the tents. Darian stumbled out, shielding his eyes as the blinding light met his still aching body. He blinked rapidly, trying to adjust, when suddenly Alexandros was upon him, crossing the distance in a heartbeat, wrapping his arms tightly around his son in a fierce embrace. "It's over now. You're safe. I love you, son. With all that I am, all I was, all I ever will be," Alexandros whispered, his voice trembling with raw relief and emotion. A short distance away, Renault watched the reunion in silence. His jaw tightened slightly, his eyes narrowing as a storm of jealousy began to brew quietly within him. A few days later, back in Hearthglen, the knights gathered in a tense meeting, their expressions grim as they weighed their dwindling options. Among them stood a large, broad-shouldered man with brown hair, an eye patch over his right eye, and thick sideburns that framed his mustache, named Maxwell Tyrosus. He rose to his feet and declared, "I tell you, our numbers are too few. We must look to recruiting among the night elves, dwarves, and gnomes if we are to retake our fallen cities." But his words immediately sparked a chorus of disagreements, voices rising in protest around the table. Renault, however, leaned forward, his voice cutting through the noise. "What right do we have to judge the other races?" Another knight, his eyes hard and unyielding, answered sharply, "It is our light-given right to do so." Alexandros spoke up, his voice calm but commanding, cutting through the rising tensions. "If the other races wish to offer help, then we should accept it. But for now, we will make do with what we have." His words settled over the gathered knights like a steady hand. High General Abendis spoke up. "We have not considered the city of Tyr's Hand to the northeast. It is a city of churches that has managed to hold out against the scourge, last I heard. Their faithful citizens would make for strong allies." From across the room, Doan added sharply, "We cannot forget the free-willed Forsaken gathering in the ruins of Capital City, led by a fallen ranger named Sylvanas Windrunner." Murmurs rippled through the knights, heads nodding in grim agreement. There was no question, they all believed those undead should be dealt with, sooner rather than later. Rising to his feet, Alexandros brought the meeting to a close with a powerful statement, his eyes sweeping across the room. "We will confer with the good people of Tyr's Hand, we will raise an army, and we will wipe out these free-willed undead. They are not a threat now, but we cannot allow them to become one, not in our own backyard." That night, beneath the pale moonlight, Balnazar, still hidden behind his guise as Satan Dothrahan, sat alone in a shadowed corner of the camp. With deliberate precision, he drew a dagger across his wrist, letting dark, tainted blood drip slowly into a waiting bowl etched with infernal runes. As the bowl filled, he leaned in, his voice a sinister whisper. "Alexandros intends to attack the Forsaken. He is strong-willed, a man of deep faith, incorruptible." From within the bowl, a hollow, echoing voice responded. "What of those closest to him?" Balnazar's lip curled into a sly, wicked smile. The youngest son displays the same conviction as his father. The oldest, however, possesses a darker turn of soul. The voice inside the bowl hummed approvingly. "Good. Win him to our cause. Eliminate the threat Alexandros poses without revealing your hand. Lady Sylvanas thinks to have me under her thumb, and so it must be for now. In time she will learn that Varimathras is no one's pawn." Balnazar inclined his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. "The Legion shall devour all, dear brother, and the final gambit shall commence, with the death of High Lord Alexandros Mograine." The fever came in waves, stealing Renault Mograine's strength and soaking his sheets in sweat. He lay in bed, limbs heavy and burning, while Satan, ever dutiful and calm, sat by his side, pressing a cool cloth to his brow. The man who had taken such a sudden invested interest in Renault's future now tended him with an almost unnatural attentiveness. Of course, Renault didn't know the truth. He didn't know that behind Satan's kindly eyes lurked the calculating gaze of Balnazar. "The fever will break," Satan murmured, lifting a silver chalice to Renault's lips. The water was cool and tinged with a strange metallic taste. "And it will soon be time for you to choose." Satan gently cupped the young man's head, his voice smooth as silk. "It is a necessity. You are a natural leader, Renault. A man like you should be in a position of influence, of power. I've told Alexandros this, and what was the High Lord's reply? That you were a loyal soldier, and that's all. A soldier, Renault. A follower. That's how he sees you." The word struck deeper than any fever. Renault's eyes tightened. He had bled for his father's approval, thrown himself into battle again and again to prove his worth. And still, Alexandros barely saw him. A ghost in his father's world, while Darian basked in love and praise. He makes speeches that change nothing, and he sets off on these fool's quests. Renault muttered, jaw clenched, face slick with sweat. Yes, as he does even now at Capital City. Or should I say, what's left of it. Far to the south, the wind swept across the ruins of Capital City, what had once been the heart of Lordaeron. Alexandros Mograine, accompanied by Tyrosus, Fairbanks, and Brigida Bendis, crouched low in the underbrush, their cloaks rippling in the breeze as they observed the eerie procession below, from the concealment of bushes a distance away from the entrance. Carts creaked and groaned as they were pushed toward the city gates. Two grotesque abominations flanked the entrance, their bulging forms swaying with every step. These liberated undead had been toiling for weeks, but to what end? Bridget asked, eyes narrowing. They are calling themselves the Forsaken, Bridget, Alexandros replied, his voice heavy with caution. And I suspect they intend to take Lordaeron's old capital as their own. Bridget's armored fist clenched. Whatever they call themselves, I say we attack the worm-ridden filth now, before they are fully entrenched. But Alexandros shook his head. Did you learn nothing at Stratholme? These are not mindless drones like the Scourge. No, this new enemy is calculating, organized, disciplined. I agree they must be dealt with, but it will take a superior force to do so. If your father's right about Tyr's hand, we may recruit additional personnel from here. Once we've amassed an army, we will obliterate them, but not before. Frustration colored Bridget's voice. What are we to do until we amass those forces needed? We establish a defensible position nearby, Alexandros said, a forward base. As they pressed north toward the shadowed trees of Tirisfal Glades, the conversation turned to strategy. Moss hung low and the air was thick with the damp scent of decay and rain. The monastery stood not only as a great center of enlightenment, Alexandros said as he led them along an overgrown path, but a secluded, sacred place of worship as well. In my youth, I spent many months walking its cloisters, studying in the libraries and praying in its chapel. We should be upon it at any moment. Just as his words faded into the mist, someone behind him sniffed the air and tilted their head. Does anyone else smell meat cooking? The others paused. The scent was unmistakable, rich, smoky, and strangely inviting. And in a place like this, that was never a good sign. Night draped itself over the ruined landscape as the group finally approached the gates of the Scarlet Monastery. Moonlight spilled across the stones and the haunting smell of roasted meat lingered in the air. I smell food as well, Alexandros said, narrowing his eyes as he studied the darkened structure ahead. Have the men spread out and search the grounds for signs of the Scourge. Tell them to be thorough. The property is sizable. They are to report any discoveries immediately. The monastery loomed before them, shadowed but still stately, its spires stabbing into the night sky. They stepped cautiously inside. The stone floor echoed beneath their boots as archways framed their path forward. At the far end of the hall, firelight flickered, casting dancing silhouettes. It looks as though we're not alone. 'Tis as you say, Fairbanks. Someone has taken up residence here. Perhaps a wayward member of the Order or... Alexandros began to say before one of his men called out to say they found a troll hiding in the passageway. Without hesitation, Bridget suddenly surged forward, putting one hand around the troll's throat and making a fist with the other as she shouted, "You'll pay for defiling sacred grounds, blasphemer!" The troll opened his mouth to explain, but Bridget wasn't listening, her fist clenched, poised to strike. Until Tyrosus caught her wrist mid-swing. He has a right to be heard. "Unhand me, Tyrosus, or risk losing your good eye," Bridget snarled, wrenching her arm free. "Enough, both of you," Alexandros thundered. "The troll will be allowed to speak." Breathing heavily, the troll bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you," he said, voice thick with emotion. He explained that he had wandered into the monastery many months ago seeking shelter. He started reading the books left in the library. He began reading and then praying, Over time, something within him had shifted. I started to pray with all my heart, the troll said, eyes wide, calling out to the light, and the light, it answered me. It opened my eyes, it set me on a new path. Alexandros stepped forward and gently placed a hand on the troll's forehead. A soft glow pulsed between them. The light has indeed blessed him, Alexandros said solemnly. His life will be spared. Bridget scowled. Blessed or not, his kind has no place with us. The troll only bowed once more. Thank you. Thank you, as he quietly watched the group continue their search through the ancient halls of the monastery. Back at Hearthglen, as the pale dawn light broke over the hills, Darian Mograine approached Satan in the chapel. The Lord Commander stood with an air of composed fatigue, his features drawn and pale. Myself and the others are set to depart for Tyr's hand, Lord Commander, Darian said. Satan offered a faint nod. Renault is still not feeling well, and I am also feeling a bit ill myself, so I will stay behind. Darian looked toward the barracks with a furrowed brow. I would like to say goodbye to Renault before we leave. Satan stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Darian's shoulder. Hold, Brother Darian. Renault is sleeping. Moreover, I fear close proximity will only result in your sharing his malady. Looking back at him, Darian gave a respectful nod. Of course, please extend my wishes for a speedy recovery, and to you as well, Lord Commander. Thank you, Satan said, his voice smooth and reassuring. And travel safely. May the light guide you all. With that, Darian departed, his bootsteps fading beyond the doors. Once alone, Satan turned and made his way through Hearthglen's quiet corridors to Renault's chambers. The room was dim. Renault sat curled on his bed, his knees drawn to his chest, arms braced against them. One trembling hand pressed against his face. His eyes were wide with pain and confusion, jaw clenched as though every breath was a battle. I don't feel well. He stammered. You should have more tea. Satan interrupted, his tone firm but calm. Renault didn't move. His head was spinning, thoughts slipping like water through his fingers. He didn't even reach for the cup on the bedside table. Darkness coiled in his mind, deepening with every moment. I have made contact with our enemies. We have arrived at a mutually beneficial arrangement. But the window of opportunity is narrow and will soon draw to a close. If you are to embrace your future, if you are to prove your worth, prove your father and all the others wrong, then the time to act is now. Renault's breathing grew shallow. He clutched at his head with both hands, overcome by a swirling storm of doubt and dread. The shadows around him seemed to lengthen, as if reaching out to claim what was left of his will. Back at the monastery, Alexandros stood outside beneath a rising sun as one of his soldiers returned from the outer perimeter. We've completed our search, High Lord. Nothing additional to report. Good. Now it's time to begin setting things here in order. Fairbanks and I will rendezvous with the others at Hearthglen and apprise them of recent developments. Bridget, you're in charge here while we're gone, Alexandros said, mounting his horse. Fairbanks was quick to follow, and soon the two rode off together, hoofs kicking up dust as they disappeared into the Tirisfal wilderness. Later that day, near the eastern border of the glades, their journey continued in silence until Fairbanks pulled his cloak tighter and grumbled, This chill wind cuts to the bone. Perhaps if we were traveling on a full stomach. Alexandros rolled his eyes but smiled. Fairbanks, I swear if I were to hand you a sack of gold, you would complain of its weight. With a grin, Fairbanks chuckled. Well now, Lord, that's a theory I would happily put to the test. Their laughter faded into the quiet rhythm of hooves and rustling leaves as they rode through the area. The air was still when suddenly a distant shout broke the calm. They turned sharply to see a rider galloping fast behind them. It was Renault. He pulled up hard beside them, his face wild with urgency. It's Darian, taken in battle. He's being held even now in Stratholme. General Bendis has led a responding force, but the tide turns against them. Alexandros tensed in the saddle. What of Darian? Still alive? Being held to ransom, I'm told, Renault said, breath ragged. Without hesitation, Alexandros wheeled his horse around. Yelling back to Renault, he says, Follow the northern road to the old monastery. Tell Lady Bendis and the others to meet us at Stratholme immediately. Fairbanks, we ride. The two men spurred their mounts and thundered towards Stratholme with grim urgency, vanishing into the horizon. Renault remained behind, fists clenched as he watched the silhouettes of his father and Fairbanks shrink into the distance. Yes, you ride to the ends of the earth for your precious Darian, he muttered bitterly. Tell me, father, would you have done as much for me? Fairbanks and Alexandros raced through the blighted lands, their horses straining beneath them. Over the crumbling span of the Thondoril River, the wind howled through the broken trees of the eastern Plaguelands. The once proud road was now nothing more than a scarred memory of stone and ash, but they pressed on, their pace unrelenting. Their breaths came heavy, hooves thundering toward the skeletal skyline of a city in ruin. There, Strathholm. But where are the others? We are not too late? I pray we are not too late, Alexandros said, eyes wide as he stared toward the shattered gates of the city. Look, Fairbanks cried out, raising a trembling finger. A black tide poured from the ruins, a vast swarm of the Scourge. Their numbers immeasurable, their hunger palpable. The two riders skidded to a halt atop a low rise as the horror swelled around them. They were surrounded, alone. Who? Why? Fairbanks whispered, looking around, panic rising in his voice. Alexandros drew the Ashbringer with a defiant flare. The sword's holy light shone like a beacon in the gloom. No time to ponder, old friend. Time now only to fight or die. He spurred his horse forward, and Fairbanks followed with a battle cry of his own. The two dove into the heart of the enemy like twin storms, steel and magic flashing in the dark. We must battle our way to higher ground, Alexandros shouted as he took down a ghoul with a single mighty swing. Fairbanks obeyed, casting holy light in bursts that sent corpses flying. His voice rising in prayer with each surge of power. Alexandros fought like a man possessed, Ashbringer cleaving through scores of the damned. There are too many, Fairbanks cried, the light around him flaring. Courage, Fairbanks, do not lose faith, Alexandros roared, decapitating another foe with a single blow. Suddenly, an abomination loomed over him. A jagged chain with a rusty hook sailed through the air. It missed its mark, but it struck Alexandros' horse, sending the beast toppling. Alexandros tumbled free, rolling to his feet. He roared and charged, plunging the Ashbringer through the creature's skull and ending it with divine fury. Behind him, a sudden burst of blinding light lit the battlefield. Fairbanks, channeling the light with everything he had. The brightness surged, but the tide of death was unrelenting. Alexandros turned in time to see his friend dragged beneath the mass of corpses. Fairbanks! He shouted, lunging forward, but clawed hands gripped his shoulders, dragging him back. Damn you, cursed wretches! Alexandros bellowed, straining against their weight. Tell your master that 1,000 of his minions will not suffice. I will deliver you all, and when I am done, I will stand against 1,000 more! With renewed fury, he hurled them aside, reclaiming his blade and carving a path through the darkness. Ashbringer sang with each swing, its light cleaving through the filth of undeath. Exhausted, bloodied, and barely standing, Alexandros fought on. The Scourge fell like wheat to a farmer's scythe. Hope flickered at the edge of his vision, until a monstrous abomination seized him from behind. He reached for the Ashbringer, but the weapon slipped from his hand, falling blade down into the dirt. Calling upon the light, he screamed for deliverance. The heavens answered. A bolt of lightning surged down and eliminated the monster where it stood, reducing it to scorched ash. Alexandros collapsed to his knees, panting. It is finished. Then, agony. A sharp pain burst through his chest. He looked down and saw it. Ashbringer, its sacred glow now turned against him. He turned, eyes wide in disbelief, heart shattering. Renault? Renault, Alexandros gasped. His son stood behind him, hands trembling, tears streaming down his face. I was wrong about you, boy. You're nothing like me, Alexandros said before falling forward onto the ground, the light leaving his eyes. I don't want to be you. I'll be greater than you ever were. Now I can become the man you never thought I would be. Renault screamed, voice raw with confusion and pain. And then, his breath ragged, his face stricken with fear, he turned and ran, fleeing into the dying light of day and into the shadow of what he had done. At Tyr's hand, the Knights of the Silverhand stood before the town's leader as his guards waited outside. The Silverhand's message was clear: unity in the face of annihilation. This was not simply an offer of support, but a solemn pact, an invitation to stand shoulder to shoulder against the Scourge. We are all brothers in the light, Lord Valdemar. From this day forward, the good people of Tyr's Hand may count on the Knights of the Silver Hand as trusted allies, General Abendis said, shaking the town leader's hand. Just as the handshake finished, a scout burst through the hall doors, breathless and wide-eyed.
High Lord Mograine has been killed, along with Fairbanks, en route from Tirisfal to Hearthglen.
The room froze. The news struck like a hammer. Gasps, stifled cries, and stunned silence filled the chamber. The paladins looked to one another in disbelief. Darian Mograine stood at the rear of the chamber, his features contorted with disbelief. General Bendis turned slowly to him. "If this is indeed true, Darian, I'm..." Darian? But Darian was already gone. At Hearthglen, the air inside the war hall was thick with tension as the sun had begun to dip behind the towers. Around the central table stood General Bendis, Brigida Bendis, Maxwell Tyrosus, and Satan. They had gathered to discuss the weight of this tragedy. The death of Alexandros demands justice. None would dispute this. Yet I say to you that we lack sufficient numbers to mount an offensive against the Scourge, Satan said. Tyrosus immediately shot back, passion rising in his voice. All the more reason to recruit outside our own race, outside our own faction if need be. Nonsense, General Bendis barked. Is it truly? Tyrosus said, turning toward him. The Scourge is a threat to all life, Bendis, not just humanity. Bridget stepped forward, her voice cold and unwavering. The purity of the Order will never be fouled by the unclean. As the debate flared, the doors burst open. 2 guards entered, struggling to support a man whose robes were torn and body weak, but whose eyes burned with furious purpose. You! It was you, Renault, that killed Alexandros. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. The Ashbringer thrust through your father's back. Gasp rippled through the room as all eyes turned to Renault. He stood stunned, then quickly tried to compose himself, voice controlled yet tight. Fairbanks, I'm happy to see that you survived, but I fear the trauma you suffered has addled your mind. But Fairbanks' eyes, blazing with fury and pain, never left him. I know what I saw, you traitorous bastard. Silence fell again, this time heavier than before, as Fairbanks sagged in the guards' arms, still glaring at Renault with a fire that could not be extinguished. Satan's voice cut cleanly through the stillness, though his expression remained composed, almost gentle. And I say to you that the boy was ill and in my care. Perhaps we should inquire as to just how it is that you managed to survive. At the very least, you have been directly exposed to the plague. Knights, ensure that Brother Fairbanks is quarantined. I will see to his welfare personally. The guards immediately moved to obey, gripping Fairbanks more firmly. He fought them, defiant and enraged. I will not be silenced, Lord Commander. If you vouch for the boy, then perhaps the whelp did not act alone. The guard struggled to contain him, dragging him across the hall. Unhand me, damn you! I'm not infected! I'm not infected! His shouts echoed off the chamber walls long after he was gone. Maxwell Tyrosus stepped forward, his gaze narrowing as it fixed on Satan. You say that Alexandros was killed by a multitude of undead. Yet on our return from the monastery we could find no sign of such a battle. Not a single Scourge corpse. Satan met the paladin's doubt with unwavering composure, turned to ash no doubt, and scattered by the wind. We owe you no further explanation, Maxwell. Your talk already borders on treason. Now, you either set yourself with us or against us. What's it to be? Tyrosus' mouth tightened. If Alexandros were here, he would listen to reason. But I fear that reason has abandoned the lot of you in favor of blind zealotry. We are taking our leave of the Order and what it has become. Those among you who share our concern may join us at any time. For those who remain, if you do not rediscover the true teachings of the light, then you will surely be damned. The last thing Alexandros Mograine remembered was the searing agony of betrayal. His son's face, the last thing he saw before darkness claimed him. And yet, he was not gone. He now stood alone in front of his old house he shared with his wife and 2 boys. The wind whispering through overgrown grass, his boots planted before a weather-worn headstone. His wife's name, Elena Mograine, was etched into the stone. His voice broke the silence, wary and trembling. Elena, I need you. My thoughts, my emotions all seem disconnected. I feel as though I am losing myself, as if my soul has been cast adrift. The wind shifted, a voice came, not from behind nor ahead, but from within the still air itself, a woman's voice, familiar, haunting. Who do you love? He answered without hesitation, heart aching. I love you, Elena. I have always loved you. Suddenly, the ground split open with a sharp crack. A skeletal hand burst from the earth and latched around his wrist like iron. Before Alexandros could react, the skeletal hand of his wife closed around his neck, holding him in place as her decayed form faced him eye to eye, empty sockets staring where once her beautiful eyes had shone. She gripped his head, pulling his gaze into hers. I could never love you, she snarled. Love is nothing but a childish fantasy. Learn this lesson and learn it well. Hatred and despair are the only truths of existence. I harbor only resentment for you, and for your precious Darian, the cursed filth who stole my life. The world twisted around him. Suddenly he was running, carrying Darian in his arms to the river to hopefully have him take his first breath. The boy's body was limp, cold. Panic choked his breath as he rushed to the riverbank, dropping to his knees and cradling his son. Dipping Darian into the water, the cries of his son graced his ears. It's a miracle, Alexandros gasped, clutching Darian close. Then, the voice again. Who do you love? I love you, Darian, he cried, his voice raw with emotion. But hope shattered in an instant. Hands surged from the water, pale and wet, clawing at Darian. They dragged the boy under. No, you can't have him, not Darian, not my son! Alexandros screamed, plunging his arms into the water in vain. Darkness fell again. He blinked, and he was back in front of Stratholm, pain exploding in his chest as the Ashbringer was again embedded in his back. Bloodless, breathless, he fell to his knees. Who do you love? The voice whispered once more. He turned, trembling. Renault stood behind him. I loved you, Renault. But there was no kindness in Renault's eyes, only fury. I hate you. I hate you, and if I could kill you again, I would. You made me what I am. Alexandros collapsed, repeating the same word over and over through clenched teeth. No, no, no. And then he awoke. Metal scraped against stone, chains clinked and stretched. Alexandros was strapped to a cold stone table, his body pale and stiff. His eyes were a ghostly white, the wound in his chest visible but dry. Around him was a chamber unlike any he had ever seen. Bone and frost, steel and sorcery. A towering skeletal figure loomed before him, clad in regal purple robes lined with gold. Blue flame flickered within the skull where eyes should have been. The room pulsed with necromantic power. Further resistance is pointless. Your will is no longer your own. If it is any consolation, you fought the change longer than any before you. Now tell me, Alexandros Mograine, who do you love? The Lich asked. Alexandros opened his mouth but managed only a breath. The Lich placed a bony hand over his mouth. Who do you love? He asked again. Alexandros answered, dead and cold. No one. Who loves you? No one. The Lich straightened, satisfied. Good. You are ready to take the next step. Welcome to Naxxramas. I am the hammer that will forge you, Death Knight. I am Kel'Thuzad. The chains creaked. Alexandros looked around. At the end of the table he lay on, he saw a face he knew once. Korthaz, once a paladin of Uther, but clearly not anymore. The dwarf he knew before is gone, replaced with a Death Knight, eyes glowing and loyal to the Scourge. Bones and ancient remains filled the chamber like trophies. On the wall before him hung a massive dragon skull, a thick chain still attached to its maw. Murmurs from the other Death Knights echoed through the room. Then Kel'Thuzad raised his hand. Silence! Listen well. Whatever purpose may have driven you in life is now meaningless. All of your former allegiances, your memories, your loyalties are now cast to the void. You are to be a vessel of annihilation, a harbinger of the apocalypse. All that remains for you now is to grasp the sword and seal the pact. From the shadows, the Ashbringer, corrupted and blackened, rose into the air before him. It pulsed with dark energy, its holy glow twisted into something cold and cruel. Alexandros, no longer truly alive, felt the power flood his limbs. With strength not his own, he snapped the chains binding him and stood. The corrupted Ashbringer drifted into his waiting grasp. He stepped forward, one slow stride at a time, now fully armored. The sword glowed in his hands, its crimson hue casting harsh light across his face. Kel'Thuzad watched with pride. "You are the sword's strength, Alexandros, and it is yours. Now, the mighty Ashbringer, man and sword once considered the greatest enemy of the Scourge, will be its most terrifying weapon. Now, all who know will come to fear the newest, greatest champion of the Lich King." The moon hung full over Tirisfal, casting pale light through the shattered clouds above the monastery. Within its quiet halls, the chapel was cloaked in a haunting serenity. Moonlight spilled through the stained glass windows, casting colored patterns across the stone floor. Holy images now touched with a surreal shifting glow. Renault Mograine stood alone before them, arms hanging to his side, his expression unreadable as he gazed through the fractured colors. The light reflected off the window panes painted him in gentle hues, blue, gold, crimson, each one a flicker of meaning, a moment in a life now changed forever. Behind him, soft footsteps echoed across the chapel floor. Satan approached, his voice calm, measured, almost soothing. "What you did was for the best. You know that, don't you? You have served the Order well, Renault. I'm proud of you." Before Renault could reply, another voice came from the shadows. "Are you ready to begin?" Renault nodded once, yes. Satan echoed the word, yes. Together they stepped forward into the heart of the chapel where an altar awaited them. Waiting there, prepared to begin the rite, was Asilian. He raised his arms and began the ritual in a voice solemn and clear. "In the light we gather to empower our brother. In its grace he will be made anew. In its power he shall educate the masses. In its strength he shall combat the shadow." Turning to Satan with reverence, he continued, "Lord Commander Dothrhan, if you deem Renault Mograine worthy, I ask you to place your blessing upon him." Satan stepped forward, a ceremonial cape in his hands, blue with gold trim. As he draped it across Renault's shoulders, his voice rang through the chamber. "By the grace of the light, may your brethren be healed. By the strength of the light, may your enemies be undone." A hush fell, the ceremony neared its end. Asilian's voice rose once more, filled with finality and purpose. "Do you vow to uphold the honor and codes of our new order, and to cleanse the world of corruption wherever it may be found?" Renault, standing tall and newly cloaked in the authority of the order, answered with confidence, "I do." Asilian lifted his arms to the assembly. "Then join me, brothers, in welcoming Renault Mograine, the first commander to be promoted, within the ranks of the Scarlet Crusade." The chapel erupted in thunderous applause and echoing chants. In the flickering candlelight, beneath stained glass depictions of the light's judgment, Renault Mograine stood renewed, not just as a son of the Silver Hand, but now as a commander of a new crusade, one born of conviction and shadow. At Brill, Scourge roamed the crumbling ruins, but not for long. Darian Mograine moved like a storm through them, blade flashing with righteous fury. Each swing of his sword ended another cursed creature, severing heads from shoulders and limbs from torsos. Breathing heavy, he let out a yell into the heavens, ragged with grief. "Light, damn you! All I wish is to be left alone. I have dedicated my life to the light because I believed in a greater purpose. So tell me, what greater purpose was served with my father's death? Why did you bring me back after Stratholme?" He raised his eyes to the sky. He searched the heavens for an answer, any sign, any whisper from the light he had devoted himself to. But the skies gave no reply, just silence. Then, rustling. A voice emerged from the underbrush behind him, low and curious. "What if your father not be dead?" Darian spun around, sword half raised. "Who speaks?" he demanded. From the bushes stepped a troll, hands open in peace. He was robed, barefoot, and strange in presence, like a man both wild and deeply in tune with something unseen. The troll introduced himself as Zabra, telling Darian that he doesn't think his father's spirit is gone. Darian stared at him, wary but curious. Zabra continued. He told of how Alexandros had once saved his life at the monastery. Since then, the light had tied them together, however faintly. That bond, he said, had not been broken, but merely clouded. With a gesture, Zabra led Darien through the ruined hills beyond Brill, eventually arriving at a small camp nestled in the trees. The two began to talk. Zabra explained that he dreamed of this place, and while unsure why the light led him there, he followed, but now he knows. He also dreamed of another place, a fortress floating above a burning city. Darien's eyes widened. Stratholme. Then I shall go to this fortress and free my father. But Zabra's expression grew grim, saying it is best to go with others if he is to choose that path. Before Darien could respond, a new voice called out from behind him. I found him! What are you doing out here alone, human? He turned, blade ready once more, but lowered it when he saw a female orc standing in front of him. I'm Grunhilda, she said simply. But Zabra was gone, vanished like smoke in the wind. Darien blinked, looking past her. Then his gaze shifted to a group moving from the tree line, armor gleaming with unfamiliar sigils. Among them stood humans, dwarves, night elves, and Maxwell Tyrosus. Tyrosus smiled faintly. We've split from the Order, Darien. We formed a new organization, one that welcomes all races. I wondered if you might like to join us. Darien looked from face to face, each one worn but resolute. The hatred that had poisoned the Order at Hearthclan was gone from these warriors. They stood together not in judgment but in purpose. He gave a quiet nod. Tyrosus stepped forward and offered a folded cloth, a tabard, black with gray trim. A gray circle sat at its center, rimmed with golden triangles like rays of a dawning sun. Good, good. It is my great honor then to welcome you, Darien Mograine, son of High Lord Mograine the Ashbringer, to the Order of the Argent Dawn. The fires at the heart of Chillwind Camp cast flickering light against the trees surrounding the camp and the tents of the soldiers. Crusaders moved quietly between the tents, sharpening blades and whispering prayers, their eyes never straying far from the looming shadows beyond the tree line. Off to the side by the fire, just beyond the circle of warmth, Darien Mograine and Lord Maxwell Tyrosus stood in hushed conversation. The wind tugged at the edges of their cloaks, carrying with it the faint stench of decay from the plagued town nearby. Between them hung the heavy silence of troubling revelations. Maxwell furrowed his brow, folding his arms across his chest as he leaned slightly closer. The troll you speak of was called Zabra Hex, Darien. We found him at the old monastery. Your father concluded that he was blessed by the light and spared his life. This connection he claims to share with your father, I guess such as possible. Darien's voice broke through the dark. The troll said my father's spirit has not departed. I can only hope that means he's alive. Zabra told me to seek out a fortress above Stratholme. Darien's gaze lingered on the horizon, his thoughts already reaching beyond the camp's perimeter. The name Alexandros Mograine carried the weight of legend. But the thought that his father's soul or something of him might still remain, it gripped him tighter than any chain. Maxwell followed his gaze toward the north where Stratholme lay in ruin. I've heard of it. A bastion of the Scourge from which the Lich King's lieutenant Kel'Thuzad spread the undead plague. Darien didn't flinch. If the fortress is as formidable as you say, the Argent Dawn lacks the numbers to mount a full-scale assault. But a handful of us may be able to steal our way in. Maxwell nodded solemnly. Maxwell's vow to stand beside him had struck true, but Darien's response came with steel. No, you're the leader of this new order, far too valuable to risk. Tyrosus exhaled slowly, the hint of a wry smile beneath his grizzled beard. And once your mind is set, there's no diverting your course, I know. Indeed, the apple did not fall far from the tree. Very well. Once Officer Pureheart returns, then... We don't know when that will be, Darien interrupted, voice firm. I must leave soon. Every day wasted may already be a day too late. I would call for volunteers in the morning if you'll allow it. Tyrosus gave a solemn nod. When you've liberated your father, we will be waiting at Light's Hope. The chapel to the east, Darien confirmed. The same, Tyrosus said. Then after a pause, his expression darkened. Before you call for volunteers, though, there's something you should know. Following the attack on your father when Fairbanks surfaced at Hearthclan, he accused Renault of being the one who killed Alexandros. The words hit Darien like a blade through his chest. He staggered back a half step, his eyes wide with disbelief. Poor Fairbanks must have been driven mad. No matter how far the Order has fallen or how frustrated Renault may have become, such talk is preposterous. I'm sure you're right, of course. Your brother could never be capable of such atrocity, Tyrosus replied gently, though there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. The path ahead had never felt more uncertain. His father's fate in the grip of the scourge, and now whispers of betrayal within his own blood? But the morning would come, and with it, his call to arms. The morning sun crested the jagged peaks above Chillwind Camp, casting pale gold across the banners of the Argent Dawn. The winds were sharp, but the soldiers stood resolute, armor glinting beneath the cold light. Darian Mograine stepped forward, his expression grim but steady, the weight of legacy and purpose resting on his shoulders. Beside him stood Lord Tyrosus, silent and firm, a sentinel of the light. Darian addressed those gathered before him. His voice rang clear through the mountain air. "What I ask, I do not ask lightly, and I will not be offended by your refusal. However, if you're with me, and you would see the Ashbringer liberated, then step forward now and be recognized." For a moment there was only the whisper of wind through pine. Then a voice rose from the crowd, low and wary. "Hold, human. You would charge blindly into some undead fortress, not knowing if you'll ever see daylight again, to save someone whom most believe to be dead? Is that the way of it?" "Yes, Grunhold." She narrowed her eyes. "Why?" "Because he's my father." The camp stirred with quiet murmurs, but then came the soft step of boots. A tall blood elf moved forward, golden hair catching the sun. "Alexandros Mograine is a legend for the number of scourge he obliterated, the same scourge who nearly exterminated my blood elf brethren. It would be an honor to see the Ashbringer's fury unleashed once again. My name is Fairland Bloodscorn, and I hereby pledge myself to your cause." Before the silence could settle again, a stocky figure strode forward. "And I be Brannigan Thundermaul, son of Seamus Thundermaul and the mighty Wildhammer clan, and the last warrior alive to back down from a challenge." Darren gave a sharp nod of gratitude. "My thanks, Fairland, Brannigan." A quiet presence approached next, almost unnoticed at first. A figure wrapped in black robes, hood drawn low, a staff in hand. He said nothing. Darian turned toward him. "Hello, stranger. You are..." Tyrosus answered in the silence. "He does not speak. The most we've been able to learn is that his name is Castilian." Darian offered a respectful nod. "Well met then, Castilian. Anyone else?" He glanced across the soldiers still gathered. No others stepped forward. "So be it. We leave immediately." As the group saddled their griffins, checking buckles and binding weapons, Darian moved toward his mount, only to hear a sharp voice call from behind. "Human! Wait!" He turned to see Grunhold approaching, one hand raised. "Without me, you fools will only get yourselves killed. Besides, orcs have fathers too. In fact, we take great pride in our lineage." Darian allowed himself the faintest smile. With that, the group mounted up. The sun dipped behind a veil of ashen clouds as the party soared high above the eastern plaguelands, its pale light fading into an eerie twilight. Wind bit at their cloaks as griffins beat their wings toward the smoldering ruins of Stratholme, a city still haunted by flame and memory. Darian Mograine sat at the front of his mount, the reins firm in his grip, with Grunhold seated behind him. She leaned forward, voice cutting through the rush of wind. "Does it make you nervous, human, to have an orc seated behind you like this?" "Not really. If any harm should befall me, who'd fly the griffin?" Darian replied without glancing back. Grunhold let out a bark of laughter. "A fair point." They soared in silence for a moment longer before Darian looked back over his shoulder, eyeing the quiet robed figure trailing behind them. "What do you know about that mage? Castilian, is it?" "Nothing," Grunhold said. "Some think he's a spy sent by the Forsaken. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on him. For the moment, I'm more concerned with finding this fortress of yours. Stratholme lies ahead." "I have an idea," Darian said, tugging the reins upward. The griffin responded, wings rising into a wide arc. Much like these cities' ever-burning fires, these clouds seemed never to dissipate. "Perhaps it's time to expand our view." Then they saw it, Nax Ramus. It hovered above the corrupted horizon like a terrible omen. A vast necropolis of black stone and green glowing runes suspended in the air by dark magic. Jagged obsidian spires stretched upward like the fingers of a corpse clawing at the heavens. Grunhold gave a satisfying grunt. Well done, human. You're smarter than you look. I see no lookouts posted." In front of Darian, he hears Brannigan yell that it's because they're the only ones crazy enough to even try to get near the place. Their griffins circled the fortress's edge, and there, half shrouded by mist, they spotted narrow slats and vents carved into the outer shell. "That's our way in," Darian said. One by one, their mounts touched down on the surface of the necropolis. The moment they dismounted, the beast shrieked and took off into the sky. "Well, there go our rides." I sure hope Castilian will be able to teleport us away when the time comes, Brannigan says aloud as he steadies himself on the side of Naxxramas. They approach the vents cautiously. Darian peered inside. I'll go first. No, Grunhold interrupted. Best to let Castilian go first so he can light the way for them. The hooded mage said nothing but stepped forward. With a simple motion, his staff glowed dimly, casting ghostly light into the vent as he slipped inside. The stench hit them almost immediately, a fetid mix of decay, bile, and something older, fouler. One by one they crawled through the shaft, metal scraping against metal, until it widened into a chamber just large enough to stand in. Farrelyn climbed out of the vent and froze. Did you hear that? Hush noises just outside the light of your staff, Castilian. I may as well be talking to a mana-worm. Grunhold was pulling Brannigan up into the chamber when Darian suddenly stiffened. From the dark tunnel behind him came a gurgling, rushing sound. He turned and saw it. A flood of green liquid was barreling toward him, roaring through the corridor like a tidal wave of death. There was no time to react, but thankfully Grunhold was able to bend down and yank him into the room, just as the corrosive sludge roared past, splashing violently before disappearing into a chute beyond. Darian caught his breath. Around them, the chamber had fallen eerily silent. Then came the sound, skittering, scrambling all around them. Small, veined, pulsing with life. Webs draped across the walls, damp and clinging. The sound grew louder, frenzied, insistent. Castilian raised his staff and unleashed a flare of light. Spiders. Dozens of them, massive, bulbous creatures with gleaming mandibles, crawling from the darkness. And they were no longer alone. Shadows leapt across the walls with every pulse of Castilian's glowing staff. Behind them, chittering claws scraped across the stone. Spiders in pursuit, their grotesque limbs clattering ever closer. Castilian turned mid-stride and flung a burst of arcane flame into the tunnel. The magic ignited with a hiss, incinerating a cluster of legs. But the creatures did not slow. They were relentless. Ahead, a heavy doorway loomed. Go! Darian shouted, motioning the others through. One by one they dove inside. Brannigan, Farrelyn, Castilian, and Grunhold. Until Darian himself reached the threshold. A massive fang caught between the door with a sickening crunch. With a final shove, the door sealed shut, crushing the fang between iron and stone. It snapped off, falling, twitching to the floor. Silence returned, but only for a moment. They had escaped the spiders, but the stifling air ahead promised no safety. The group pressed on down a narrow, lightless corridor. A film of dust and moisture coated the walls. Then came the voice, wet, low, and full of hunger. Tasty morsels. Which one shall I eat first? Castilian raised his staff, conjuring light once more. The corridor flooded with pale radiance, and before them stood a nightmare. A towering, terrifying fusion of insectoid bulk and undead corruption. An apex predator reshaped by necromancy into a war machine. Flanking it were two spider-like creatures with strong exoskeletons, multiple scything limbs, and eerily intelligent insectoid faces, equal parts ancient intellect and terrifying predator. The creature at the center hissed with ravenous anticipation. I've been too long without food, without blood to drink. But the group did not falter. Brannigan stepped forward, the head of his hammer sparking in his grip. They'll see why they call our weapons storm hammers, he bellowed, hurling the mace with dwarven fury. It struck true, lightning exploded from the weapon's impact, arching down the spine of the massive beast and crackling across the corridor. Castilian lifted both hands, summoning a storm of flame. Fire rained down, scorching exoskeleton and shriveling web. Grunhold roared and charged, her axe singing through the air. She drove it deep into the creature's side, twisting hard before tearing free. Again she struck, and again, until with a final brutal swing, the necrotic titan collapsed, its armored body twitching one last time before falling still. All three of the creatures now lay broken before them. Darian stood over the bodies, scanning the corridor beyond. The light from Castilian's staff flickered across the bloodied stone. I suggest we get out while we can, Darian said. Then they heard it. Screams, echoing from deeper within the necropolis. Raw, human, and filled with terror. Darian turned, pointed with his sword and toward the sound. Without hesitation, the group moved again, toward the cries, toward the unknown. They descended in silence, following the screams deeper into the necropolis until they emerged onto a high balcony. From there, the room opened wide and terrible beneath them. Below, a massive platform jutted from the far wall of the chamber like a stage built for horror. Around it, the rest of the floor had collapsed into a festering pool of plague-ridden liquid, swirling and steaming beneath a lattice of narrow walkways and crooked metal platforms. And there, looming on that raised ledge, half lit by sickly green glow, stood the abomination. The creature towered above the chamber floor, stitched together from corpses, cables, and vile magic. They stared at the abomination in stunned silence. Even from above, it made them feel like ants, insignificant before the horror of what had been made here. The screams they had heard, they were coming from that thing. Its frame shifted slightly with each breath, unnatural and mechanical. It wasn't in motion, yet, but the very stillness of it made the skin crawl. Not merely a construct, a walking crime against life itself. Grotesque, tragic, and terrifying. Brannigan stepped toward the edge of the railing, brow furrowed. "What do you think this place is?" Darian's voice was quiet but firm. "It must be where they put together those things, the abominations. But I've never seen one like that." "Is it?" Grunhold began, narrowing her eyes. "Hard to tell. It is not moving," Fairlin replied, voice steady but wary. They debated whether to confront it or move on. With Alexandros still somewhere within this cursed place, their best chance seemed to be evasion. But fate did not grant them that mercy. Fairlin turned to speak, then froze. Behind them, emerging from the shadows, was something even worse. A cruel blend of flesh, alchemy, and undeath. The creature lumbered forward with twisted purpose, a giant needle extended from its right arm, feeding glowing liquid from tubes coming out from his body. Its left hand was a grotesque metal gauntlet, as large as Fairlin's torso. Before he could shout a warning, the thing was upon them. Grunhold, Darian, and Castilian were thrown to the lower level in a thunderous blast of force. Fairlin and Brannigan remained above, face to face with the monstrosity. It struck fast. The creature drove its right hand into Fairlin, pinning him against the wall and plunging the syringe into his gut. A flood of sickly fluid surged into the Blood Elf's body. Liquid death rushed in, and Fairlin's body was a blazing furnace. Searing pain lanced every nerve, and the Blood Elf's eyes felt as if they might explode. Fairlin sagged, trembling, breath shallow, but he refused to die silently. The creature ripped the syringe out, and turning away from him, used its massive metal hand to pin Brannigan to the wall, locking him in place like an insect in a cruel display. Through pure will, Fairlin raised his blade and slashed out at the monster's leg, biting into the twisted muscle and spilling a stream of glowing green fluid onto the floor. The creature let out a mechanical screech, furious. It turned back to him. The metal hand that had been pinning Brannigan was now Fairlin's death. It snatched him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Fairlin's legs kicked, weakened from the toxin. His blade fell from numb fingers. The creature stepped toward the ledge. The plague liquid far below churned, glowing in anticipation. And then, without hesitation, it snapped Fairlin's neck with a single, efficient twist. His body went limp. The creature held him there for a moment longer and then dropped him into the vat below. Brannigan roared, charging with his stormhammer raised. With a mighty swing, he struck the creature and sent it toppling over the ledge after Fairlin, ensuring it could do no more harm. Below, at the same time as Brannigan and Fairlin's fight, the battle against the abomination had begun. Grunhold, Darian, and Castilian danced between crushing blows. Each time the creature struck, the very floor trembled. Grunhold ducked a sweeping arm and growled, "We should have cut off its head when we had the chance." Seizing an opening, Darian sprinted toward it. With a cry, he leapt onto its bulk, scaled its malformed frame, and drove his blade down, cleaving its head in two. The abomination let out a final ghastly howl before crumbling to the ground. Moments later, Brannigan dropped down to join them, bloodied and breathing hard. "Fairlin didn't make it," he said, his voice low. A silence settled over the group, heavy and bitter. Castilian stood unharmed, untouched by the chaos that had claimed their friend. Suspicion stirred in every glance. He had led them into this place. And then a voice broke the silence, calling out to Darian. "My father's voice. Dad, where are you?" Darian gasped, turning in every direction. "Hurry, son, hurry," came the urgent call of Alexandros. Grunhold struggled to her feet, supported by Darian. "It's difficult to tell where the voice comes from," she said, scanning the darkness. But it's him, he's alive. This is what we've been waiting for. Darian turned to Castilian. Castilian, can you teleport us in the direction of his voice? I know it's difficult, but your best estimate? The robed figure said nothing but lifted his staff in silence. Magic surged around them, and with a flash, they were gone. And when they opened their eyes, they stood at the top of the fortress. A cold voice echoed through the chamber, silk wrapped in menace. Welcome, lost child. Allow Lady Blauma to help you find your way. The group turned as one toward the sound. Mounted atop a skeletal steed stood a haunting figure. A woman clad in blackened plate armor, her posture regal, her aura chilling. Her features were pale, death-like, yet she held herself with an unnerving grace. She was not life twisted by undeath. She was death itself, cloaked in nobility. Another rider emerged from the gloom, a man upright and sorrowful, astride a spectral charger. His armor bore the markings of a paladin, but there was no warmth in his gaze, only remorse. His voice trembled with conviction. Leave, I beg you, while you still can. Then came the third, a dwarf in flame-etched armor of green and gold, grinning with chaotic glee as fire flicked along his weapon. Stuff a stocking in it, Zelek, he barked. You know I take no pleasure in this, Korthaz, the knight replied solemnly. But something was wrong. Castilian was gone. Grunhold scanned the shadows, snarling. The roach led us into a trap and then scurried into the dark. I told you, human, not to be trusted. Darian helped her up, jaw clenched. Brannigan, mace ready, barked a laugh. Who needs him? 3 on 3, them's fair odds in my book. But the odds had already shifted. The wall diagonal from them exploded in bone and flame. Another rider charged through the rubble. Skeletal horse blazing with unholy fire. In his hand, he held the Ashbringer. It was Alexandros Mograine. There was no time to process it, no time to ask how or why. They charged. Brannigan roared and launched himself at Zelek, trying to unseat the fallen paladin, but Korthaz was already moving, flame-wretched hammer swinging down in his wake. Darian froze, staring at the figure before him. Dad, what did they do to you?
Alexandros struck, the Ashbringer slicing through the air.
Darian barely dodged, keeping his eyes on his father. What are you doing? It's me! Open your eyes! It's me! But Alexandros gave no sign of recognition. Bloma closed in, but before she could finish her strike, an axe spun through the air and embedded itself in her head. She collapsed with a clatter of armor and bone. One less threat, human. Where's that father of yours? Grunhold called. She got her answer too soon. A blade drove through her back, lifting her from the ground and pinning her down in place. Look no further, Greenskin. And just like that, she was gone. Brannigan and Korthaz clashed, neither able to gain ground. Steel rang against flame and both combatants gave as good as they took. Darian's voice cracked as he pleaded. Dad, why are you doing this? This isn't you! You're a vessel of the light. Alexandros raised the corrupted blade, eyes dim with shadow. Light, dark, 2 sides of the same coin. I was righteous once, but now, boy, that worm has turned. This is insane. You have to wake up. Don't do this. It's me. Can't you see that? It's your son. Darian cried, parrying the Ashbringer's burning edge. I am no longer what I once was. I am the shadow now. I am the void. Darian held the blade back with all his strength, his voice hoarse. Come to your senses. I'm here to help you. Help? Why? Alexandros growled. Because I love you. Alexandros hesitated just for a moment, then pushed harder. Love is a fairy tale. I feel nothing. He shoved Darian back, advancing again. Far off, Brannigan rallied, knocking Korthaz toward the edge. Hang on, Darian, hang on. I'll be there with you as soon as I... Before he could finish, a strike from Zelek sent Brannigan sprawling. Forgive me, brother, this is not my choice, but you must die. The master commands it. The dwarf fell to his death. Alexandros stepped forward, blade ready, eyes locked on his son. You should have died a long time ago. In the stream outside our house. I'm going to finish what fate started the day you were born. And when Master Kel'Thuzad returns, he will feast on your... A pulse of frost erupted. Alexandros was encased in ice.
Castilian!
Darian gasped, seeing the mage emerge behind his father. But the relief was short-lived. Korthaz appeared from behind and brought a skeletal fist down on Castilian's head.
That'll do with the parlor tricks, magic man.
Darian reached for his sword, eyes darting between Korthaz and his frozen father. Then the ice cracked, freed by the flame wielder's power. Alexandros stepped forward once more.
Now you will serve the master for eternity.
Darian's instincts took over. As the corrupted Ashbringer rose, Darian struck first. He drove his blade into his father's neck, blood welled as the weapon clattered from Alexandros' grasp. He fell to his knees. No, 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 no! Darian whispered, catching him, trying to hold him, as if he could hold back what had just happened. Korthaz charged, but Darian would not fall. With a cry, he snatched up the Ashbringer and brought it down in a brilliant arc, cleaving the dwarf in two. The room fell quiet. Darian knelt beside his father's body, the blade glowing faintly. Too late. I was too late. Nearby, Zelix stood trembling. When will it be over? When will I be released? How many more must I kill? Another voice, familiar, rang out.
Run!
Darian looked at the Ashbringer in shock. Dad? But how?
Doorway behind you, now!
Darian didn't hesitate. He grabbed the Ashbringer and sprinted toward the path his father's spirit had shown him. His despair twisted into something new. Hope. Hope that his father's soul had not been lost. Hope that Alexandros Mograine could yet be saved. The next chamber shimmered with portals. In one, he saw thousands of undead. Northrend, perhaps. His father's voice again.
Straight across. Hurry.
Darian ran. And when he emerged, the plague land stretched before him once more.
Renault. Take me to Renault, his father said.
Renault was no longer a commander draped in red and gold. He was a child again, bare knees pressed to the wooden floor, shards of something broken clutched in his trembling hands. Across the room, a figure stood at the tall window, where sunlight streamed through the glass in golden rays, catching the dust in the air like motes suspended in time. She was staring at him, hands at her hips. Her silhouette was framed by the sun, the warmth of day unable to soften the chill in her voice. You've done a very, very bad thing, Renault. He looked down confused, his breath shallow. But it's just water, Mom. No, son, it isn't. The warmth drained from the room. Renault blinked and stared at his hands again. The sunlight still poured in, but now it revealed something far worse. His palms were slick, coated in dark crimson. The shards he clutched no longer looked harmless. Horror gripped him, the blood shimmered in the golden light. You've done a very, very bad thing, and you will be punished. Her voice shattered the stillness like glass. Enough! Renault bolted upright in his bed, heart pounding in his chest. The rising light of day still spilling through the window, just like in his dream. He pushed himself up, throwing the sheets aside, and stormed out of his quarters. Down the hallway, a soldier stood at attention. Renault's voice rang out sharp and clear. You! Ready my horse immediately! Yes, Lord! The man replied, quickly sprinting off toward the stables to prepare the Scarlet Commander's steed. Renault lingered for a breath in the doorway, the final rays of sunlight washing over his face. But there was no warmth in them now. Only memory. Only blood. Brill was quiet in the late afternoon light, the wind whispering through tall grass and trees that swayed gently above the abandoned homestead. Time had touched the place, but not with rot, only stillness. The Mograine home stood empty, its walls weathered but upright. The windows like hollow eyes staring into the past. Birds chirped somewhere in the orchard and flowers bloomed in defiance of the sorrow that lingered in the soil. Renault Mograine stood alone in the yard, the head of his sledgehammer resting at his side. Before him, at the foot of a graceful tree, was a gravestone, clean, upright, and untouched by overgrowth. The name engraved upon it was sharp and unmistakable. His mother. He turned his back to it. I want the nightmares to stop, he said, voice tight with fury and something deeper beneath. Grief, perhaps, or guilt? There was a time, perhaps, when I needed you to understand. But that time has passed. I don't need you anymore. I don't need anyone. I'm a man now. With a roar, he swung the hammer. The steel came crashing down on the headstone with explosive force, shattering it into jagged fragments that scattered across the grass. The sound echoed through the homestead like a thunderclap. Footsteps approached. A soldier, young, uncertain, had seen the act but hesitated. Then stepping forward, he called out, "Sir, are you okay? I heard..." Renault turned, eyes smoldering like live coals.
"Grab torches and burn it. Burn everything."
The soldier froze and then nodded and turned to obey. Flames began to rise soon after, licking at the house's frame, curling through windows, devouring curtains and broken memories. The garden's brightness faded in the glow of rising firelight. Smoke curled in the air, thick with the scent of ash and old wood. Renault walked away slowly, his right hand gripping the sledgehammer just beneath the head, the heavy weapon angled down toward the ground. He didn't look back as the home of his childhood was consumed behind him. "Goodbye, mother," he muttered and headed back with the soldiers to the Scarlet Monastery. The halls of the Scarlet Monastery were restless. Lady Whitemane moved with purpose through the war-lit corridors. She entered the chapel chamber where Renault Mograine stood at the altar, his hands clasped behind his back, staring into the flicker of candlelight. "Our informants report a large-scale scourge offensive is imminent," she said without ceremony. Renault turned slightly, his voice sharp. "And what of the prisoners, Inquisitor Whitemane? What have they to say?" Her tone was measured but urgent. "Information extracted from them corroborates the informant's claims. They agree on the target as well, Hearthglen." Renault's jaw clenched at the name. "The Forsaken are not an immediate threat. Round up a squad of our best soldiers, milady, and speed your way to Hearthglen." He turned and began to walk away. "It will be done, lord," she replied, already moving to carry out his order. High above the monastery, hidden beneath the shadow of the hills, Darian Mograine watched. Troops poured out of the monastery below, led by a woman in crimson and steel. Their banners bore the familiar insignia of the Scarlet Crusade, fluttering like bloodied ghosts in the wind. He stood silent, gripping the hilt of the Ashbringer. "I still don't understand why you brought me here. Will Renault know what to do? Can he help you?" Darian asked aloud, uncertain. From beside him, the ever-present whisper of his father's voice replied, "Help. Yes." Once the soldiers had vanished into the distance, Darian descended from the ridge and approached the monastery's heavy doors. Inside, the great hall was quiet, emptied of its ranks. 2 guards eyed him suspiciously but made no move to stop him as he entered. His steps were swift, his grip tight on the sword at his side. He found Renault in the sanctum just past the inner chapel. "Renault, I have an urgent matter to..." Renault spun around at the sound of his voice, his expression twisting into rage.
You are not welcome here, traitor. How dare you show your face after siding with that crackpot Tyrosus? The Scarlet Crusade is the only true force for good on Azeroth. What could you hope to mean by..." "Renault, listen to me. I've come to talk about father, Darian interrupted, desperation rising in his voice. But Renault's eyes had locked onto the blade. "The sword. Why did you bring that here? What are you trying to do to me?"
"What are you talking about?" Darian asked, startled. "We're family." In a flash, Renault's fist lashed out, cracking against Darian's jaw. He stumbled to the floor.
"I have no family,"
Renault roared. He advanced on his fallen brother, fury consuming him. His boots thundered against the stone as he kicked Darian hard in the ribs.
"Guard, get that cursed sword out of my sight."
"Do you remember when we would grapple as children? I would hold you down until you blubbered, mewling like a kitten. Even then, your pathetic weakness made me sick. I have severed the trappings of my old life, and now there is only one bond left to be broken. You, dear brother, the weakest link." But something stirred. As the nearby guard reached for the Ashbringer, green flames licked from its hilt. The air grew heavy, charged with necrotic energy. Renault raised his voice once more.
"You're a weakling and a betrayer, and the punishment for betrayal is death."
He drew back for a final blow, but a voice stopped him cold.
"Betrayal."
Renault froze, his face went pale. Father? The flames surged into form, coalescing into the armored silhouette of Alexandros Mograine, clad in his Death Knight's plate, green fire roaring around him.
"You know a great deal about betrayal, son."
Renault stumbled backward.
It can't be. Forgive me, Father, I beg you.
Alexandros stepped forward unflinching. His sword rose, and with a single swing, he severed Renault's head from his body.
You are forgiven.
The body fell. Silence rang in the aftermath like a bell tolling for the dead. Darian stared, stunned, trembling on the floor. Alexandros looked to him.
Don't look at me, boy.
Then, like smoke caught in the wind, Alexandros vanished into the Ashbringer's glow. Darian remained on his knees, the world spinning. He covered his face with his hands, grief overtaking him.
Dad, what has become of you? What have you become?
The flicker of hope that had stirred in his chest was extinguished once more, cast back into shadow. Hearthglen stood on the brink of ruin. The city's walls, once proud and defiant, now trembled under the weight of the scourge. Fires burned unchecked. Smoke drifted through the air like the breath of death itself. Screams echoed down stone corridors, drowned beneath the ceaseless growls and hisses of the undead. From atop a battered watchtower, a lone guard, bloodied but not broken, shouted into the chaos below. "General Abendis, Lady Abendis, prepare for another surge." The order cut through the pandemonium like a blade. Scarlet Crusade soldiers rallied where they could, forming desperate shield walls and makeshift choke points. But no matter how many of the dead they struck down, more poured in. Endless, merciless, a tide of rot. Farther down the southern flank, Grandmaster Satan held the line. His voice rang with authority, rallying his men through sheer presence alone. Blades flashed, arrows flew, bones cracked under hammer and shield. Yet the storm would not yield. Then came the abomination. A grotesque mountain of flesh and bone, stitched together with cruelty and dark will. It surged forward with terrifying speed, smashing through the Crusade's defenses like parchment. Satan turned just in time to catch the brunt of its charge. His body launched through the air, crashing violently into the side of an old barn. Wood splintered, dust rose, silence followed. But the Grand Crusader was not alarmed. Half buried in debris, he slowly pushed himself to one knee. The firelight flickered strangely against his face, revealing a faint, sinister glow. His right eye shimmered, purple, unnatural, burning with restrained power. As the abomination lumbered forward, uncertain but driven, Satan's voice emerged. Deeper now, colder.
Come closer, you witless oaf, and bear witness to the shedding of this pathetic mortal husk. Fleeting are the moments these days in which I may truly be myself.
His form began to shift. What had once been man unraveled, coils of flesh giving way to shadow, armor falling like the shell of a discarded disguise. His hand reached out, graceful and inhuman, resting beneath the abomination's chin. The creature faltered, confusion, then fear.
That I may rend flesh, shed blood, and shiver bone. Not as the fallible mortal Dothrahand, but as the undaunted and redoubtable Nathrazim Balnazar, cheater of death, master of mortal pawns, and bane of you rotting dead. And in that instant, the truth was made flesh. Balnazar, Dreadlord of the Burning Legion, stood revealed. With a roar and a surge of terrible strength, he seized the massive construct by the throat, lifting it from the ground as though it weighed nothing. A flash of motion, and then the earth shook. The abomination slammed into the dirt with enough force to shatter stone. Its twisted life snuffed out in an instant. The fight was over. Yet Balnazar staggered slightly. The damage from the initial blow lingered beneath the illusion of strength. He turned from the corpse, tendrils of smoke rising from his wounds, the battlefield still howling for blood. The battle had reached a fevered pitch. Within the battered courtyard of the bastion, Bridget Abendis turned toward the mages stationed above her on a tower, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "Asilian, Doan, can you do anything to hold them back?" "We're doing everything we can," came the reply, sharp, strained, and nearly drowned out by the sound of clashing steel and crumbling stone. The scourge had breached the outer defenses. Now, like a flood loosed from a shattered dam, they poured over the walls with no end in sight. Her blade slick with gore, her mind already calculating their next fallback point. She didn't see the shadow moving behind her, swift, silent, death given form. But her father did,
General Abendis' voice rang out, not in command, but in desperation. "Bridget!" he shouted, already moving before the words left his mouth. He surged forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. There was no time. The undead blade found its mark. It plunged deep into the general's chest, just as he shoved his daughter aside. The breath left him in a ragged gasp as blood bloomed through the armor. "No!" Bridget caught him as he fell, her voice a raw edge of panic. Talon raced toward them, cutting down the Scourge assailant with a cry of fury. But it was too late. The damage had been done. The general's grip weakened in his daughter's hands. His eyes, once burning with command, began to dim. Blood stained her gauntlets as she held him, helpless to stop the life ebbing from his body. In the heart of a crumbling bastion, surrounded by the dead and the dying, Bridget Abendis lost her father. Not to age nor illness, but to the very darkness they had sworn to eradicate. Time was running out. The Scourge had breached Hearthglen's outer walls, and the defenders were spread thin, barely managing to hold the line amid the chaos. Every second mattered now, every decision, every spell, every swing of a blade. High above the battlefield, Asilian stood amidst a swirl of screams and steel, his gaze darting toward Doan, who remained still amidst the storm. Frustration boiled over. "Come to your senses and join the fight, for pity's sake!" But Doan merely adjusted his grip on his staff and smirked, unbothered by the chaos around him. "Patience, Asilian. Experience has taught me to conserve my energy for when it is needed most. It is no small feat, after all, to call forth a blizzard from cloudless skies." As he finished the words, the temperature dropped in an instant. Frost crackled in the air, then a surge of icy power tore through the battlefield. Wind came from nowhere, snow and shards of ice blanketed the street. Undead shrieked and vanished beneath collapsing stone. Dagger-like chunks of hail hammered down from above, piercing rotted flesh, while others were frozen solid mid-lunge, locked forever in their final motion. Elsewhere in the city, the cold was not what haunted the living. A lone scarlet soldier, battered and breathless, stumbled into a quiet courtyard, only to pause, sensing something behind him. A violet mist curled through the air like smoke from a cursed altar. He turned. Grand Crusader Satan stood there, barely upright, his armor bloodied, one arm clutched against his ribs. "Can you heal?" the soldier asked, hesitant but helpful. Satan tilted his head and gave a slow, sly smile. "Yes, I can. One way or another." Before the soldier could speak, the Dreadlord's hand rose, energy surged, dark, hungry, and the man gasped as his life was pulled from his body. In seconds, he crumpled to the ground, a lifeless husk. Satan stood tall once more, his wounds closing, strength renewed. To the north, horns rang out as a brilliant light streaked across the battlefield. Troops raised their eyes to see High Inquisitor Whitemane striding forward at the head of a fresh wave of scarlet reinforcements. With radiant fury she advanced, planting her staff into the earth. "It seems we arrived none too soon. Let this be a lesson to all Scourge. The Scarlet Crusade will not be taken easily." A shockwave of holy energy surged from her, shattering bone, searing rot, and cleansing the path ahead. The Scourge writhed and burned beneath the divine onslaught, clearing the way for the remaining defenders to regroup. As the smoke began to settle, the surviving soldiers gathered, looking to Whitemane for direction, until a familiar shape emerged from the haze. Grand Crusader Satan, untouched, stepped forward. "You expected otherwise?" he asked, eyes gleaming. "Well, no, a soldier began, but Satan cut him off coldly. "Tell High General Abendis I want an immediate assessment of casualties." At that moment, Talon came sprinting into view, breathless and grim. The words he carried struck harder than any blade. General Abendis had fallen. Across the courtyard, Bridget knelt beside her father's still form, refusing to accept what her heart already knew. Her fingers clutched his armor, bloodied and cooling. "Stupid old man. Stupid, stupid old man. Get up. Get up. Get up." No matter how many times she said it, no matter how many tears fell into the dust, he would not rise. The sky was awash in molten gold and fading crimson as the sun dipped between two distant mountain peaks. Darren Mograine sat upon a high grassy hill, the wind gently tugging at his cloak, his gaze locked on the horizon. Beside him sat Fairbanks, his expression calm, content. Together they watched the days end in silence, two weary souls resting between the past and whatever future might remain. It's beautiful, isn't it, Fairbanks? Darian said quietly, his voice barely above the breeze. It is indeed, Master Darian. Even I can't complain about a view like that. Darian exhaled slowly, his eyes reflecting the fading light. I only wish Dad were here to see it. He loved sunsets. I would watch him sometimes when I was very young, watch him as he stared out the window. He would say that in those moments he felt at one with the light. But the light never spoke to me as it did to him. To me it always felt distant, just outside my grasp. Fairbanks turned slightly, offering a soft smile. The light touches each of us in its own way. Darian nodded absently, but shadows clung to his expression. Dad said we all have a purpose. I have no idea what my purpose is. I've bungled everything. I should have listened to Maxwell when he told me what you said about Renault. I shouldn't have taken the sword to the monastery. His voice cracked as his frustration surged. Fairbanks placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, his tone gentle but firm. Beware of regret, Darian. It's a plague all its own. There are too many things you couldn't have known. Darian dropped his gaze, plucking a small flower from the grass. He turned it slowly between his fingers, then looked at Fairbanks with quiet resolve. I won't give up on him, Fairbanks. I'll see to it that his soul be redeemed. That's the spirit, Fairbanks replied warmly. The sun dipped lower now, casting long shadows across the hill. Darian's brow furrowed, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he stared at the dying light. Tell me something. In all honesty, this is a dream, isn't it? You're dead. As he spoke, the flower in his hand crumbled to dust, its petals falling away like ash. Fairbanks grinned knowingly. Yes. What's left of my mortal shell rots even now in the Scarlet Monastery. Darian's heart tightened. So what is this? Why are you here? The light touches each of us, in its own way. You said that. Fairbanks nodded, then spoke with sudden clarity. Seek out Tyrion Fordring, in exile, where the Thondoro River flows into the Plaguelands. For what purpose? Darian asked, the weight of destiny creeping into his voice. Stay your course, Master Darian. I must take my leave, before it grows dark. No, wait! Darian reached toward him, but the world around him was already fading. And then he awoke. The dream shattered like glass, replaced by the cold stillness of a ruined house deep in the eastern Plaguelands. Dust hung in the air, light filtered through broken beams overhead. Beside him, resting on the floor, lay the Ashbringer. Its weight and what it represented had never felt heavier. A dream after all, or perhaps a message, he muttered, rising to his feet amidst the dust and debris of the ruined house. His eyes fell on the Ashbringer lying beside him. He reached down, fingers closing around the hilt. One way to find out. He lifted the blade, its familiar weight grounding him. What say you, Dad? He asked aloud into the silence. No answer. So now it's the silent treatment. You don't want to materialize and lop off my head? He gave a dry, bitter smile. So be it. We ride for Thondoro River before the Scarlet Crusade comes to reclaim its stolen horse. With that, he stepped into the cold gray light of the eastern Plaguelands, setting off on his lone pilgrimage toward the man the dream had named. Time passed beneath dead trees and beside rivers thick with decay. But eventually, Darian found what he was searching for. A clearing tucked between cliffs and forest, where the sound of falling water echoed in the stillness. At the edge of the clearing stood a small, unassuming house nestled near a waterfall, its walls weathered by time and solitude. Darian stepped closer and called out, Tyrion? He waited, uncertain if the reclusive legend would even answer. He didn't have to wait long. A mace pressed cold and firm to his throat, and a voice growled beside him. And what business might you have, boy? Darian kept his hands visible, eyes slowly shifting toward the speaker. Darian is the name. Darian Mograine, sir. I seek your aid. To his left, a grizzled man stepped into view, his presence as solid as stone, his long white hair and beard unmistakable. The battle-worn features of Tyrion Fordring betrayed a man long removed from the world, and wary of it. Alexandros' youngest? Tyrion's voice carried no welcome. I have no help to offer you. Best be on your way. Darian's heart pounded, but he pressed on. The light granted me a vision, and with it a suggestion that you would provide aid, or at the very least advice. Tyrion's expression hardened. Then the light has misled you. I'm an exile, a pariah. My advice is that you turn away and seek your counsel elsewhere. But Darion wasn't ready to walk away. With a grin, he reached into his satchel and held out a small, red apple. Fresh fruit, to be accompanied by roasted boar later. If you'll only hear me out. Tyrion eyed the fruit with clear skepticism, though the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed something else. Curiosity? Perhaps even hunger. Yes, well, he said dryly. Despite the scarcity of untainted food here in the Plaguelands, my loyalties will not be so easily purchased. Darion's tone shifted, urgency taking hold. My father's soul is at stake, he pleaded. You may be a pariah, an exile, but you may also be the only person left for me to turn to. That gave Tyrion pause. Your father's soul, you say? He echoed, raising an eyebrow. Alexandros was an exemplar of purity. I can scarcely imagine his soul in peril. Still, I'll hear you out, for your father's sake. Come. The cabin was still, except for the low, steady crackle of the fire and the distant rush of the waterfall just beyond the clearing. Darion sat in a worn wooden chair, his back resting against the rear wall of the cabin. Beside him, Tyrion sat another, angled slightly toward the center of the room. A small table sat between them, untouched, bearing only silence and the weight of all that had been said. Darion held the Ashbringer. His gauntlets gripped the hilts, the blade angled downward, its tip gently resting against the creaking floorboards between his boots. Once, it had radiated with the golden luminance of the light, a weapon of unshakable justice. But no more. That brilliance had long since faded, warped into a faint, sickly green glow that pulsed with corruption. The light's warmth had turned cold, twisted. The weapon felt heavier now, not just in steel, but in memory, guilt, and failure. Tyrion had listened to everything, the dream, the vision, the scourge, the soul. Now at last he spoke. Your tale is disturbing, to say the least, if Alexandros' spirit and the sword are linked as you say. When I was judged, when I was stripped of my rank and my station, I feared that the light had abandoned me. But the light cares little for the judgment of men. He leaned forward, casting a wary glance at the glowing blade. Slowly, respectfully, Tyrion extended his hands. Darion hesitated, then relinquished the Ashbringer. Tyrion took the weapon in both hands, holding it close. He closed his eyes. By the grace of the light, let me see what others cannot. He remained still for several long moments, the silence between them broke only by the fire's quiet hiss. But no peace came to him, no revelation, only a tightening of his brow and a hardening of his jaw. With a frustrated grunt, Tyrion abruptly rose from his chair and drove the Ashbringer down into the wooden floor with a harsh thud. The sword is corrupted, and there is a soul trapped within. If it is truly that of Alexandros, I fear there is nothing left of him. Darion's breath caught. Meaning? Meaning your father's spirit is forfeit, boy. You've done all you can, best now to let it go. The words were a hammer to his chest, but Darion refused to yield to them. Darion pleaded with him, but Tyrion ignored the plea and said, That tabard you wear, it is not that of the Scarlet Crusade. What is it? A new order, Darion answered, steady despite the pain. The Argent Dawn, a brotherhood that believes in the equality of all, dedicated to scouring evil from the world. Poor fool. Darion turned toward him sharply. Have you become so embittered? My father believed in you and others cursed your name. Will you turn your back on me now, as you've turned your back on Talon? The words landed like a slap. Tyrion's jaw tightened, his voice rising with sudden fury. Snot-nosed whelp. Do not speak to me as if you know the truth. You know nothing. You're right, I know nothing. Talon never speaks of it. All I've heard are rumors. If you refuse to help, the least you can do is tell me. Tell me why you were branded a traitor. Tyrion began his tale, voice low and steady. I found the tracks while hunting. Orc tracks. Mind you, back then the orcs were our sworn enemies. Evil monsters, or so we thought. Darion said nothing, just listened. The tracks led me to a crumbling tower. And there I discovered an orc. No longer in the prime of his youth, but an orc just the same. We fought, and to my surprise, I found our skills to be evenly matched. Our battle brought the tower down around us, and darkness closed in. I awoke later in my own bed. In time, I learned that the orc pulled me from the rubble, tied me to my saddle. My trusted steed Mirador had carried me home. The waterfall continued its endless descent behind them, unbothered by the weight of confession. I returned to speak with the orc. I learned his name, Eitrig, and I learned that this greenskin, whose kind I had grown to hate, valued honor as much as I. He only wished to be left alone. I swore a solemn oath to honor that wish, but fate conspired against us. Lord Commander Dothrahan learned of Eitrig and ordered me to lead him and a party of soldiers to the orc's hiding place. Eitrig fought but was still arrested. I tried to intervene, but too late. The damage was done. I was tried for treason. Still, I refused to renounce my oath to Eitrig. I was labeled a traitor and excommunicated. Eitrig was to be executed in Stratholm, but before he could be hanged, I acted, saving his life as he had saved mine. Soon after, the war chief of the Horde, Thrall, arrived and spirited Eitrig away. That was the last I saw of him. It was a matter of honor. A man has nothing if he has not honor. Of course, Uther, Dothrahan, and the others did not see it that way. Despite my outcast status, I've kept watch through the years. The day Talon was knighted, I snuck into the ceremony. I was so proud of him. Darian's gaze didn't lift. But now he casts his lot with the Scarlet Crusade. A corrupt travesty that's as much a blight upon the land as the plague itself. Talon isn't like the others. If I had to guess, I'd say that maybe he's lost his way. I understand what he's going through. I know what it's like to lose a father. Thank you for sharing your tale, Brother Tyrion. I realize now that you were faced with an impossible choice, and you made the only decision you could, just as I've made mine. I must set off to meet the others at Light's Hope and continue my quest. Darian stood slowly, stretching his back and brushing grit from his gauntlets. An act of love, Tyrion said suddenly. Darian turned his head, puzzled. What? I've been giving it careful consideration. I believe that only an act of love greater than the act of evil that corrupted the sword will be powerful enough to free your father's soul. But be warned, such an act is often the ultimate test of faith. His tone was quieter now, reflective, uncertain whether he should have spoken at all. Thank you for the knowledge. You should join us at Light's Hope. You could inspire others. The Argent Dawn needs men like you. The two men walked back to where Darian had hitched up his horse at the edge of the cabin, where grass had begun to reclaim the worn path. Tyrion stopped just short of it while Darian mounted up. I've seen everything that was good in my life wither on the vine. And all for what? No, I do not care to be involved, Tyrion says, frustration in his voice. Darian nodded once, solemn but undeterred. He guided the reins, turning the horse to face the forest trail. You were a vessel of the light once. Faith, wisdom, valor, honor. These ideals meant something to you. You can be that man again. Be a paladin. Be an inspiration. Be a force. Be a hero. With that, he rode off into the trees, the waterfall mist trailing behind him like memory on the wind. Tyrion stood where he was, just beside the cabin where Darian had left him, and said nothing. He watched the path until it emptied of hoofbeats and presence. The words lingered in the morning air, and he stood there still. Back at Hearthglen, 3 candles burned low in the dim chamber, their flames casting soft flickering halos across the walls. Talon Fordring knelt before them, clad in full armor, the steel of his gauntlets resting heavily against his knees. Beside him stood his bed, undisturbed. The night was silent, the air thick with reflection. In his hands he held a letter, creased and worn, treasured beyond words. It was his father's. I want you to know that I love you dearly, and that I'll always carry you close to my heart. Your life and your deeds will be my redemption, son. You are my pride and my hope. Be a good man. Be a hero. Goodbye. The last word always landed the hardest. Talon's gaze lingered on the parchment, the candlelight shimmering faintly off the edges of his pauldrons. From the doorway, a voice entered softly, measured. Your father's letter. I'd heard you still carry it with you. Talon turned slightly, but remained kneeling. Grand Crusader Satan stood just inside the room, his posture upright, his presence deliberate. He didn't move closer, only observed. We've never spoken of Tyrion's trial. I was there, of course, when judgment was passed. I was more shocked than anyone when he refused to atone. When he refused the mercy of the court, Satan said, his tone neither cruel nor kind, just resolved. It felt like he was betraying us all over again. As painful as it is to say, your father deserved to be exiled. He languishes now in obscurity while you do the light's work. He paused and then added, I have plans for you, Talon. I wish for you to take Renault's place as the new commander at the Scarlet Monastery. Talon looked back to Satan and then upward. Me? Well, I would be honored, of course. So let it be. Your prospects are limitless, so long as you look into the future and take care not to dwell in the past. Take my advice. Burn the note. With that, Satan turned, stepping out into the hallway and quietly shutting the door behind him. Silence returned. Talon stared at the letter in his hands. The parchment trembled slightly, catching the candle's warmth as he brought it close to the flame. He felt he should obey. He felt he should burn it. The Grand Crusader had given him a command, and a part of him, trained, disciplined, urged him to follow through. But he couldn't. The flame danced beneath the parchment, yearning to consume it. Yet Talon pulled it back and pressed it against his armored chest. He could not destroy the only piece of his father he had left. He could not let go of him. Not now, not ever. The wind howled across the pale hills of the eastern Plaguelands, rattling banners and carrying with it the scent of frost and war. Outside the chapel at Light's Hope, Lord Maxwell Tyrosus stood in solemn silence. 2 soldiers flanked him, armor creaking softly, hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Their eyes swept the tree line ahead, but it was the feel of the ground beneath them, the stillness before the storm, that told them all they needed to know. Then came the thunder of hooves. A lone rider burst into view, galloping hard down the western path. His horse skidded to a stop before them. Frothing and panicking, the rider breathed hard. The Scourge! They're coming this way. Fast. Maxwell stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. How many? The soldier's gaze faltered, staring somewhere far beyond. They were as blades of grass in a field. Silence fell over the group. Another soldier leaned in, lowering his voice to Tyrosus' ear. It's not too late for you and the others to save your skin, sir. There's still time to make tracks. Maxwell didn't blink, his eyes remained fixed westward. You've guarded the secret of Light's Hope well, Brother Briggs, but it appears to be a secret no longer. It's up to all of us now to protect what lies beneath. He stepped forward, voice rising like a battle banner catching the wind. Knights, soldiers, Templar, gather round. You've all been told what is at stake. Should any of you wish to depart, now is the time. He paused, scanning their faces, blood elves, humans, dwarves, night elves, even former enemies now standing shoulder to shoulder. Maxwell nodded, pride burning in his chest. No one? Stand with me then, brothers and sisters, and together, Horde, Alliance, Night Elf, Blood Elf, we shall win the day. For each of you possess that which our enemy does not, the fervently beating heart of a warrior. A resounding cheer rose up from the defenders, shaking the air like thunder. Then a familiar voice rang out above the clamor. You've prepared quite the welcome for me, Brother Maxwell. Maxwell turned, face lighting with joy. Darian, light be praised, you're safe. Darian approached on horseback, his armor dulled by war and dust, the Ashbringer slung across his back, its corrupted glow faint and sickly green. As he neared, he dismounted with a fluid motion. Maxwell stepped forward, his expression shifting. What of Alexandros? Is he... Dead. He's dead. His corrupted soul trapped now within the Ashbringer. Maxwell furrowed his brow, confused. Dead? Trapped? I'm not sure I fully understand. What of Grunhold and the others? I alone survived. It is my hope that they didn't die for nothing, that my father's soul may yet be redeemed. Maxwell's hand rested briefly on Darian's shoulder, firm, solemn. The two began walking toward the chapel, Maxwell taking the lead as Darian walked beside him, leading his horse by the reins. You've come to the right place, provided we can protect it from the Scourge. Even now they array themselves against us. Darian glanced toward the distant hills. But why? What does the Scourge want from some tiny chapel in the middle of nowhere? It's precisely the chapel's remote location that made it the perfect choice. For what? Darian asked. Maxwell nodded forward. Darian hitched his horse near the outer wall. Together they entered the chapel, quiet, candlelit, and heavy with a sacred weight. Behind the altar, Maxwell revealed a narrow stone staircase. Without hesitation, he led Darian down into the dark beneath Light's Hope. I was among a very select few chosen for a secret task. After Arthas killed his father, our beloved king, and the Scourge rampaged through Lordaeron and Capital City, it was decided that our honored dead must not be left behind, abandoned only to later bolster the ranks of the Lich King's army. Their boots echoed against cold stone as they reached the bottom. Maxwell lit a torch and touched it to a basement of accelerant. Flames leapt forward, racing down the long corridor, illuminating a vast underground chamber. A hall lined with towering arches stretched ahead, the floor flanked by stone coffins. And so we took the bodies out of the cemeteries and the catacombs. Bodies of warriors, priests, paladins, champions of battles long past. And we transported them here, to this small, out-of-the-way chapel, where we interned them once more in sacred ground. 1,000 of the bravest souls to walk the earth. Yet should they fall into the hands of the Scourge, they would be raised into the Lich King's service, Darian said. Yes, cogs in an unstoppable machine of destruction. Darian's voice grew firm. I see now why so many wait outside ready to fight. It'll be my honor to take my place among you. That night, Darian lay in the upper barracks. Visions churned in his mind, drowning in black water, sinking deeper and deeper into lightless depths. He reached for something, someone. Even in that void, he saw his father, drifting, fading, slipping beyond reach. Darian gasped awake, heart pounding. Morning came, cold and gray. Outside, soldiers stood at the ready, paladins in polished plate, warriors gripping spears, bows, and blades. The rising sun did little to cut through the fog. Then came the call from the outer perimeter. To arms! To arms! The hour is upon us! And the battle for Light's Hope was about to begin. They advanced without pause, an army of the dead, tireless and unrelenting, sweeping across the land like a pestilence. They required no sleep, no food, and they had no mercy. Only purpose. Each clattering footstep, each rattling groan, carried them relentlessly toward their long-sought prize. The land behind them withered into lifeless silence. Ahead stood the last sanctuary, and they would have it. Light's Hope Chapel shimmered on the horizon, but the undead drew near. Then, without warning, the battle truly began. The skies blackened with shrieking gargoyles, nightmare silhouettes that tore through the air like blades. From below, ranks of skeletal warriors surged forward, accompanied by their cruel masters, necromancers cloaked in decay, raising fallen Argent Dawn comrades to fight against their own. These once noble defenders, now hollowed and twisted, obeyed the will of the Lich King without hesitation. And yet, the Argent Dawn did not break. Faced with certain annihilation, they held their ground. Men and women of every race and creed, driven not by power, but by conviction. They fought with fire in their eyes, with sorrow in their hearts, with purpose in every swing of sword and hammer. Even here, even now, in the darkest hours, they endured. Because in every true warrior's heart, there remains a spark, a light. Through the clash, a familiar figure rode into the fray atop a horse, the beast barreling forward with righteous fury. With a single mighty swing of his mace, he struck an abomination square in the face, slamming it into the earth in a thunderous crash. Darian turned at the sound and grinned. Tyrion, looks like father was right about you after all. Far ahead, the enemy's voice pierced through the storm like a dagger. Let the heralds of the damned proclaim our victory, for Kel'Thuzad stands before you now. But Darian pressed forward. He charged through the battlefield like a force of vengeance, the Ashbringer blazing in one hand and another sword in the other. Limbs flew from the undead as he cut them down, his strength undiminished, his will indomitable. Side by side with his fellow soldiers, he carved a path through the tide of death. Yet the voice came again, cruel and cold. The Ashbringer alone is not powerful enough, boy. No weapon can stand long against the might of the Scourge. Even now your numbers dwindle, your soldiers tire. Your cause is all but lost.
What purpose is there to your pathetic existence but to succumb to the Master? Where is this light now that you believe in with such blind devotion?
Darian stopped. Undead surrounded him, an endless wall of decay. The clamor of battle raged, but within, a silence settled. His grip tightened. That's it. That's why the light never reached me the way it did my father. I didn't believe enough. The light led me out of the darkness once. Perhaps it can do so again. It may be our only chance. He stared at the Ashbringer, then, without hesitation, he turned its point inward, toward his own chest. The ultimate test of faith. An act of love. From a distance, Tyrion Fordring caught the sight of what Darian was doing. His eyes went wide with horror. Darian! Darian's voice trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. This is my purpose, then. So be it. My soul for yours. I love you, Dad. And with that, he plunged the blade into his own heart. The explosion was instantaneous. A wave of radiant energy erupted from Darian's body. Blinding in its brilliance, it engulfed the battlefield in a holy tempest, hurling back the undead, lighting the field like a sunrise cutting through years of darkness. From a distance, a paladin gasped. What is this, Tyrosus? What's happening? Maxwell's eyes were locked on the pillar of light. It's a reckoning, Officer Pureheart. The reckoning of 1,000 vengeful souls. The wind tore across the battlefield, forcing everyone to brace themselves. The light tore upward like a beacon to the heavens, pure, unyielding. But within that brilliance, Darian fell. Once again he was adrift, drowning in black water, sinking deeply into a murky, breathless void. The light was fading. The dark pulled harder, and just before he vanished into oblivion, he heard a voice, his father's voice. I love you, son. With all that I am, all I was, all I ever will be. Then the warmth disappeared. A chill gripped him. Now, boy, now you're mine. Kel'Thuzad's voice pierced the silence. Darian's eyes snapped open. He rose, slow and unnatural. His skin had gone pale. His eyes, once fierce, were now cold and clouded white. Life had fled him. Undeath claimed him. Rise, Darian Mograine. Rise, Ashbringer. Kel'Thuzad's voice was thick with triumph. The Lich drifted closer as Darian reached to his chest, pulling the Ashbringer free with both hands. Our primary goal may have eluded us, but I'll be content to take you as my prize. Kel'Thuzad circled the fallen hero like a shadow. The Scourge can always return to Light's Hope. Now tell me, boy, who do you love? Darian's lips parted, but they held no warmth, no soul. No one, he said coldly. And although Darian could no longer hear it, a voice echoed in that sacred place, a voice of light among the silence of the dead. My soul will forever bear the weight of your sacrifice, my son. And just as you never gave up on me, I shall never give up on you. For you've taught me the most valuable lesson of all. Hope never dies. In the shadow of undeath, Darian Mograine, now bound to the will of the Lich King and wielding the twisted, corrupted form of the Ashbringer, led a brutal assault on Light's Hope Chapel. Flanked by the Death Knights of Acheris and bolstered by the Scourge, Darian brought ruin to the very place once sanctified by the light. But the chapel stood defiant. Reinforcements arrived in the form of Tyrion Fordring and the valiant Knights of the Silver Hand, turning the tide of the battle and halting Darian's grim crusade.
Light. This place. No hope. Have you learned nothing, boy? You have become all that your father fought against. Like that coward Arthas, you allowed yourself to be consumed by the darkness, the hate, feeding upon the misery of those you tortured and killed. Your master knows what lies beneath the chapel. It is why he dares not show his face. He sent you and your Death Knights to meet their doom, Darian. What you are feeling right now is the anguish of 1,000 lost souls. Souls that you and your master brought here. The light will tear you apart, Darian.
Save your breath, old man. It might be the last you ever draw. My son!
Father!
My dear, beautiful boy.
What? Father, you have returned. You've been gone a long time, Father. I thought...
Nothing could have kept me away from here, Darian. Not from my home and family.
Father, I wish to join you in the war against the undead. I want to fight. I can sit idle no longer.
Darian Mograine, you are barely of age to hold a sword, let alone battle the undead hordes of Lordaeron. I could not bear losing you. Even the thought...
If I die, Father, I would rather it be on my feet, standing in defiance against the undead legions. If I die, let me die with you!
My son, there will come a day when you will command the Ashbringer, and with it, mete out justice across this land. I have no doubt that when that day finally comes, you will bring pride to our people, and that Lordaeron will be a better place because of you. But, my son, that day is not today. Do not forget yet.
Touching. He's mine now.
You betrayed me. You betrayed us all, monster! Face the might of Mograine!
Pathetic.
You're a damned monster, Arthas!
You are right, Fordring. I did send them in to die. Their lives are meaningless. But yours... How simple it was to draw the great Tyrian Fordring out of hiding. You've left yourself exposed, Paladin. Nothing will save you. Apocalypse!
That day is not today. Tyrion! Arthas!
What is this?
Your end.
Impossible. This is not over. When next we meet, it won't be on holy ground, Paladin.
We have all been witness to a terrible tragedy. The blood of good men has been shed upon this soil. Honorable knights, slain defending their lives. Our lives. And while such things can never be forgotten, we must remain vigilant in our cause. The Lich King must answer for what he has done, and must not be allowed to cause further destruction in our world. I make a promise to you now, brothers and sisters. The Lich King will be defeated. On this day, I call for a union. The Argent Dawn and the Order of the Silver Hand will come together as one. We will succeed where so many before us have failed. We will take the fight to Arthas, and we will tear down the walls of Icecrown. The Argent Crusade comes for you, Arthas!
So too do the Knights of the Everglade. Although our kind has no place in your world, we will fight to bring an end to the Lich King. This I vow.
After the fall of the Lich King atop the Frozen Throne, a champion of Azeroth, one who bore the runeblade Shadowmourne, discovered a mysterious unsealed chest among Arthas' remains. Inside was a soul shard, and within it the essence of Alexandros lingered. Returned to Darien, the Shard stirred, and for one final time Alexandros appeared. He offered his son heartfelt thanks for breaking the chain of damnation. The memory of Darien's sacrifice, Alexandros said, had been his only anchor against the torment of Frostmourne. With his final words spoken and his soul at peace, the Ashbringer's spirit faded at last, free. When Alexandros was finally freed from Frostmourne, his soul did not pass into the peaceful afterlife he had once imagined. Instead, it was cast into the war-scarred realm of Maldraxxus, a brutal dominion of flesh, steel, and necromantic power, governed by the Necrolord Covenant. It was a realm forged for battle, where the dead rose not as mindless thralls, but as champions of cosmic war. At first, Alexandros knew only horror. Awakening in this alien place surrounded by bones, decay, and monstrous forms, he saw only a reflection of the Scourge, the very force that had claimed his life and twisted his legacy. In his eyes, the Necrolords were no better than the servants of the Lich King, and his wrath burned hot and righteous. But his fury was met with steel and conviction. Margrave Crexus, a towering and unyielding being of the militant House of the Chosen, approached him not as a captor, but as a warrior seeking understanding. Through Crexus' guidance, Alexandros came to see the truth. The Maldraxxi were not mindless undead. They were defenders of the Shadowlands, guardians of power and honor forged through endless battle. Here, glory and duty still had meaning. In this new existence, Mograine reclaimed an old name with a new purpose. He chose to remain the Ashbringer, a symbol not only of vengeance, but of unbroken spirit. His prowess and leadership soon earned him a place among the elite. He rose through the ranks of the Chosen, until only two bore the title of Baron, Alexandros and Vyraz. With his ascent, he turned once more to the forge, commissioning the gifted bonesmith Hammer to craft a new blade, Fatebringer, modeled in the spirit of the Ashbringer. The forging was no small task. Mograine fought and bled for the rare materials required, including a skull of mysterious, possibly unholy origin, its past unknown but its power undeniable. But not all in Maldraxxus fought with honor. Vyraz, who had once fought beside him, harbored treacherous ambitions. Secretly allied with the corrupt House of Construct and the dark sorceries of the House of Rituals. Vyraz betrayed his brother in arms. Mograine was cast into the Maw, a nightmarish prison of endless torment, a place from which none were meant to return. In his absence, the mantle of Baron was passed to Draka, who would continue to fight in Mograine's stead. But even in the Maw, the will of the Ashbringer did not flicker out. For Alexandros, Mograine was forged in both light and death, and even death itself had not heard the last of him. After the fall of Baron Crexus, Maldraxxus teetered on the edge of collapse. With the House of the Chosen weakened and fractured, a new champion arrived, an outsider, a Mawwalker, one of the few living mortals capable of traveling between the realms of death. The hero joined forces with Draka, determined to bring order back to the embattled house.
A victor emerges! But where are their banners? Which house do they fight for?
Look closer, Garmo. We have a living mortal in our midst. Intriguing.
Zendaya, is this the meddler who thwarted our attack?
The very one.
So, this mortal witnessed your treachery. Your house's invaded bastion, an act that betrays everything the Primus stood for. The Primus is long gone, Crexus. Where is your hunger for glory? Or has the House of the Chosen lost its appetite? We are meant to defend the Shadowlands, not conquer it. You will recall your forces, or you will answer to my blade.
I think not, Crexus. Your blade shall be broken. Slay them all!
Chosen! To arms! one standing!
Outsider! Hold on. We are getting out of here. I am Baroness Draka. The House of the Chosen stands with you. Come. Margrave Crexus awaits us.
First you bring war. Now a blade of the Primus. Your legend grows, mortal. Begin your report. Emperor Primus embodied the 5 traits of the ideal Maldraxi soldier. The ambition to rise above one's foes and the might to crush them. The insight to discern their plans and the guile to outwit them. The relentless pursuit of victory, even in the face of inevitable defeat. 5 traits, 5 runes upon the blade. The same runes etched onto the seat of the Primus. Revel, Vyras, Draka, bring the mortal to the seat of the Primus. Let us see what unfolds.
I will scout ahead. Do not tarry, soldier.
The seat of the Primus has been locked shut since he went missing. Many have tried to open it. The Primus was a legendary weaponsmith. If we hold the key to his vault, then his arsenal will be ours. It won't be long before the other houses learn of the blade. Be ready for a fight. Crexus was right. We hold the key to the seat of the Primus.
It will do us no good if our house falls in battle first. We must not lose focus on the war.
Always ready for battle. Oh.
Report to the spearhead, recruit. We have a battle to win.
But as Draka and the Mawwalker turned their focus outward, battling threats beyond the walls, Vyras, the remaining Baron of the Chosen, acted. In secret, he allied with the grotesque House of Constructs, and together they struck down Margrave Crexus. When Draka and the hero returned, Vyras offered lies in place of truth, blaming the Constructs alone for the murder.
The Constructs retaliated. There were too many. They destroyed the necropolis. Crexus.
Outsider! With me! Now! Without Crexus, victory is out of reach. We must open the seat of the Primus.
And what if that hall stands empty? No. The seat is a fool's errand. We are chosen. We rely on strength of arms. We must gather our mightiest soldiers, even our missing Baron.
To deflect suspicion and rid himself of further threat, he gave the Mawwalker a dangerous task, to travel into the Maw itself and retrieve Alexandros Mograine. In truth, Vyras did not expect the hero to return. The Maw was a realm of torment and oblivion, no place for mortal flesh. But the Mawwalker pressed forward. Early into the journey, the hero encountered a familiar soul, Darien Mograine, who had been taken during a failed assault on the realm. Freed from his chains, Darien joined the quest without hesitation.
My thanks, champion. Now that I am free, I should soon regain my strength. How long have I been trapped in the maw? A day? An eternity? Careful. The jailer's eyes are everywhere.
Guided by the elusive broker Venari, the two carved their way deeper into Perdition Hold.
Ah, I was curious what the Moorsworn were searching for. You are that mortal who swept through and thwarted the jailer's festivities. I am Venari, a humble broker trapped in this land of torment. I have a proposition for you. Come.
Why would you aid us, broker?
Your presence here draws attention. The sort of attention that's bad for my business dealings. No offense, of course. I do not wish to draw attention with a fight.
How long have you been trapped here?
Longer than you have, mortal. That is all you need to know.
There, among the shadows and screams, they found him. Baron Alexandros Mograine, broken but not defeated.
This must be your missing Baron.
Who is there? Must warn the Margrave.
I know that voice. Can it be? The Baron is my father?
Darian, after all this time.
He had come to the Shadowlands with purpose, with duty, but not with the hope of reunion. The possibility of finding his father's soul had never crossed his mind, and yet, there he was. With Venari's aid, Alexandros was freed. Together they escaped the Maw and returned to Oribos, where Alexandros revealed the truth.
Straka, we must return to Maldraxxus at once. Margrave Crexus is...
Our Margrave has been slain, Ashbringer. The Chosen need your blade, now more than ever.
No. Then my warning comes too late. We have been betrayed by one of our own. It was Virez who had me trapped within the Maw. There can be no doubt that it was his hand that struck down our Margrave.
Darian had to return to Azeroth to inform his allies of what they had found, and Draka, Alexandros, and the Mawwalker went to confront Virez. Before everyone departed Oribos, father and son shared a quiet moment. Darian looked his father in the eye and said that he would stand by his side again, when the time was right. Alexandros placed a hand on his son's shoulder and promised they would speak again. Meanwhile, Draka had gone ahead to warn the allies of the Chosen, rallying support at the seat of the Primus. With momentum building, Alexandros and the Mawwalker stormed the House of the Chosen, seeking justice and vengeance.
So the mortal returns, along with our wayward Baron. The constructs failed to finish you, and so did the Maw. How disappointing.
Your schemes have brought about your own ruin. Now we will end you!
Foolish Mograine, always valuing loyalty over might. But victory lies in one's choice of allies. And with their help, I now claim the mantle of Margrave.
I will bury my blade in your skull, traitor! For Crexus!
But Virez was ready. He met their challenge with overwhelming force. His guards pressed in, the battle turned. Even the Ashbringer could not overcome the tide alone. It was Draka who saved them. Rushing into the fray, she called them back and led them to the seat of the Primus, now under siege by Virez's corrupted allies. There, the Mawwalker took up the blade of the Primus, and with a single decisive strike, they opened the ancient seat's defenses.
Slay the mortal! Bring me that rune blade!
Raise your sword, champion! For Maldraxxus!
A surge of power swept through Maldraxxus. Virez's forces faltered and fell back. Even in death, Alexandros' war was not over. He remained stationed at the seat of the Primus, standing as one of Maldraxxus' last true champions. When word came from Xandria, the paragon of courage and bastion, that the House of Constructs had launched another assault upon the Temple of Courage, Mograine did not hesitate. He volunteered to lead the defense himself. With him rode the Necrolord-aligned Mawwalkers, and together they sought not only to protect Bastion, but to restore the fractured honor of Maldraxxus. But trust was not easily earned. Xandria made her terms clear. The Necrolords would only be tolerated so long as they helped destroy their treacherous kin. The battle began at the temple's outer rim, where Mograine and the heroes disabled the Construct's defenses. Side by side with Xandria, they flew toward the necrotic wake. now little more than a ruin veiled in toxic clouds conjured by necromantic filth. Kyrian wings could not pierce the corruption, but Mograine had no wings. He had a blade. Within the corrupted sanctum, the Ashbringer and his companions carved through the construct necromancers. Among their cruel laughter rose a familiar voice. Baroness Antolite. Once an arena rival of Mograine, her bitterness had only festered in undeath. Still, she had never bested him, and she would not now. When the skies cleared, Xandria and her forces swept in. The tide turned. Together, they marched on the necropolis Zulramis and ended Antolite's life. Outside the temple gates, Xandria admitted that her people burned with a desire for vengeance. Alexandros offered a measured reply. They would need time, but Maldraxxus would stand with Bastion. Yet as the tension eased, Mograine turned solemn. He asked Xandria a question that had long haunted him. Why had the Arbiter not chosen Bastion for him? He had lived his life in service to the light. Was his faith not strong enough? Had undeath tainted his soul? Xandria's response was gentle but firm. The light has no dominion here. Seeking understanding, she brought him to Agthia's repose, a sacred site of reflection. There, amid Bastion's tranquil skies, Mograine meditated upon the scrolls, and in the stillness he saw the truth. His courage did not spring from devotion to the light. It came from love, the memory of his family, Elena, Renault, and Darien. Had he been sent to Bastion, those memories would have been stripped from him, his burdens discarded, his soul quote-unquote purified. But they were not burdens, they were his strength. The Arbiter had not made a mistake, he belonged in Maldraxxus. As the Mawwalkers returned to Draka with news of victory, Alexandros lingered in Bastion for a time, reflecting quietly beneath the golden skies. When he was ready, he joined Xandria at Archon's Rise to plan the next strike. Mograine proposed a bold strategy. Use the heart of Margrave Garmal, ruler of the constructs, to empower the Kyrian crest of ascension. Xandria agreed. In return, she spoke of a forsworn called Uther, whose name stirred old echoes. The allied forces of Kyrian and Necrolords descended upon the construct stronghold, bringing the flying fortress Zeracris to bear. Mograine and Emini led the charge at the western gate, while the Mawwalkers fought beside Xandria on the eastern front. Yet progress was halted. Garmal had unleashed monstrous juggernauts, creatures of stitched Kyrian flesh, whose hides defied ordinary steel. Reinforcements arrived. Kinthia led the Mawwalkers to Mograine's side. The Ashbringer devised a plan. The rune blade known as the Blade of the Primus would be their key. The heroes absorbed the essence of Garmal's minions into the weapon. Then, mounting his Deathrock companion Morrow, Mograine took to the skies above the Stitch Yard, unleashing the blade's power and annihilating the Juggernauts in a blaze of unholy fury. With the gate shattered and Garmal exposed, they advanced to the Ripening Pond, the final bastion. Mograine and the heroes held off waves of defenders while Xandria faced Garmal in single combat. At the climax of the battle, Draka directed Zeracris to fire a piercing bolt of anima, striking Garmal down. Victory was theirs. Alexandros urged Xandria to claim Garmal's heart, as planned. Soon after, Draka appeared bearing dark news. Within Garmal's private tower, she had discovered canisters of anima stolen from Revendreth. Before leaving, she instructed them to search the rest of the tower. At its peak, they uncovered the Mantle of Eternal Victory, a relic once belonging to the Primus himself. They returned it to the seat. But there was still one final enemy to face, Kel'Thuzad. The assault on the House of Rituals began with Necrolords breaking down the side gates, forcing a path into the Grimorium. There they encountered Baroness Ninidar, one of the Lich's most fanatical servants. Empowered by stolen anima, she clashed with Mograine, Draka, and the Mawwalkers, but her greed proved her undoing. She drew too much power and destroyed herself in the process. Deeper still they pressed, reaching the Prime Arcanum, where Kel'Thuzad summoned a monstrous Maw Infernus. The tide nearly turned, until the Venthyr Covenant arrived, tipping the balance. With their aid, the abomination was destroyed. At last, they reached Exoramus, where Kel'Thuzad awaited. Standing over the imprisoned Margrave Sinbane, the heroes spread out, Mograine and his allies holding back an endless tide of skeletal minions, while the Maw-Walkers faced the Archlich directly. Though defeated, Kel'Thuzad escaped, but Sindain was freed, and pledged her allegiance to the Necrolords. As silence fell over the battlefield, Alexandros stood beside Draka.
"There is still much to do," he said. "Vyraz must be brought to justice, and Kel'Thuzad must be ended."
Draka nodded. "In time. For now, let us return to the seat and savor what we have won." Even as the battle for Maldraxxus neared its end, the Ashbringer's war was not yet finished. When the United Covenant forces invaded Korthia, the hidden realm dragged into the Maw's clutches, Alexandros stood among them, an unwavering symbol of will and discipline. At Keeper's Respite, he took his place alongside the commanders of Death's armies, guiding the Necrolord legions in the campaign against the Jailer's twisted domain. Then came the assault on Desmoterin, the fortress at the edge of damnation. Mograine led the charge, rallying the dead and the defiant in a storm of steel. By his side fought champions of legend, Draka, Thrall, and the ever-resolute Maw-Walker. Together they broke the enemy lines, rescued a contingent of imprisoned Forsworn, and brought low the final traitor, Vyraz. With the betrayers slain, a long chapter of Maldraxxus came to a close. Returning to the seat of the Primus, Mograine arrived with the liberated Forsworn and the long-lost allies from Bastion. There, he witnessed the culmination of the struggle. Draka was named Margrave of the Chosen, a title once carried by Crexus, now passed to one who had truly earned it. As the crowd stood in silence, Mograine turned to the Maw-Walkers beside him.
"With Vyraz's death," he said, "my quest to purge the corruption from Maldraxxus is complete."
But his gaze did not soften.
"Yet honor demands more of us. There are still lands in peril. Until they are safe, we cannot rebuild."
In the quiet that followed the siege of the Sanctum of Domination, Alexandros found a rare moment of peace at Keeper's Respite, and was soon joined by his son. Darian, now commander of the Ebon Blade, had come to speak not of war, but of memory. Their conversation drifted to the past.
"So Tyrion Fordring took up the Ashbringer in my absence? I can think of few more worthy."
There was no bitterness in his tone, only a solemn admiration for the paladin who had risen in his place. Darian gave a respectful nod, the memory still sharp in his mind. Indeed, he met the Lich King in battle and shattered Frostmourne itself. Alexandros' expression darkened.
"And yet you sought to raise him into undeath. Why deny him the rest he had earned?"
Darian didn't flinch. He made peace with the decision, though that peace had come at a cost. "I once told Tyrion that only a silver hand can wield an ebon blade. We needed a fourth horseman. One to lead the others. He seemed the right choice." Alexandros considered that for a long moment. The burden of undeath, of legacy twisted by necessity, sat heavy on his shoulders, and heavier still on his sons.
"It appears fate chose differently. This is not the legacy I meant to leave you, Darian."
But Darian met his father's gaze with quiet resolve. Though the road had not been the one Alexandros envisioned, it had been walked with purpose. "You taught me to defend that which I hold dear. I am proud to carry on such a legacy." The words hung in the stillness of the ruined realm, echoing with truth. And at last, the old warrior's voice softened.
"And I am proud of you, my son."
A young Khadgar, fresh from the city of Dalaran, was dispatched on a fateful voyage from Koltiris, bound to serve as apprentice to the mysterious wizard Medivh at his home at Karazhan, by the order of the Kirin Tor. Upon arriving, Khadgar was greeted by Morose, Medivh's quiet, shadowy servant whose gaze seemed perpetually distant, as if locked upon unseen specters. At first glance, Medivh appeared harmless enough, a kindly elder wizard with eyes sparkling with eccentric curiosity. Yet beneath this harmless facade lay layers of secrets that Khadgar was soon to uncover. Medivh eagerly questioned Khadgar about the Kirin Tor, their workings and secrets, absorbing every word before casually sending the young apprentice to tidy the expansive, dust-choked library. Morose mentioned offhandedly that countless apprentices had come before Khadgar, none lasting more than mere days before fleeing the tower's oppressive silence and strange mysteries. While wandering through Karazhan's labyrinth-like corridors, Khadgar stumbled upon a hidden chamber whose walls seemed alive with whispered secrets. There, vivid visions overtook him. A powerful human army clashed ferociously with terrifying green-skinned creatures armored in blackened steel. Amid the chaos stood a mage, aged and wise, whose long white hair danced wildly amidst the tempest of magic and steel. Strangely, Khadgar recognized himself in the old mage's piercing eyes, a reflection that filled him with unease. On a day that began as ordinary as any other, Khadgar was absorbed in organizing ancient tomes when Medivh abruptly returned, eyes blazing with fury, mistaking the young apprentice for a thief. The confusion cleared quickly, embarrassment softening Medivh's face as he remembered Khadgar's presence. In apology, Medivh extended a rare invitation, an adventure with Medivh, but they had to head to the top of the tower to depart immediately. There, amidst howling winds, Medivh laid a gentle hand upon Khadgar's forehead, transferring an instinctual knowledge of griffin riding as before this moment, Khadgar had never ridden a griffin or saddled one. Soon they soared southward, gliding over rolling lands until they reached the shadowy swamps known as the Black Morass. It was here in that wild and foreboding marshland that Khadgar first glimpsed the orcs. Alien beings guided by dark magic, and warlocks such as the sinister Nothgrin. In this harsh introduction, Khadgar realized that his apprenticeship was destined to be far more than mere study. It would be a crucible shaping the fate of Azeroth itself. Medivh and Khadgar soon crossed paths with the king's champion, Anduin Lothar, and his soldiers on a scouting mission within the Black Morass. Lothar, ever loyal to Stormwind and deeply troubled by the kingdom's peril, urged Medivh to rejoin their cause. He understood, though, the deep scars left upon Medivh from unleashing devastating power upon the Gyurabashi tribe years earlier. Medivh appeared hesitant, feigning reluctance and a lingering fear of his immense magical potential. Although it was a facade masking his true intention, to grant the Horde sufficient time to gather strength. Recognizing the complexity of his friend's struggle, Lothar privately spoke with Khadgar, confiding the Guardian's troubled past and the heavy burdens Medivh carried. He asked the young apprentice not just to study under Medivh, but also to watch over him as a caretaker. Soon after, Medivh's behavior grew increasingly erratic, vanishing from Karazhan for days on end, only to return visibly drained and shadowed by an exhaustion that seemed to sap away at his very being. After returning to Karazhan, Medivh left Khadgar alone in the tower, granting the young apprentice ample time to study and experiment. During this solitude, Khadgar meticulously prepared a powerful spell, one that would bridge his mind to visions of the past. Upon completing the spell, he was abruptly transported in the midst of an epic confrontation, the legendary battle between Aegwynn, a guardian of unmatched power, and the monstrous Dark Titan, Sargeras. Medivh eventually returned, and together they journeyed to Stormwind to investigate the mysterious deaths of Hugarin and Huglar. During this journey, Khadgar uncovered a startling truth. Medivh was no ordinary mage, but a guardian of Tirisfal, an ancient order bestowed with immense magical power by a secretive council to combat the Burning Legion. Yet despite the revelation, Khadgar sensed a disturbing shadow behind Medivh's increasingly troubled demeanor. Though Khadgar could not yet comprehend the horrifying reality that Medivh was secretly under the control of Sargeras himself. He grew suspicious of his master's true intentions, setting the stage for a confrontation that would decide Azeroth's fate. After meeting a Horde emissary, the half-orc assassin Garona, Khadgar unraveled Medivh's sinister plot to open a portal between Azeroth and Draenor. Realizing it was already too late to prevent the dark portal from opening further, Khadgar and Garona hurriedly sought aid from King Lane Wrynn of Stormwind, but the king refused to help. He still believed that Medivh wasn't a traitor. However, Lothar trusted Khadgar and took a small contingent of warriors to help him take down Medivh. Together with Lord Anduin Lothar, they returned to Karazhan to confront Medivh. In the depths of the tower, they found Medivh engaged in a psychic communication with the powerful orc warlock Gul'dan. In a desperate battle that tested his courage and resolve, Khadgar confronted and defeated Medivh, plunging a blade through his master's heart and freeing him from Sargeras' corrupting grasp, but not before enduring a catastrophic drain of his own life force and magical energy. By the conclusion of this harrowing event, the youthful Khadgar had been transformed into an elderly man with his hair turned white. In the aftermath, Khadgar solemnly buried the remains of Medivh, Morose, and the cook behind Karazhan. Following the tragic death of Medivh and the devastating fall of Stormwind to the rampaging orc forces, Khadgar found himself fleeing northward alongside Lord Anduin Lothar and the weary survivors, seeking refuge in the safety of Lordaeron. Over time, Khadgar's formidable magical abilities gradually returned, and remarkably grew even stronger than before, but his youthful visage did not. Although he retained the vigor, stamina, and agility of his younger self, he bore the appearance of a weathered old man, his face deeply lined, crowned by stark white hair. In Lordaeron, Khadgar's presence added crucial credibility to Lothar's urgent call for unity among the northern kingdoms against the imminent threat of the Horde. As Khadgar stood alongside the stalwart commander, he was intrigued to discover that Lothar himself descended from the storied Arathi bloodline, linking their struggle to an ancient legacy. With the successful formation of the Alliance of Lordaeron, Khadgar was summoned to Dalaran, where he faced the esteemed Council of Six. There, he told the council the harrowing truths about his apprenticeship under Medivh, and declared his unwavering intention to support Lothar and the Alliance in their impending battles. Acknowledging Khadgar's determination and the gravity of his revelations, the council granted him permission to follow his chosen path, naming him their official emissary and liaison to Lothar. Rejoining Lothar, Khadgar witnessed firsthand the inspiring formation of the Knights of the Silver Hand, an order of warriors empowered by both martial prowess and holy light. Among these newly appointed paladins was Turalyon, who swiftly formed a close bond with Khadgar. Despite the stark contrast of Khadgar's aged appearance, the two quickly realized they were contemporaries in spirit and age, forging a friendship that would become pivotal in the trials yet to come. Khadgar fought valiantly beside Lothar during the initial clashes at Hillsbrad and Southshore. After repelling the Horde's beach landing, the Alliance pursued their enemies northeast, through rugged terrain towards the mountain pass near the Wildhammer Dwarves' fortress at Airy Peak. However, the Horde's true strategy soon became clear. The Dwarven stronghold was not their objective, but rather a clever ruse. The Alliance had been led into a deliberate distraction. While the Horde's main forces advanced swiftly toward the elven homeland of Quel'Thalas, positioning themselves to threaten both Silvermoon City and Stromgarde. Recognizing the peril too late, Lothar urgently dispatched Khadgar, Turalyon, and the renowned ranger Ilaria Windrunner to intercept the Horde and protect Quel'Thalas. The Alliance army quickly mobilized, ferried from below Stromgarde toward an area near Stratholme, and pressed onward toward the elven borders. Despite their rapid response, the Horde managed to reach Eversong Forest first, setting fire to the ancient lush woods of southern Quel'Thalas. The allied forces managed to halt the Horde's advance into inner Quel'Thalas, though at a tremendous cost. Numerous lives were lost, and large swaths of Eversong Forest lay scorched. Khadgar desperately summoned a powerful storm, blanketing the entire battlefront with rain, expending nearly all of his magical strength. The downpour temporarily quelled the fires, but could not extinguish the inferno permanently, as the Horde's red dragons unleashed searing fire, instantly reducing soaked trees to blackened ash. Nevertheless, the Horde's ruthless assault galvanized the elves, compelled them to commit wholeheartedly to the Alliance's cause. Khadgar ultimately departed Quel'Thalas leading a formidable elven armada, arriving just in time to lift Doomhammer's siege on Lordaeron's capital city. The reinvigorated Alliance then pursued the Horde back to the shores of Southshore. As the Alliance chased the retreating Horde further south, their two armies merged once more for a decisive confrontation. In the brutal clash that followed, aiming to crush the spirit of the Alliance, War Chief Orgrim Doomhammer succeeded in slaying the venerable Anduin Lothar. Inspired by Turalyon's resolute leadership, the Alliance rallied fiercely and decisively defeated the bulk of the Horde. The Alliance pressed onward to the Dark Portal, where Khadgar employed his exhaustive studies of Medivh's arcane knowledge to destroy the portal, severing the link to Draenor and effectively halting Horde reinforcements. Yet, the dimensional rift lingered ominously. To safeguard Azeroth from future invasions, Khadgar supervised the construction of Netherguard Keep, an imposing fortress built within the desolate expanse of the Blasted Lands. Only a year after completing Netherguard Keep, Khadgar's deepest fears were realized. The Dark Portal unexpectedly flared to life once again, releasing hordes of orcs who swiftly launched strategic attacks to seize powerful artifacts across Azeroth. Amidst the relentless fighting, Khadgar and Turalyon paused briefly for rest and sustenance. During this rare moment of rest, Khadgar experienced a vivid and unusual dream. Khadgar found himself as a colossal giant striding across the sprawling landscapes of Lordaeron.
his youthful features restored, untouched by Sargeras' malevolent aging. Drawn instinctively towards Dalaran, his form shrank gradually until he stood once more at his true size upon the city's familiar cobblestone streets. Entering the Violet Citadel, Khadgar was greeted by a sumptuous feast, hosted by none other than Antonidas, the venerable leader of the Kirin Tor. Antonidas urgently informed Khadgar of the theft of the powerful Eye of Dalaran. Recognizing Khadgar's strength and wisdom, Antonidas elevated him to the rank of Archmage, entrusting him with the leadership of the critical mission to venture through the Dark Portal and confront the threat directly on Draenor. Realizing the magnitude of destruction that the Horde could inflict if left unchecked, the Alliance swiftly assembled an expeditionary force led by Khadgar himself. Upon arriving on Draenor, Khadgar was quickly confronted with a situation even more dire than anticipated. The Orcs, unified under the cunning shaman Ner'zhul, planned to unleash catastrophic portals to countless worlds ripe for conquest and devastation. During the decisive assault on Hellfire Citadel by the Sons of Lothar, Khadgar faced the formidable Orc mage, Dentarg, in a duel of honor. Dentarg unleashed a torrent of potent magical attacks, but Khadgar effortlessly deflected each spell with protective barriers. When Dentarg summoned his most devastating magic, Khadgar calmly absorbed the spell into his palm, turning the destructive force into renewed strength. Acknowledging Khadgar's overwhelming superiority, Dentarg lowered his head in respectful surrender, and Khadgar swiftly delivered the final blow, decapitating his opponent and symbolically sealing the fate of Draenor. With Dentarg defeated, Khadgar's expedition pressed deeper into Draenor, uncovering the extent of Ner'zhul's devastating plans. Determined to thwart the shaman's reckless ambitions, Khadgar led the Alliance forces through a series of fierce battles. Each confrontation further confirmed his fears about the Orcs' intentions, reinforcing his resolve to halt Ner'zhul's destructive vision. Guided by his unwavering sense of duty and bolstered by the trust of his companions, Khadgar stood prepared to face whatever dangers awaited them, fully aware that the fate of Azeroth and countless other worlds rested upon their shoulders. Despite their best efforts, the Alliance ultimately failed to prevent Ner'zhul from activating and escaping through his chaotic portals, unleashing devastating energies that tore Draenor apart. Amidst the chaos, Khadgar encountered the dying Orc mage Obrys, betrayed by Ner'zhul, who entrusted him with the powerful Book of Medivh. With Azeroth's safety in mind, Khadgar utilized the arcane spells contained within the tome to close the dark portal from Draenor's side, shielding Azeroth from imminent destruction. Leading the remaining survivors through one of Ner'zhul's unstable rifts, Khadgar barely returned to the remnants of the shattered world. In recognition of his heroic sacrifice and valor, Khadgar was immortalized in a towering stone statue located in the Valley of Heroes within Stormwind, forever honoring his legendary contributions alongside his fellow leaders of the Alliance expedition. At the Terrace of Light within the mystical city of Shatrath, Khadgar can be found. As a revered member of the Sons of Lothar, Khadgar played a pivotal role in bringing the Shatar, a faction of powerful Naaru led by the luminous Adal, to Outland. Believing deeply in the Naaru's profound strength, Khadgar sought their aid, convinced that only their extraordinary power could effectively challenge and ultimately banish the Burning Legion from this reality. Understanding Outland's strategic position within the Twisting Nether, Khadgar recognized the region's potential as a key battleground, either as a base for Legion invasions or as a front line for resistance efforts. With this perspective, he tirelessly worked towards uniting the often divided forces of the Alliance and Horde, urging them to set aside their differences and focus on their shared existential threat. During his time in Outland, Khadgar explored numerous significant locations such as the ancient tombs of Auchindoun and the ethereal fortress of Tempest Keep. Additionally, his wisdom and experience were sought by the mages of the Violet Eye, in their efforts to unlock and re-enter Karazhan, the place of his formative apprenticeship and a site of immense arcane mysteries. 4 months prior to Illidan's Stormrage's defeat, Khadgar was dispatched by the Shatar Naaru to Netherstorm to investigate a series of peculiar phenomena. Consequently, he was absent from Shatrath City when Maeve's Shadowsong visited. Despite his physical absence, his reputation preceded him, and Maeve learned of Khadgar's enduring legacy through Alexius, a knowledgeable innkeeper in the city. Khadgar, serving as an advisor to the Naaru Adal, continued his efforts to encourage cooperation between the Alliance and Horde from the central dome of the Terrace of Light, located on the western edge of the Terrakar Forest. His role was akin to that of Azeroth's Argent Dawn, promoting unity in the face of the Legion's threat. During this period, Khadgar likely encountered the Draenei Paladin Vindicator Marad, Surprised by Murad's revelation that the half-orc assassin Garona was not only half Draenei, but also Murad's niece, Khadgar gained deeper insight into Garona's tragic history. Recognizing parallels between Garona's and Medivh's troubled pasts, Khadgar's understanding of her became clearer. His shared experiences with Murad enriched the Paladin's quest to uncover his niece's fate following her departure from Draenor through the Dark Portal and throughout the tumultuous events of the Second War. The mutual respect and empathy between Khadgar and Murad grew into a meaningful friendship, solidified by their shared struggles and profound insights. Addressing the diverse peoples of Azeroth, Khadgar passionately explained that although they had bravely withstood the Burning Legion twice, the relentless force of the Legion continued their devastating march across the cosmos, determined to eradicate all life. Khadgar urged adventurers from every faction to join the ongoing battle against the existential threat, emphasizing that unity and vigilance were paramount in their enduring struggle against the Legion's destructive crusade.
Murad departed for Azeroth as the Dark Portal reopened, driven by his persistent quest to find Garona. After some time, he returned to Shatroth briefly, bringing with him Garona's son, Madan. Upon meeting the young man, Khadgar instantly recognized a striking resemblance to Murad, and also discerned features reminiscent of his former mentor, Medivh. Understanding dawned upon Khadgar, and he immediately realized Madan was likely Medivh's son, a revelation the youth himself confirmed with visible shame. However, Khadgar responded with empathy and insight, sharing with Madan his belief that both Medivh and Garona had been predestined for tragedy, victims manipulated by the dark machinations of Sargeras and Gul'dan long before they were even born. Khadgar offered Madan solace, emphasizing that his parents' struggles against their imposed destinies represented acts of profound courage. He suggested that Madan's very existence might hold the key to finally defeating the lingering demonic influences that had shaped their lives. Comforted by Khadgar's wisdom and understanding, Madan found clarity and peace, appreciating that his parents had not been inherently evil, but instead trapped within circumstances far beyond their control. Despite gaining answers to long-held questions, Madan chose not to join the newly formed Council of Tirisfal directly. Instead, he appointed the capable blood elf Delinia Rathskar to serve in his stead, entrusting her with safeguarding Azeroth's future against threats both known and unknown. Khadgar was revealed as an influential member of the Council of Six, actively participating in pivotal discussions, including those involving Jaina Proudmoore. Jaina had come to the Council initially seeking their aid in defending Theramore Isle from an impending Horde assault, and later advocating for a retaliatory strike against Orgrimmar, following Theramore's devastating destruction. Although not explicitly confirmed, it is strongly implied that Khadgar himself was the one who urged Adal and the Shatar Naru to lend assistance to Theramore, demonstrating his commitment to defending innocent lives and maintaining peace. When Jaina miraculously survived Theramore's tragic fall, Khadgar expressed genuine relief and empathy. Yet when she passionately sought support from the Council for an aggressive strike against Orgrimmar, fueled by vengeance for Ronan's death, Khadgar took the difficult role of delivering the Council's unanimous decision. Dalaran would not partake in such an assault. With solemn wisdom, Khadgar reminded Jaina of the innocents within Orgrimmar, notably highlighting the orphanage as a stark symbol of potential collateral damage. Despite Jaina's vehement argument that these orphans would be raised to despise the Alliance, Khadgar stood firm in his commitment to protect innocent lives. Ultimately, it was Khadgar who wisely proposed Jaina Proudmoore as a new leader of the Kirin Tor, filling the significant void left by Ronan's death. He cited prophetic scrolls written by the revered Crassus, which explicitly foretold Jaina's destined leadership. His recommendation carried profound weight, aligning the Council of Six behind a leader capable of navigating the Kirin Tor through the uncertain times ahead. When the Dark Portal ominously turned crimson, a formidable new threat known as the Iron Horde surged forth into Azeroth, swiftly devastating the fortress of Netherguard Keep in the Blasted Lands. With his vast wisdom and unparalleled experience, Khadgar was urgently summoned to confront this invasion. Leading a unified coalition of Horde and Alliance forces alongside notable heroes such as Thrall, Lady Liadrin, and Murad, Khadgar spearheaded the mission to dismantle the Dark Portal from Draenor's side. Upon arriving in the harsh jungles of Tanaan, Khadgar quickly coordinated adventurers to deactivate the portal, successfully neutralizing its immediate threat. With the task completed, Khadgar guided his allies toward the eastern jungle, orchestrating a strategic retreat. Their escape was briefly halted by an ominous Eye of Kilrog, forcing Khadgar to improvise a plan.
he dispatched the adventurer and Ariok to distract the enemy, allowing the main group time to escape. Tragically, Ariok sacrificed himself when Kilrog personally intervened, compelling Khadgar to collapse a bridge to prevent pursuit. During the fierce battle at Kargathar Proving Grounds, Khadgar dramatically intervened, freezing the enemy combatants to allow his allies a chance to withdraw safely, subsequently moving to the Umbral Halls. He expertly sealed the entrance and dispatched Lady Liadrin and Olin Umberhide, alongside Exarch Maladar and Kiana Moonshadow, to scout the depths of the cave. Within its shadowy confines, the group confronted the malevolent shaman Ner'zhul, whose attempt to bury them alive was narrowly thwarted by Khadgar's swift teleportation spell. In the heart of Black Rock Quarry, Khadgar further demonstrated his strategic brilliance by assigning his trusted bodyguard, Cordana Fellsong, to aid adventurers while he manipulated magical forces to rupture a nearby dam, flooding the entrenched Black Rock orcs. Amid the chaos, Khadgar led a determined defense while allies prepared the World Breaker. With the Dark Portal ultimately destroyed, Khadgar and his forces commandeered Iron Horde ships to safely escape Tanaan, ensuring their survival and readiness for the battles yet to come. Upon making landfall, Khadgar promptly established portals allowing Gazlo and Barros Alexston to arrive and construct garrisons for the Horde and Alliance, respectively. In Frostfire Ridge, Khadgar expressed genuine gratitude that at least some members of the Horde were committed to cooperating with him and the Alliance to combat the Iron Horde threat. He positioned himself strategically at Starfall Outpost in Shadowmoon Valley, working diligently to thwart Gul'dan's sinister plans. Utilizing the captured All-Seeing Eye, Khadgar tracked Gul'dan to the village of Golvar and launched an attempt to apprehend the dangerous warlock. Although Gul'dan narrowly escaped capture, he retaliated by sending Garona, an alternate timeline version of Khadgar's old companion, to assassinate him, a plot narrowly foiled by the intervention of Cordana. Khadgar's tireless efforts extended into Frostfire Ridge, where he collaborated closely with the Horde commander and the Frostwolf orcs of Thramvar, continuing his pursuit of the elusive Shadow Council. Stationed in Zangara within Talador, Khadgar welcomed both Alliance and Horde forces despite challenges from aggressive Arcane Guardians. When Jaina Proudmoore declared that no outsiders, especially Horde members, were permitted within Dalaran, Khadgar firmly countered her order. As a respected member of the Council of Six, he asserted that all his friends, regardless of faction, were welcome. Demonstrating his commitment to unity, he introduced the commanders to trusted colleagues, Magister Krellis and Magister Serena, who aided in strengthening their arcane towers and bolstering the alliance between their factions. Khadgar played a pivotal role in the battle for Shatroth, striving to reclaim the city from the Iron Horde under Orgrim Doomhammer and Blackhand. His forces secured the harbor and neutralized Iron Horde ships. Amidst the dramatic confrontation aboard Blackhand's flagship, an explosion led Khadgar to initially fear all had perished. Yet upon witnessing a flash of light, he swiftly teleported Yrel, Duratan, the commanders, and fallen heroes back to safety and ordered the remaining enemy ships destroyed. He also directed Archmage Alondra to assist the Akanai in resisting the Legion and tasked Archmage Modera with infiltrating Sokrathar's Rise. Throughout Draenor, Khadgar was seen conversing strategically at riverside posts, and Yrel's watch with key figures like Duratan and Yrel. He later joined the others near the Stones of Prophecy following Garrosh Hellscream's demise, and continuously kept commanders informed of emerging threats through his elemental servants. Later, Khadgar joined forces with adventurers in a focused effort against Gul'dan and the insidious Shadow Council, a threat he considered far more dangerous than even the Iron Horde. At this pivotal moment, he entrusted adventurers with a crucial quest to retrieve a ring from Skyreach, progressively infusing it with immense magical power throughout their journey. Initially, Khadgar guided adventurers across Draenor to gather essential artifacts for their ongoing struggle. Responding swiftly to an urgent plea from Maladar, Khadgar dispatched commanders to infiltrate the sacred halls of Auchindoun. Within its depths, they confronted and seemingly defeated Terran Gore, procuring his blood for a ritual intended to reveal Gul'dan's location, a ritual which unfortunately proved ineffective. Undeterred, Khadgar later convened with the commanders and Chromie in Nagrand, where they sought the missing bronze dragon, Kairos Dormu. Their search led them tragically to Kairos Dormu's corpse in the eerie time-lost glade, and after a fierce confrontation with his lingering spirit, they emerged victorious. Seeking deeper knowledge of Gul'dan's intentions, Khadgar tasked adventurers with delving into Highmaul to recover ancient ogre artifacts. Upon their successful return, Khadgar performed a powerful scrying ritual, which enabled direct communication with Gul'dan himself. In a chilling exchange, Gul'dan revealed that he had extensively investigated Khadgar's history, warning him that their magical connection operated in both directions. Seizing this moment, Gul'dan dispatched Garona once more to eliminate Khadgar. This time, Garona's assassination attempt nearly succeeded, as she poisoned the Archmage. Khadgar was saved only through the timely intervention of Cordana and Jaina Proudmoore, who had recently arrived in Draenor. Jaina expressed frustration that Horde forces had been involved in the affairs of the Council of Six, but Khadgar stood firm, asserting his commitment despite disagreements with his peers. Following this close encounter, Garona was captured, prompting Khadgar to dedicate himself to breaking Gul'dan's control over her, determined to free her from the Warlock's malevolent influence. Khadgar's next strategic move involved exploring the secrets of the Blackrock Foundry, where adventurers assisted him in obtaining vital elemental knowledge and artifacts, culminating in the decisive defeat of Warlord Blackhand. Armed with these powerful artifacts, Khadgar began channeling a potent spell to liberate Garona from Gul'dan's control. However, the intensity of his spell caused Garona tremendous agony, prompting Cordana to urgently appeal for mercy, accusing Khadgar of inflicting torture. Recognizing the gravity of his actions, Khadgar ceased the spell and resolved to find a less brutal solution. Soon after, Khadgar dispatched adventurers to recover an Orb of Dominion, a notorious artifact used by the Shadow Council to enforce mind control. Successfully attaining the artifact, Khadgar used it to draw forth Garona's Demon Within, a dark manifestation of Gul'dan's influence. Once the entity was vanquished, Garona gratefully acknowledged her newfound freedom, pledging her unwavering allegiance to Khadgar and the adventurers in their ongoing battle against the forces of darkness. Later, Garona guided Khadgar and the adventurer to Black Fury's command, an Iron Horde outpost in Talador, where Gul'dan intended to meet with Grommash Hellscream. Sneaking inside, they witnessed Gul'dan once more tempting Grommash with demonic blood, mocking the warchief by mentioning the futile sacrifices of his warriors, including his son Garrosh. In furious defiance, Grommash tried to attack Gul'dan but was swiftly subdued by dark magic. Kilrog Deadeye accepted Gul'dan's offer instead, transforming him into a fearsome fell orc. Alarmed by these developments, Garona and the adventurer reported back to Khadgar, who grimly noted history's unsettling repetition. Resolute, he urged the adventurer to rally their garrison forces for a decisive assault on Tanaan Jungle, while he investigated methods to counter Gul'dan's potent sorcery, promising to remain in close contact. Sometime later, Khadgar arrived at Frostwall and Lunarfall, determined to organize the next crucial phase of their campaign. Soon after the commander had constructed a formidable shipyard, Khadgar recognized the necessity of naval expertise and tasked the commander with retrieving a map and several ancient tomes hidden deep within Hellfire Citadel. After successfully obtaining the items, the commander returned to Khadgar, who then instructed them to deliver the books to Cordana Felsong at his tower with orders to destroy them. However, upon arrival, the commander discovered Cordana had succumbed to corruption. She had secretly obtained the orb, betraying Khadgar's trust. A fierce battle ensued, ending when Cordana stunned the commander and fled through a demonic portal. Devastated by Cordana's treachery yet steadfast in his resolve, Khadgar pressed forward, guiding the commander to Karabor and the Throne of the Elements to receive the final blessings on their powerful ring. Fully prepared, Khadgar led the commander deep into Hellfire Citadel to confront Gul'dan directly. At the Citadel's gates, Khadgar quickly began channeling magic, opening portals throughout the fortress to aid the assault. He was visibly shaken when confronted by the gruesome aftermath of Gorfiend's defeat, yet swiftly teleported the adventurers further into the heart of the enemy stronghold. With Manaroth finally vanquished, Khadgar sensed the end of Gul'dan's reign was near and pursued the warlock relentlessly, intent on obtaining his skull for reasons known only to himself. At the climactic battle at the Black Gate, Khadgar joined Yrel, Grommash Hellscream, and the heroes of Azeroth as they valiantly faced the demonic might of Archimonde.
You made a pact. It's done. Gul'dan failed. Draenor is free!
You don't think it's over?
Gul'dan and the devils that command him are not so easily banished. I fear this is only beginning.
If you ever need us, we will be here.
Until we meet again.
A great man once told me, in the light, we are one. The future is ours, and we will see Draenor rebuilt. Together.
During the intense confrontation with Kilrock Deadeye, the adventurer experienced a chilling vision of a grim potential future. In this harrowing vision, Khadgar and the adventurer fought desperately in a losing battle within Stormwind Keep, or the Royal Quarter depending on the adventurer's faction, against an overwhelming force of demons from the Burning Legion. The desperate struggle ended tragically as Khadgar fell, releasing a devastating surge of arcane energy upon his death, annihilating all within the throne room, and abruptly ending the nightmarish vision. Determined to uncover Gul'dan's whereabouts, Khadgar meticulously traced the warlock's powerful magical signature to the mysterious Broken Isles. Upon arrival, Khadgar encountered Maev's Shadowsong, seeking the renowned Warden's assistance in capturing Gul'dan. Blaming Khadgar directly for Cordana Felsong's betrayal and corruption. Saddened but undeterred by her rejection, Khadgar pressed onward alone, resolute in his mission. Unbeknownst to both Khadgar and Maev, their tense exchange had been secretly observed by Gul'dan, who silently departed under Kil'jaeden's strict orders. Following the guidance of his demonic master, Gul'dan journeyed to an island raised from the ocean depths long ago by his alternate self. Effortlessly breaking through the intricate arcane locks and powerful magical barriers protecting the ancient tomb of Sargeras, Gul'dan unleashed a devastating blast, shattering the tomb's formidable entrance and swiftly disappearing into its sinister depths. Responding to the explosion, Khadgar rushed into the tomb, carefully navigating the lethal magical traps set by Gul'dan. Soon, the Archmage confronted his nemesis in a towering chamber, igniting an intense duel of immense arcane and fell energies that illuminated the dark halls in flashes of destructive power. Amid the chaos, Kil'jaeden's voice echoed angrily, commanding Gul'dan to retreat, insisting neither combatant could be allowed to perish in this encounter. Recognizing the immediate danger of defying the Legion, Gul'dan enveloped himself in a shroud of fell magic, causing a blinding clash against Khadgar's powerful arcane blast. In the aftermath, Khadgar discovered himself momentarily blinded, only to regain sight and find Gul'dan had vanished. A perilous game of cat and mouse followed within the shadowy confines of the tomb. Khadgar relentlessly taunted the hidden Gul'dan, provoking him to reveal himself while unleashing volleys of searing arcane fire into the engulfing darkness, determined to end their deadly encounter. After narrowly escaping a lethal strike from Khadgar's spellcasting, Gul'dan urgently appealed to Kil'jaeden, desperate to unlock the power sealed within the tomb. Equipped with forbidden knowledge, Gul'dan systematically dismantled the 5 ancient arcane seals, crafted by the Highborn of Suramar using the Pillars of Creation during the War of the Ancients. Sensing this disruption, Khadgar dispatched arcane elementals to hunt for the warlock, simultaneously taunting him about the fate of his original counterpart. Gul'dan, ignoring Khadgar's provocations, pressed onward relentlessly. Finally, Gul'dan approached the 5th and most formidable seal, its potency magnified by a mechanism crafted centuries early by a legendary guardian of Tirisfal. Khadgar, acutely aware of the growing danger, formed a massive wedge of arcane energy, forcefully driving it into the chamber floor. Forced from concealment, Gul'dan confronted Khadgar head-on, reigniting their fierce duel. Realizing he could not simultaneously break the seal and defeat Khadgar, Gul'dan pleaded desperately with Kil'jaeden for aid. Khadgar, seizing the moment, revealed the grim fate of the original Gul'dan, torn apart by the demons he once served. This revelation struck Gul'dan with terror, understanding he too might become expendable. In a moment of grim resolve, Kil'jaeden acquiesced, allowing the overwhelming energy of the tomb to surge violently into the warlock, dramatically escalating the stakes of their conflict. Immediately halting his assault on Khadgar, Gul'dan used his newfound power to crush the final seal in a fist of blazing fellfire. The unleashed energy surged toward a hidden portal beneath Thal Dranoth. Yet Gul'dan seized this immense force for himself. Nearly overcome by the overwhelming torrent of arcane and fell energies, he regained his control with immense effort, triggering a catastrophic eruption in the chamber with a mere gesture. Khadgar swiftly encased himself in protective ice, but Gul'dan violently hurled the frozen mage through an open doorway before collapsing tons of stone and rubble atop it, sealing Khadgar away and leaving him buried beneath the wreckage. With immense effort, Khadgar freed himself from the ice and was soon joined by Maev's Shadowsong. United once more by common purpose, they broke through the collapsed chamber and confronted Gul'dan together. Their relentless attacks were repeatedly deflected with ease by the empowered warlock, yet they persisted tirelessly. Recognizing his desperate situation, Gul'dan chose to release the stolen energy, channeling it toward the portal below. The surge of power immediately opened the gateway, initiating the Burning Legion's third invasion of Azeroth. As Khadgar and Maiev collapsed, Kil'jaeden commended Gul'dan, who now possessed something previously unattainable: the Legion's trust. As demonic legions poured through the newly opened portal, Khadgar and Maiev fled for their lives. Maiev raced north to fortify the Vault of the Wardens, while Khadgar transformed into a raven, soaring eastward. Glancing back, the Archmage saw Gul'dan levitating amidst the fiery chaos, laughing wickedly while directing demons to hunt down the fleeing mage. Though Khadgar had been unable to prevent Gul'dan from opening the Tomb of Sargeras, thereby allowing the Burning Legion to once again invade Azeroth, his resolve remained unshaken. Determined to find a way to reseal the portal and halt the Legion's advance, Khadgar recognized the necessity of rallying Azeroth's greatest champions, despite opposition and skepticism from various quarters about forming such a risky coalition. After narrowly escaping the chaos unleashed within the tomb, Khadgar swiftly transformed into a raven and soared directly toward Stormwind Keep. There, he urgently informed King Varian Wrynn and Prince Anduin of the catastrophic invasion unfolding at the Broken Isles. His grave news quickly compelled the king to summon the leaders of the Alliance. Khadgar spoke persuasively, emphasizing the importance of unity and cooperation, ultimately convincing them to consider an alliance with their traditional rivals, the Horde. Driven by his unwavering determination, Khadgar then traveled to Orgrimmar, stepping boldly into Grommash Hold to deliver the dire news directly to War Chief Vol'jin and the gathered Horde leaders. With sincere urgency, he extended an invitation for them to join the alliance at a war council convened in Dalaran. When the leaders from both factions gathered in the floating city, Khadgar stood before them, detailing every aspect of the Legion's arrival and underscoring the dire need for cooperation if Azeroth was to survive the looming apocalypse. Sometime after the Legion's devastating return to Azeroth, Khadgar flew swiftly to the mysterious Tower of Karazhan atop his loyal griffin, seeking ancient secrets hidden within its vast libraries to aid in the fight against the invading demons. As he combed through the arcane texts, the spectral image of his former mentor Medivh suddenly appeared before him, questioning his purpose. Khadgar stated plainly that he sought knowledge, but Medivh cryptically replied that what he truly needed was not merely knowledge, but a weapon, a guardian to stand against the Legion. Khadgar, his voice filled with anger and apprehension, rejected the notion, recalling bitterly how it had been decided after Medivh's tragic fall that no one could safely wield such power without succumbing to corruption. If not a guardian, if not you, Medivh challenged, then who can withstand the storm that approaches? The former guardian then revealed a chilling vision of Dalaran burning and crashing from the skies, warning Khadgar that without a guardian, all his sacrifices and victories would ultimately come to nothing. Khadgar protested, pointing out the impossibility of becoming a guardian since no living soul remained to bestow such power upon him. To this, Medivh simply answered,
I remain.
He explained that before his death he had infused a tome with his essence, and if Khadgar opened it, the energies would flow into him, making him Azeroth's new guardian. Even as Khadgar hesitated, tempted by Medivh's enticing vision of him wielding Atiyesh to obliterate endless waves of demons, he finally admitted aloud the truth he had long hidden within himself.
Oh, it is true. I have thought about becoming the Guardian every day. Even now, I desire it.
Yet, precisely because of that longing, he knew he must reject the offer to avoid repeating Medivh's catastrophic mistakes. In that instant, Medivh's illusion shattered, revealing a monstrous Nathrazim demon that had been masquerading as the Guardian's echo. Its twisted visage mocked Khadgar, claiming his strength would have made him a formidable servant of the Legion. Defiantly, Khadgar declared he would never become their pawn, and that Karazhan would never fall into their corrupt hands. Summoning his strength through Atiesh, Khadgar unleashed a powerful arcane blast, utterly annihilating the demon and tearing apart the walls of Karazhan. Departing the tower atop his griffin once more, Khadgar came to a profound realization. No single individual, not even the Guardian, could withstand the Legion alone. The true strength needed was unity. The peoples of Azeroth would need to rise, united, if they hoped to protect their world from the Legion's wrath. After Dalaran temporarily repositioned itself above the mysterious Tower of Karazhan, Khadgar approached the Council of Six with a critical proposal, allowing the Horde back into the ranks of the Kirin Tor. Recognizing the urgency of the threat posed by the Legion, he argued that their combined strength, including Horde mages, was essential to successfully repelling the invasion. However, Jaina Proud more vehemently opposed this decision, still deeply wounded by the Horde's involvement in the destruction of Theramore, and what she perceived as their betrayal at the Battle for the Broken Shore. When the council voted, Khadgar's motion narrowly succeeded by 4 votes to 2. Enraged and disillusioned, Jaina abruptly teleported away, leaving Dalaran and the fate of the Kirin Tor in Khadgar's hands. As the council debated their next strategic move, the renowned explorer Bran Bronzebeard arrived unexpectedly with urgent news. Magni had awakened from his ice crystal prison and journeyed to the ancient Titan city of Ulduar. Recognizing the significance of this event, Khadgar and a skilled adventurer quickly traveled to Ulduar, overcoming fierce resistance from lingering forces loyal to Yogg-Saron, as well as Legion invaders. There, they learned the astonishing truth from Magni. He communicated directly with Azeroth herself, revealing that their world was, in fact, a slumbering Titan. Magni emphasized that their only hope against the Legion lay in acquiring powerful artifacts known as the Pillars of Creation. Khadgar immediately recognized the term, recalling seeing it mentioned in one of Medivh's ancient tomes housed within Karazhan. He and the adventurer swiftly teleported to the tower to retrieve the book, only to discover that the tower's defensive enchantments, previously installed by Khadgar himself, had been activated. After battling both the Legion's minions and Karazhan's defenses, they successfully secured the book and returned it to Dalaran. There, Khadgar summoned the spirit of Elodie, the legendary first guardian and author of the tome, who revealed the pillars' locations as the Broken Isles. With the Legion pressing their attack and Dalaran threatened by arcane anomalies, Khadgar and the Kirin Tor mages quickly stabilized the city before teleporting it directly to the Broken Isles. Seeking additional allies, Khadgar journeyed to the Vault of the Wardens to recruit the recently freed Illidari into the battle against the Legion. Acknowledging their crucial role, he personally teleported the Illidari forces to Stormwind City and Orgrimmar, hoping to further unite Azeroth's defenders. A high mountain Tauren named Warbrave Oro arrived to await the champions of Azeroth. Khadgar greeted Oro warmly, recognizing that the people of High Mountain could prove invaluable allies in the daunting battle ahead. Good news reached Khadgar from Val'Sharah, a rare occurrence amid ongoing troubles. Malfurion Stormreach had successfully returned to his druidic homeland, restoring order and taking protective steps against the Legion. Khadgar then journeyed with the class champion to Azuna, driven by the belief that he had discovered vital information regarding an ancient relic key to defeating the Legion. Unexpectedly, the Naga under Queen Azshara's command were also pursuing this artifact, surprising Khadgar with their involvement. Initially, their mission required dealing with the Illidari presence. After rescuing a blue dragon named Stelagosa, they were guided to her grandfather, Senegos, the eldest of the Blue Dragonflight, who was gravely weakened. Khadgar stabilized Senegos with his magic, and after collecting crackling layworm cores to restore his strength, they learned that the sought-after relic, the Tidestone of Golganeth, had been shattered long ago. Senegos provided the location of its fragments, aiding their mission. Khadgar also valiantly defended Azurewing Repose from an attack by the Nightfallen and their withered servants. Back in Dalaran, Khadgar urgently summoned the class champion to the Violet Citadel. Alongside the Council of Six, they witnessed a troubling message from First Arcanist Thalustra, a Nightborn, who revealed a dire pact threatening her people. Recognizing the severity, Khadgar opened a portal to Suramar, warning the champion to exercise caution, as the land had been wild and untamed for 10,000 years. Later, an urgent distress signal was spotted above the True Shot Lodge, drawing the attention of Amaral Shade Warden and the Hunt Master of the Unseen Path. Upon investigation, they discovered it was Khadgar who had sent the signal, urgently seeking assistance as several of his most trusted archmages had gone missing or were found slain. Following his lead, they uncovered fell stalkers devouring magical energy from the fallen mages. Before Khadgar and the Hunt Master could neutralize the beasts, their master, Hakar the Hound Master, appeared to protect his fell creatures, vowing that Khadgar would soon become their prey. Uniting with elite rangers, Haldoran Brightwing, Chandris Feathermoon, and Varisa Windrunner, they devised a trap inside Violet Hold. Khadgar acted as bait, channeling his arcane essence to draw Hakar out, leading to the Hound Master's defeat at the hands of the Hunt Master. In the days that followed, Khadgar learned from the Order of the Silver Hand that an extraordinarily radiant object had emerged from the Fellstorm and was falling towards Suramar's coast, remarkably slicing through the Fellstorm itself. Intrigued, Khadgar dispatched the champion to investigate. They discovered the object in possession of a sea giant named Yorg Murkmouth, hidden within an underwater cave. Upon retrieving and examining the mysterious artifact, Khadgar activated it, revealing a message from his long-lost friend Turalyon. Turalyon urgently instructed them to deliver the object, known as the Light's Heart, to Prophet Velen for further guidance. Understanding its critical importance, Khadgar entrusted the champion to protect it within their order hall, confident it was the safest location possible. He then began searching diligently for a means to unlock the artifact's hidden secrets. Khadgar returned once more to Karazhan after discovering that the Legion had invaded the tower, swiftly rallying the Kirin Tor and a courageous band of heroes to reclaim the historic structure. While exploring its depths, Khadgar discovered that Medivh, under the influence of the Dark Titan Sargeras, had previously bound Karazhan to various Legion core worlds. Determined to sever these sinister connections, Khadgar tirelessly worked to undo the bindings, aided by heroes battling fiercely against the Legion's presence throughout the tower. Despite Khadgar's best effort, the final and strongest bindings proved impossible for him to unravel. Just as hope seemed lost, Medivh himself astonishingly reappeared before the group. Stunned yet filled with questions, Khadgar tried to press his mentor about his mysterious disappearance, but the immediate threat of the Legion demanded their full attention. Together, Khadgar and the heroes of Azeroth faced the Legion in the Nether Space, ultimately emerging victorious. In the aftermath, Khadgar earnestly requested Medivh's continued assistance in the ongoing struggle against the Legion. However, Medivh declined, cryptically stating that his path lay elsewhere and declaring instead that Azeroth had already found its guardian in Khadgar. Though Khadgar initially resisted the title, Medivh reassured him that true guardianship did not require the formal powers of the Tear Fallen. Instead, Medivh praised Khadgar's innate courage, steadfast, and deep compassion, qualities far superior to his own as a guardian. Medivh shared wisdom with Khadgar, reminding him that though it might seem simpler to close the doors rather than face the unknown, true progress often demanded bold steps into uncertainty to reshape destiny itself. With these profound words, Medivh transformed into a raven and soared off into the mysterious expanse of the Nether. With Karazhan finally secure, Khadgar returned thoughtfully to Dalaran alongside Azeroth's heroes, pondering deeply about Medivh's unexpected reappearance and his cryptic departure, questioning where his mentor's journey would lead him next. Khadgar and the Kirin Tor journeyed to Suramar to support the Nightfallen Rebellion in their fight against the oppressive rule of Grand Magistrix Elisanda. Recognizing the necessity for their unity, Khadgar skillfully served as a mediator between the Night Elves, Blood Elves, and High Elves, bridging historical divides and fostering essential alliances. During this period, he developed a close friendship with Oculith, collaborating closely to strategically teleport hostile Nightborn forces away, effectively minimizing conflict and loss. When Elisanda utilized the immense power of the Nightwell to freeze time itself, locking the united Elven forces in temporal stasis, Khadgar swiftly partnered with a brave adventurer to free key leaders, Lady Liadrin and Tyrande Whisperwind. Despite their efforts, the complexity and danger of the temporal spell prevented them from rescuing the remaining troops at that time. Following the defeat of Andaris Narasan, Elisanda's first Arcanist of the Duskwatch, Oculus successfully teleported both Thalyssra and Khadgar to the champion's location, solidifying their tactical advantage. Arriving at the gates of the formidable Nighthold, Khadgar was convinced that breaking Alessandra's powerful time lock spell would pave the way to finally defeat Gul'dan. Acknowledging the critical nature of this moment, he cautioned that the Withered would not endure the dangers inside, urging the adventurer to assemble an elite strike force. Confidently, Khadgar assured them that he would support their advance every step of the way. Within the Nighthold, the champions swiftly overcame the chromatic anomaly, lifting the oppressive time lock and allowing Khadgar to update the freed warriors, who were momentarily disoriented but eager to rejoin the fight. After the fierce battle with Spellblade Alluriel, the gates finally fell, enabling the heroes to delve deeper into the heart of the city. Khadgar humorously reflected on the meticulous dedication of the palace gardener, to which Thalyssra remarked he was simply passionate about his duties. As the champions overcame the formidable Croesus, sending the demon back into the twisting nether, Khadgar solemnly noted that though Tyrion Fordring had seemingly fallen to the Doomlord previously, he had indeed played an essential role in the broader conflict. Moving forward, Khadgar briefed the champions on Tichondrius, adding with a sense of grim satisfaction that the spirit of Illidan would be rejoicing as the Dreadlord faced yet another painful demise. Light's heart, bearing Illidan's Stormrage's soul, was brought to Khadgar with explicit instructions. When Gul'dan attempted to summon Sargeras, Khadgar was to activate the vessel, releasing Illidan's soul back into his body, preventing Sargeras from occupying his empty shell. At the climactic confrontation within the Nighthold, Khadgar carried out his task, only to discover in horror that Sargeras had already infused Illidan's form, inadvertently awakening him.
You have seen what I have seen. You know what we face. Now, mortals, follow me into the abyss.
Khadgar convened with Prophet Velen and champions representing each of the Order Halls at Krasus' Landing to strategize about sealing the portal at the Tomb of Sargeras using the Pillars of Creation. Despite the urgent plans, Velen gravely reminded everyone that Gul'dan had merely been a puppet, and that Kil'jaeden, a far greater threat, still remained. Unbeknownst to them, Kil'jaeden watched their discussions from his ship orbiting above Argus, swiftly commanding Legion ships to launch an immediate assault on Dalaran. Determined, Khadgar led the charge in the assault on Broken Shore, delving into the ancient writings of Aegwynn. He uncovered vital information. The Aegis of Agrimar had the power to trigger a failsafe mechanism within the Tomb of Sargeras if positioned inside the Cathedral of Eternal Night. While Illidan and Maiev Shadowsong ascended the cathedral to fulfill this critical task, Khadgar and Velen ventured deeper into the tomb's perilous depths. Yet as the assault progressed, an apparition of Khadgar materialized before Illidan, Maiev, and their companions, delivering grim news that their attempts to breach the tomb's lower chambers had faltered. Undeterred, Illidan and Maiev pressed forward, rallying their forces to defeat the Dreadlord Mephistroth. Following their victory, the spectral form of Aegwynn appeared, delivering essential guidance and support. She revealed that the only way to permanently seal the Legion's portal would be to employ the Pillars of Creation deep within the tomb itself. Recognizing the significance of this revelation, Maiev promptly stated that Khadgar must be informed without delay, ensuring that Aegwynn's crucial insight reached the Archmage swiftly. After defeating Goroth, Khadgar and the champions of Legionfall regrouped at the Chamber of the Moon, where they encountered the Echo of Aegwynn once again. She informed them of the Legion's intention to reanimate Sargeras' fallen avatar, and provided Khadgar with instructions to remove her protective wards using the Pillars of Creation. Khadgar and the champions fought through Legion forces, successfully removing the wards and securing the pillars in place. Khadgar reported their triumph back to Aegwynn, confidently pledging they would thwart Kil'jaeden's plans. Despite warnings from Illidan and Aegwynn about the overwhelming dangers ahead, Khadgar remained resolute in his belief that unity could save Azeroth. While adventurers confronted the fallen avatar, Khadgar, Illidan, and Velen pursued Kil'jaeden himself. As Kil'jaeden fled aboard his Legion command ship, Khadgar attempted to close the portal behind him. Velen, driven by determination, rushed through to pursue Kil'jaeden despite Khadgar's protests. Illidan encouraged Khadgar to follow, asserting that ending the Legion's invasion required taking the fight directly to Kil'jaeden. After a fierce battle ending in Kil'jaeden's demise, the ship began crashing toward Argus. Illidan utilized the Sargerite keystone to create a rift back to Azeroth, allowing Khadgar to teleport everyone safely to Azuna. Upon their return, Khadgar was horrified to realize Illidan had intentionally left the rift open, making Argus visible in Azeroth's sky. Confronted by Khadgar's shocked questioning, Illidan coldly remarked that sometimes fate must be forced. Khadgar journeyed to Argus aboard the Vindicar, an advanced dimensional vessel expertly constructed by the Draenei. Within the Vindicar's matrix core chamber, Khadgar frequently consulted with Aethys Sunreaver, both sharing their sense of awe and trepidation at the immense forces they now faced. Upon the Vindicar's landing at Darkfall Ridge, Khadgar took to the battlefield himself, valiantly defending the ship from relentless waves of demon assailants. During a heartfelt reunion with Turalyon and Ilaria Windrunner, Khadgar brought joyous news that their fellow comrades Danath Trollbane and Kurgan Wildhammer were still alive and well, although circumstances had prevented frequent meetings. Looking forward with optimism, the trio agreed that once their battle is ended, the Sons of Lothar would gather for a celebratory reunion. Playfully, Illyria insisted it would be Khadgar's responsibility to buy the first round of drinks. Following the monumental imprisonment of Sargeras by the Pantheon at their very seat, Khadgar reflected upon the arduous and relentless campaign against the Legion. Having journeyed across countless worlds and braved the perilous reaches of the Twisting Nether, he felt profoundly wary. Yet Khadgar realized he could afford no rest. Magni Bronzebeard's haunting visions of impending doom weighed heavily upon him. With the realization that a single Titan still remained vulnerable, Khadgar prepared himself once again, knowing the defense of Azeroth was far from over. In a final desperate act, Sargeras struck Azeroth with a colossal blade, piercing deep into Silithus and grievously wounding the world's soul. From this injury emerged Azerite, a potent magical essence infused with Azeroth's very lifeblood, swiftly becoming the catalyst for renewed tensions between the Alliance and Horde. As conflict once again threatened to engulf Azeroth, Khadgar felt deeply troubled. He had envisioned that the Legion's defeat would mark a new era of unity, healing, and cooperation between the peoples of Azeroth. Unwilling to watch his past allies turned against one another, and weary of conflict after their long, grueling struggle against the Legion, Khadgar retreated to Karazhan in search of Medivh's wisdom. He hoped that within the ancient texts preserved by his mentor lay the answers to healing the planet and averting further catastrophe. Together with Magni Bronzebeard, Khadgar formulated a daring plan to utilize the immense power contained within Azeroth's artifact weapons. Their goal was to drain the malevolent energies from the Sword of Sargeras, ultimately saving Azeroth from imminent destruction and providing hope for a future free from war. After returning to the quiet halls of Karazhan, Khadgar found himself visited by agents of SI-7, who had come to check on the Archmage amid rising tensions. Khadgar revealed his deep disappointment at the renewed conflict between the Alliance and Horde, firmly refusing to partake in the hostilities. Instead, he chose to dedicate himself to fully healing the wounds of Azeroth, believing that the world's restoration was far more important than any factional disputes. Once the war finally subsided and news of the ceasefire reached him, Khadgar felt a cautious optimism, hoping that both factions would finally recognize their true strength in unity rather than division. Reflecting on the artifacts secured within Karazhan, Khadgar wrote a detailed letter to Matthias Shaw of SI-7, updating him on the state of the relics and mentioning his ongoing efforts to stabilize and repair the unpredictable Curator. Alongside the letter, Khadgar sent Shaw a precious item, Corona's signet ring, requesting it to be returned to its rightful owner. In his correspondence, Khadgar also mentioned a visit from Revel Kost, who had come to return the Cloak of Purity. The Archmage humorously remarked to Shaw that Kost was without a doubt the most irritable priest he had ever encountered, making clear that even in troubled times, he had not lost his sense of humor or perspective. Weighed down by the immense responsibilities he had shouldered and the difficult choices he had made throughout his life, Khadgar felt a growing desire to find clarity and peace. Drawn by curiosity and the quiet pull of reflection, he made the extraordinary decision to journey to the Shadowlands before the end of his days. Upon his arrival in the great eternal city of Oribos, Khadgar reunited with Jaina Proudmoore. Their conversation lifted his spirits, his words reminding him of the strength found in companionship, and the light that still lingered in the world despite all they had lost. Reinvigorated, Khadgar turned his attention to the mysterious realms that lay before him. Intrigued by whispers of scheming brokers, a city brimming with secrets, and the promise of ancient wisdom hidden within the very fabric of death itself, the Archmage set out to explore the Shadowlands. His travels took him across the many domains of the afterlife, including the serene and dreamlike Ardenweald. There he marveled at the graceful veil wings that danced through the air, finding in their beauty a quiet reminder that even in death, there was still wonder to behold. Years after the tumultuous events of the Legion's defeat, Khadgar found himself once again visited by the Call of Destiny. While residing in the quiet yet arcane-filled halls of Karazhan, he received an unexpected visit from Kalagos. The Blue Dragon brought grave news. Ancient enemies of the dragon aspects, the primal incarnates, had begun to stir. These primordial beings, fueled by hatred of the Titan's legacy, sought to rid Azeroth of what they called the Titan's quote-unquote stain. Recognizing the enormity of the threat, Khadgar did not hesitate. With a renewed sense of duty, he set out to rally the mortal races, journeying to Stormwind and Orgrimmar to warn their leaders and prepare them for the storm on the horizon. Not long after, Khadgar and the Kirin Tor traveled to the frigid expanse of the Azure Span on the Dragon Isles, where they joined Kalagos and the Blue Dragonflight in a mission to recover the sacred Azure Oathstone. Establishing a base at Camp Antonidas, their presence quickly drew the ire of the Primalists, who unleashed a wave of proto-dragons in a fierce assault. With the timely aid of adventurers, they held their ground until Kalagos arrived to repel the invaders. With the immediate threat pushed back, Khadgar turned his focus eastward, sensing further danger. He dispatched adventurers to assist Kalagos in reclaiming the Oathstone and securing the surrounding region. Their efforts culminated in the capture of the Azure Archives, and as Kalagos summoned the remnants of the Blue Dragonflight, Khadgar returned with urgent news. The Primalists were advancing, and Raszagath herself was leading a direct assault on Vakthros, which is a nexus of leyline energy vital to the stability of the Azure Span. Its fall would obliterate not only the Azure Archives, but the entire region. Understanding the stakes, Khadgar and Kalagos took to the skies to confront the onslaught from above, while entrusting brave adventurers with holding Ronin's shield below. The battle for Azeroth's future had begun once again, and Khadgar was ready to meet it. As the aerial battle raged, both Khadgar and Kalagos unleashed mirror images of themselves to aid the champions on the ground, a dazzling spectacle that even the seasoned adventurer, Drock Scrollstabber, called unforgettable. While the skies flared with arcane and elemental fury, the Archmage and Blue Dragon coordinated closely with their allies below, directing their forces to weaken the Primalist grip and liberate captured Kirin Tor mages from enemy clutches. The turning point came with the death of Korthrox the Destroyer. Rallying beside the adventurers, Khadgar set a bold plan into motion. As Raszagath sought to tear the arcane energy from the very heart of Vakthros, Kalagos engaged her in direct combat. Meanwhile, Khadgar channeled powerful ley energy to stabilize the tower, and the champion mounted an arcane disc to repel waves of Primalist reinforcements. Though they ultimately succeeded in preventing Raszagath from annihilating the tower, their victory came at a cost. Wounded and cornered, the trio braced for the worst, until salvation came in the form of Senegos and his brood, who soared in from the Broken Isles. Faced with overwhelming numbers, Raszagath retreated, her fury thwarted for now. With the Azure Span secured, Khadgar joined the Blue Dragonflight in a moment of triumph, bearing witness as Kalagos reactivated a long-dormant Azure Oathstone, rekindling a symbol of unity, resilience, and hope for what lay ahead. But peace was short-lived. Raszagath stormed the Vault of the Incarnates, freeing her fellow primal incarnates from their imprisonment. In response, Alexandros dispatched Khadgar, Kalagos, and a group of adventurers into the vault to stop her before all was lost. Though Raszagath fell in battle, the mission was bittersweet. The other incarnates were successfully freed. Forced to retreat, Khadgar and Kalagos returned swiftly to Valdrakken to deliver the grim news. In the wake of their report, Nozdormu admitted his visions remained clouded, sensing only a dark future ahead. Alexandros reflected solemnly on Raszagath's demise, noting that her recklessness had doomed her, but the remaining incarnates would not make the same mistake. Khadgar picked up on the particular anxiety surrounding Iridikron. It was then that the truth was laid bare. While Farak and Viranoth remained loyal to the Primalist cause, Iridikron had plunged far deeper, forging dark and dangerous pacts in his zealous devotion to war. Despite his rising uncertainty, Kalagos rallied the group, reminding them that unity was their greatest strength. Together they resolved to stand as one against the Incarnates and safeguard Azeroth from destruction. Later, Khadgar and the Kirintor allied with the Blue Dragonflight and the Iskara Tuskar in the battle against Farak's forces at Suffusion Camp Frostburn. Establishing a protective barrier at Grimtusk's hideaway, Khadgar shielded his allies from Farak's stronger minions and observed that the lack of coordination between the Primalists and Jarradin had been a stroke of fortune. Ever vigilant, Khadgar urged adventurers to continue lending aid wherever it was needed, knowing the battle for Azeroth was far from over. Soon after, Khadgar made his way to the Ancient Bow and stepped into the Emerald Dream. There, he stood alongside Alexandros and other defenders to protect the budding World Tree, Yggdrasil, from Farak the Blazing. On the front line near the Temple Wellspring, Khadgar fought beside allies such as Naladia Rivergleam, Toddy Whiskers, Pathfinder Jeb, and Pathfinder Taka, holding the line against the Primalist onslaught. Following Farak's defeat, Khadgar attended the celebration of Yggdrasil's bloom in Belameth on the Dragon Isles. Though the occasion was joyous, his mind remained troubled by reports of a mysterious harbinger. He confided that an old friend had taken it upon themselves to investigate. In the wake of new threats, Khadgar accepted Kaligos' resignation from the Council of Six, and tasked the dragon with seeking out knowledge from Malygos' remnants about the artifact Iridikron had taken from the Forbidden Reach. As a strange phenomenon known as the Radiant Song spread across Azeroth, Khadgar and the Council of Six found themselves baffled by its nature. Turning to Jaina Proudmoore for aid, he asked her to investigate, while simultaneously directing Ilaria and a group of adventurers to pursue the mystery of the Harbinger. Despite his faith in their abilities, Khadgar admitted he feared the coming days would be filled with darkness. When the champions returned, they brought alarming news. The Harbinger was none other than Xal'atath, and the Ethereals had once heard the Radiant Song before their world, Koresh, was destroyed. Jaina pondered whether the song could be the voice of Azeroth herself. In response, Khadgar insisted they needed answers, and fast. He urged that they consult with Magni Bronzebeard, and Jaina pledged to seek him out, knowing that the fate of the world may again rest in their hands. Driven to uncover the truth behind the Radiant Song, Magni conducted a daring ritual to commune with Azeroth directly, but before he could share what he learned, he collapsed without warning, leaving Thrall, Jaina, Anduin, and the gathered champions stunned and alarmed. Seeking answers, the group quickly journeyed to Dalaran. There, Khadgar admitted his confusion over Magni's sudden affliction, though he held on to hope that the speaker would recover. While echoes of the past began manifesting across the land, Khadgar dispatched champions to investigate, determined to uncover the connection between these apparitions and the spreading song. Following Magni's recovery, the Council of Six convened and made a bold decision to relocate the magical city of Dalaran to Khadgar, a region where they hoped to better understand and confront the growing threat. Khadgar oversaw preparations, instructing champions to ensure the safety and readiness of Dalaran citizens for the monumental shift. Upon arrival in Khadgar, their hopes were short-lived. Xal'atath cast aside her disguise and unleashed the twisted Nerubians of Ashkahet upon the city. Amid the chaos nestled within the Violet Citadel, Khadgar made a grim discovery. Xal'atath was siphoning Dalaran's magical essence into a malevolent artifact, the Dark Heart. Khadgar attempted to stop her, but his efforts fell short. In the heat of the battle, Ilaria arrived, only to be overwhelmed by the Dark Heart's influence. Acting swiftly, Khadgar teleported her to safety on the Isle of Dorn, but in doing so he was captured, absorbed into the very artifact he sought to destroy, as Dalaran crumbled around them. Later, Ilaria confronted Xal'atath once more and struck a critical blow to the Dark Heart. From the shattered artifact, a raven burst forth, Khadgar, released from his arcane prison. He fell to the earth weak and battered. Ilaria cradled him in her arms, mourning what she thought was his final breath. But all was not lost. Anduin had to try one more time to call upon the light that had been eluding him for some time now. After each previous failed attempt to call forth the light to help in a battle, he had to try again to save his old friend, and sensing the shift of energy in Beladar back toward the light, called upon his divine power to heal Khadgar. Light poured into the fallen Archmage, mending his broken form and pulling him back from the brink. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, Khadgar could be found recovering in the Foundation Hall of Dornegal, seated beside Ilaria. He revealed that he had transmuted himself into pure arcane essence to infiltrate the Dark Heart, trusting that Ilaria would be the one to free him. Though the plan had worked, it had not come without cost. The strain of the spell left him physically diminished, now bound to a floating arcane wheelchair crafted by the skilled hands of Archmage Modera. Even so, Khadgar's spirit remained unbroken, his mind sharp and ready for whatever new threats Azeroth might face. Khadgar and the Sons of Lothar at last held their long-awaited reunion during the Feast of Wintervale, gathering in their secret haven far from the reach of Xal'atath's shadow. Laughter and warmth filled the air as old comrades reminisced over battles won and friendships forged. Among the guests was Eitrig, who had recently joined Danath Trollbane in an effort to ease the unrest brewing in the Arathi Highlands. Yet even in the midst of celebration, a somber weight rested on Khadgar's shoulders. He could not help but mourn the fall of Dalaran and the disillusion of the Kirin Tor, symbols of unity and magical brilliance now reduced to memory. Still, he took solace in the company of his oldest allies. He reminded them all that they had faced overwhelming odds before and endured. As long as they continued to fight, he declared, they were still alive, and for that he was profoundly grateful to spend this moment among friends. In time, the question of Kirin Tor's legacy demanded attention. When Aethys Sunreaver requested Khadgar's help in purging the residual arcane energy left in the ruins of Dalaran, the Archmage, wary from recent trials, entrusted the task to a capable adventurer. Later, Khadgar did arrive to lead a solemn ritual honoring those lost in the city's fall. Standing amid the echoes of their former sanctuary, Khadgar and his fellow mages made a quiet but powerful vow to rebuild the Kirin Tor, not as a distant council of lofty ideals, but as a humble order grounded in wisdom and tempered by past mistakes. They agreed to cast aside pride, forego floating cities and grandiose gestures, and focus on instead serving the world with clarity and compassion. With the ritual complete and the promise of renewal made, Khadgar departed to rest in Dornegal, carrying with him both the weight of the past and the faint glimmer of a new beginning. And that's going to do it for this one. Hopefully you did enjoy. Thanks for checking it out, and do take care of yourself. You're doing great.